Ricky walked in, so we've been having a fucking blast during the break talking.
Yeah, it's already begun.
Sorry, I've seen it before Christ killing.
Well, Rich, right.
Rich, you can't just
Rich
finish
Moss
it.
said he loves the show The Killing, and I said the original version or the American. He went American, like there isn't. Like that's the original. Like denying there was another version.
Of course.
No,
Yeah.
I never denied it. I said I just didn't see it or do research.
No,
about
'cause he
it.
said-
I'm satisfied. Shut up. Don't fucking just jump in and take his
But
side.
Ricky's
right on
though.
this one.
This is
He's
a
right on
typical
this
He is
example.
probably right.
Typical example
He is probably right.
of American
Okay.
exceptionalism. You think that
Okay.
we've started everything.
That's
It's
true.
really an ugly
No,
view.
no,
It is true.
We didn't start.
Do you
World
like the
War I
fact
or
that he
II.
stole the office from Carell too?
Yeah.
Well, it's lovely to be here.
Well, welcome, Ricky Gervais.
What are we talking about today? What's the world outraged at? What are we doing? What's going on?
I feel like everybody's still kind of hungover from Michael Jackson and R. Kelly week.
Yeah. Oh, there's a new R. We didn't say this. There was a new R. Kelly
new R.
tape.
Kelly PP tape.
Allegedly
Right.
been found on some guy had like a tape of VH1 Sports Moments or something, and there was like R. Kelly. He said he was having sex with an underage person on it. He just turned it over to prosecutors in Pennsylvania.
What a snitch.
I want to know why he was watching VH1 sports moments. Like,
I
why
know.
was he watching these?
Snitched on himself. You can't even snitch on not in this prison. You don't even snitch on yourself. Yeah.
It was some guy. He had a tape, and I guess he got it from a friend, and he said R. Kelly is on. Like it was like one of those ones they probably put stuff.
Right, they taped over, and it wasn't labeled, and then all of a sudden they put it in the VCR, and there's a scene with R. Kelly pissing on another girl.
Is that what it was?
That's what I'm assuming. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Gloria Allred has taken up the case.
Get out of here.
That's right.
She's trying to get some fucking media attention.
It's weird,
she never
isn't it?
does that.
She tries to stay off camera usually, but this time she's jumping on camera. R. Kelly, he's just
He is finished.
he has made
But I
such a
don't.
stir.
Why are we even talking about R. Kelly? It wasn't he finished anyway? Has
He should have been, yeah, but people kept working with
No,
him.
but I mean, apart from that. But why are we still even talking? Even if he hadn't done all that, we wouldn't be. He's not around, is he? He's not gigging,
relevant.
and he's not.
Yeah, he still does gigs.
Does he?
They just canceled. He had one booked in Germany. They had to move to a bigger venue. This is after the documentary.
Really?
Yeah, and then they moved to a bigger venue, but then I guess another allegation came out, and then they finally just went.
Well,
Man, he
now
got
you're talking
arrested.
about the original. You're talking about the American R. Kelly, not the Scandinavian.
yeah, I'm talking about the singer, not the fat one that we're friends with.
Yes. He molests fucking buffets.
Yeah.
Creep.
Afterlife is really good, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
I
it's
really
really
liked
great.
it.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yes,
Yes.
it's on Netflix now.
All 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gone down a storm. I've never had a reaction like it really, but that's because it's the days of Twitter. So I don't know what it would have been like.
Well, the reaction is good, though, right?
It's mad. It's insane. But I think that's a reflection of the fact that they just send an email and 140 million people get it in their inbox.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's just the model of Netflix is crazy. There's
It
never
really
been
is.
anything like it.
And it's just like, oh, there's a new Ricky Gervais thing. I don't know what this is, but I have it.
Yeah,
I'll just watch
and
it.
It's, it's like going to Google. You can't not see Google once a day.
Right.
It's like that.
Right.
It's on for the first. Yeah. So it's been great. Oh, cheers. Thank you very much. Yeah.
And it's about a guy named Tony whose wife has passed away, and you're pretty suicidal. I don't know how much of it you want to give away, but you're suicidal.
Yeah, no, it hits the ground running. So yeah, you see a video of her saying and she's obviously going through chemotherapy, and said if you're, and she knows it's terminal. She says if you're watching this, I'm not around anymore. Sounds funny so far, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
The laugh track you didn't need in it, but still.
It's my fantasy.
Yeah, great. Anyway, she says, I couldn't say this to your face. You was embarrassed about how lovely you are. And then she leaves a guide for life, and it's really sort of mundane, like take the bins out on a Tuesday and all that. And then you see that he's depressed and he's going to kill himself, but the dog's hungry, and he lives long enough to say, right, okay, I'm going to carry on for a while, but I'm going to say and do exactly what I want. He tries to become a psychopath so it doesn't hurt him anymore, and it's one last adventure, saying what he wants, and then he can always kill himself. He treats it like a superpower, and that's the setup. That's the concept.
But it really
But
is.
it is really funny.
hilarious.
It
Yeah,
is
it's very funny.
It's
Just pour
really
out.
dark, but really funny.
You call a kid a fat ginger cunt. That made me laugh out loud.
Yeah,
That was
'cause
really
he's called me
great.
a pedo. And
Yeah.
I say I'm not a pedo, and if I was, you'd be safe, you tubby little ginger cunt.
But because I love that scene, because like it's this scene where you're walking walking past a school and some kid says pedo.
Yeah.
And you think it's going to be like, wacky sitcom thing.
Yeah.
I'm not a pedo. And all the kids start. And instead, you just call him a tubby ginger cunt. And it's like, that's it.
Because he doesn't care anymore. So there's lots of that. But obviously, it develops. It's not just me going around saying cunt.
Yeah.
I do that on here.
You just came up with a creative hook of a show so you could call kids cunts.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's really what the show is. It's on Netflix.
All you have to do is write it for like 14 months, then cast it, and you get the chance to say the C word. Imagine if that was my motivation.
Yeah.
All that effort just to say that.
Was the kid there when you shot that reversal or no?
No, he wasn't. No, I went. Hubba 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 hubba, and everyone laughed, of course. But I think the kid's seen it, and his mum defended it on Twitter, and they said, "Oh, it's cruel." And he had the loveliest day. He wasn't even there. Again, fake outrage.
Oh, they were outraged about that.
Of course.
Well, they want something.
But a few of them were. It's like half a dozen people, and then a paper picks it up and says, so-and-so said a thing, and people are outraged. No, 0.0001% of people are outraged. The rest of us couldn't give a fuck, and we wouldn't even know about it if you hadn't found 2 tweets and put it in your paper as a headline. It just gets in the way. It's nonsense.
It is nonsense.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're as high profile as you are, and you still say the stuff you say, and you still defend it the way you do is great. It's really great.
I'm asking for it, aren't I?
No, but it's funny. It's like you're still being
it just
funny.
doesn't matter in the end. At the end, but I think this is why things don't get on telly, because people try and do something quite brave and innovative, and then they get scared, or the broadcast said that we get complaints, right? It's nothing to do with the morality of the piece. It's the, do we have to write letters?
Right.
And I'll go, fuck that. And also, most people can take it. And so what if they do complain? Who gives a fuck? It doesn't mean they're right.
Yeah.
I've never had a complaint upheld.
It really is amazing.
Sometimes the complaints will be false.
That was in the English version of Steve Carell's The Office.
But also, too, Netflix doesn't have to worry about fucking sponsors and boycotting them.
That's
and
true.
fucking running out.
They were even tweeting swearing. And they were getting stick for people saying, this is an official tweet. How dare you swear?
They don't care, though.
My children follows this, Well, look, be careful what your children are doing then. It's your responsibility. We've got to look out for your children. No, we haven't.
Well, Trump just said bullshit during a fucking speech, too.
He did.
So he said bullshit.
In the things he's done, that's 10,000th worse than he's done, isn't it? That's
our president
10,000.
Curses? Did you know?
Exactly, yeah.
Trump curses?
Yeah,
No.
As he's grabbing.
Yeah, it's like outrage culture. It's once you realise it doesn't do anything, it doesn't matter. You can ignore it. You don't get outraged by the outrage anymore.
Does it affect you less than it did, say, 3 years ago?
Yeah. Oh God, much less. Well, I went through a thing of thinking this is unfair. They've ruined it.
Right.
They've ruined it. That's not true. They've lied. They've ruined it. Then you realise that it doesn't matter. It didn't make a difference.
Right.
No one's reading their newspaper. But most people have got more Twitter followers than people read newspapers. Right?
Yeah.
Then you embrace it and monetize it. Like, I tell trolls their tweet made me $250,000 because it was 3 minutes of a show that I tell them. So cheers. And then you're over it. And you shouldn't look either way. You shouldn't praise it. You shouldn't you should ignore it.
And it almost becomes good for branding when the outrage starts to come in. It's like, good. This is what we were waiting for.
When I say you have to actually do something bad, illegal, in public to be in trouble. When the comedian says in trouble for saying a thing, that puts ticket sales up because there's some people going, oh, at least he said a thing. Some comedians don't fucking say anything.
No one's ever not come to see a comedian because, well, he's used his offensive language.
I know, yeah.
Never hurt ticket sales.
I was in Vegas and I followed.
Oh, here we go.
I followed. I followed fucking Ron Jeremy. He went on stage. He's doing comedy now. Unwatchable. So he comes out.
I have a better Ron
like
Jeremy.
his early work.
Exactly. He would have been better off just pulling his dick out and waving.
Yeah,
but
right.
So anyhow, I said a joke about him after he got off. There was a porn star in the audience. I offended a porn. She was backstage complaining about my joke.
Wow.
Fucking triple anal was mad at something I fucking said.
Well, it's like the thing. It's like a thing that recently, a couple of weeks ago, when John Wayne was cancelled 40 years after his death for an interview.
Oh my God!
In Playboy, Playboy magazine.
And you're going, I couldn't believe in the 70s
He was
when
a racist.
John Wayne was old, he was a racist. Not John Wayne.
I know exactly.
The guy in the cowboy hat? No, it wasn't him.
But also, He did say some horrendous things, and but it wasn't like they unearthed it. It went out.
He said it
48
publicly.
years ago,
Yeah.
right? It was out. It's been there
published.
forever, right? Published.
Published.
But the main thing is, what are we to do about it? He's
Right.
dead. I want to go to those people who are outraged. You've won. He's
Yeah,
dead.
he died.
You got your way.
Right.
What the worst punishment for a racist is to die. Well done. You've won.
He's no longer around.
Exactly.
They want to change the name of the airport. That's why. That's what it all came up because John Wayne Airport is that Burbank?
I'm not sure, but I did
The
read
John
the
Wayne
story.
Airport,
They want
but
to
they want to
change
change
John
the
Wayne
name.
Airport.
I saw that we have that as well. We have outrage. I mean, you had it here with taking down the Confederate statues, and I think that you should just tell the truth. So leave up the statue and say,
Yeah.
"Great general, bit racist," or inventor of the fork, kiddie fiddler.
Right.
Put it on the statue.
Throw a
Add-
semicolon on there
Everything you
somewhere.
learned, you add it to the statue.
Yeah, like an asterisk, like the Hall of Fame for steroid users.
Yeah.
Almost good cars, anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So Ron Jeremy was not good on stage. I like Ron.
Have you met Ron before?
He went on
Did
stage.
you have any experiences with him?
He fucked a girl while she put my penis in her mouth.
Did you know that, Ricky?
You see. Okay. So yeah. Okay.
Did you know?
But no, I didn't
No.
know that.
It was
And
really
I-
nice.
And you know what? I shouldn't.
Yeah.
I
Did you
still
want to know?
shouldn't know that happened.
Do you want to see
Right.
the picture?
No. I
'Cause his
shouldn't know
penis
that happened.
was in one side and Ron Jeremy was in the other
but
side.
imagine this is a normal job, right? And you went to work and you
Right.
sat next to someone and go, "Good weekend." Yeah. You know Ron Jeremy? I don't know. Well, anyway, he's a little fat guy, and he fucked her while she. What was it?
She put my penis in her mouth.
Oh. Anyway, there's a meeting at 10.
this is our job. This is our place of
Yeah.
business. Yeah.
They would
Yeah.
love that story in an office.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, I think
How
that
could you get hard looking at Ron at the same time?
Well, it was difficult. It was more the situation.
I'm rarely shocked.
you don't think that you could get hard in that
Well, the-
situation,
it's-
Ricky?
no, the problem is
I
that-
don't think I'd be in this situation ever. No, take that. Take it off.
There
Well,
it
it's
is.
blocked. Her
Take
face
it
is
off.
blocked.
But there it is. See, it says
blocked.
her face is
Take-
blocked with a
take it
sign
off.
that says
You
"Lucky
guys
Girl"
look
on
like
it.
two fat bookends.
Well, we were. That was in.
Right, you've ruined it.
that was on Comedy
You've ruined-
Central.
You've ruined it. Let's talk about something else.
What do you
can't
mean?
believe-
This is like, if
Good stuff.
If you have like a
I don't
comic
mind-
hero and you
No,
get to perform with
but
them, this is
I
Jim's.
don't mind hearing the stories because
Right.
that's left up to my imagination.
That's
but
what
I
it-
don't. But I don't want to be there.
Oh.
Do you
In
know
all
what I mean?
honesty, the fact that I'm looking down like that is uncomfortable. It's
It
not
is.
a good look.
I'm not.
It
Gonna,
is.
I'm not looking.
It's like
anymore.
clenching his teeth a
I
little
don't
bit.
even want to look at the real Jim now. The original Jim.
Yeah.
The original Jim.
Did you ever call you daddy or anything like that?
Did she call
Don't
me that?
encourage him.
I
Why
just
you
because I never knew
encourage him?
that.
Where was it
part?
at?
I don't know. Maybe she did. I don't remember. Whatever I've said in the
Because
past
it
is
looks
true.
like with the clenching of the teeth, it's like, oh, call me daddy.
Was that the
you know?
AVNs?
that was
right?
the AVN's 2004.
Yeah.
No, I don't think she called me daddy.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay, so that answers the question, Ricky.
But it's like you talk about it like it really is. It's like Coppola talking about. Do you remember filming that? Yeah, I remember it was a summer day, and I think Al was late that day.
well, look,
fuck's sake.
you've both done a lot of great work. Jim has as well. I'm curious about both of you.
Mine was just not filmed. I mean,
It's like filming. It's like a diary of a serial killer. One of those people in the Outsider art that filmed every shit they ever had since the age of 8, and now it's a fucking book,
Right.
in an art gallery.
What were you eating here for this
Yes.
meal?
Yeah, exactly.
bit of the flu, I see.
Oh, corn.
Which is good
so-
looking?
So apart from,
I was watching Afterlife. I had a question about it.
go on.
It felt like, obviously, this is something that you've thought about. So there's two things here. One was, the first thought I wonder if Ricky is more afraid of Jane dying or you dying. Like, first I go, oh, maybe he's
I'm
afraid
selfish, so I want to go first.
You do.
You
and
do.
that's addressed.
You don't
in
want to
there.
deal with
No, I want to go first.
what
She
Tony
wants you
dealt
to,
with.
too.
And then it's the perfect relationship.
seconded that, yeah.
It's gonna work out really fine for both of us. It's such a mutual agreement.
we
Yeah,
both like you dead
Yeah, 'cause
soon,
there's a
yeah.
line in there that Penelope Orton says about she'd rather live missing her husband than have him live. Missing her, and that's a lovely thing. But I think most of us are selfish, and we want to go first.
Right,
So-
and not have to deal with everything.
In real life?
yeah. You want to outlive your wife, do you?
I want to outlive my kids.
Okay, that's fucking right. That's amazing. That's fucking amazing. That is fucking amazing.
They say no parent should have to bury their own children, but there is that feeling of accomplishment. You know,
Which has a,
Listen, right, okay, right. How old are you?
All of it, 61.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, you look good.
Thank
you should see him without his shirt on.
You're really good.
You're not an MRI, but I'll be 62 in June. But
Okay.
thank
And how
you.
old are your kids?
June is far.
11, 26, and 28. My
Okay.
26-year-old's getting married in May.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And
So
who's
much
your
information.
favourite?
Huh?
Who's your favourite? Who do you want to die first? Out of your
Wait,
kids?
who's my favorite kid?
Yeah, who do you want to die? And who do you want to die?
Like, which
first?
one would
none
you
of
wanna-
them. I love all my kids to death. I
Okay.
love them all.
Okay,
I love them all.
But you just
So
want
I-
you just want to have them to
Yeah,
have a
I
really
want
good
them
life,
all
and
to
you
go
are-
at the same time, and I'm still there. I don't want to have to deal. I don't want to have to deal with that pain 3 times in a row. Let's just knock it out at once.
Yeah.
Boom, I'll go play golf. What the fuck? I want to get in an RV and take off without
it's
any
amazing.
fucking. No, all my kids. I love my. I got 3 girls.
Think of this show. You're paid to entertain people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we
that's
fail.
What that's what we come up with so far.
I hope my
It's
kids die.
unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Well done. And your wife, where do you want her to go in the mix? You want her to live long enough to look after them and then go just before you?
I
You're
really.
thinking about it really honestly.
Yeah, it's important.
It's a
Really,
serious
honestly.
question.
Yeah.
My wife.
Yeah.
Listen, we're good friends now. You don't want to see a good friend go.
No.
You don't want to.
A buddy.
And
Yeah.
she's basically writes all the stuff. She's like my showrunner.
Right.
I can't.
She writes your stand up as well, does she?
No, not my stand-up. No,
Right.
no,
She should.
No, no. Okay.
No one writes
No.
a stand up.
No. You can't write where you going. So, no, look. I love my. I don't want to get. She's.
I don't want you to
she's
get a sort of too emotional.
No.
Yeah, it's been a lot this morning.
Yeah.
I know we already went over my website.
But you'd like for her to? Would you like for your wife to die before the kids or after the kids? Obviously, you're the last one.
because I don't want her to die before. Because I don't want to take care of my kids.
No.
So I want her
No.
to be
No.
around
Very, very
until
smart.
my.
No, that's
till my-
every father's
till
worst
my-
nightmare.
When my 11-year-old turns 21, bye, Bonnie. Then.
Yeah.
But I don't want them to
well,
die.
that's
What?
lovely.
This
That's
is
lovely and honest. I
That's
love that.
Rich's website, and this is why we love Rich. Did you hear that, Sam? It says Corner Comedy Club Falls, Canada, and he put attentive.
Attentive.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
He meant to put tentative,
I see.
but he didn't know that.
I'm
the
not
word-
really big on spelling.
No, or subtitles. You only watch the American version of great drama from around the world, but you don't. You refuse. If you're being entertained, you refuse to have to read as well.
I watched Luther.
Is that subtitles?
Is that
that's
No,
English?
Is that British?
English,
That's Idris
yeah.
Elba, right?
Yeah,
British. First of all, who
Jesus
adds?
Christ!
who
I love
puts
the fact that he thinks
tentative?
English is a foreign language. Fuck me.
That's a fair question.
Jesus
Who puts-
No,
Christ!
I was hoping there was subtitles under you right now.
Ricky, when you're going on tour and you're trying to figure everything out, do you usually list the dates while they're still tentative?
No.
So
no,
we get
no.
so distracted by the fact that he doesn't know the difference between attentive
First of all, you little
and tentative.
douchebag, you
Why
think-
would you list the tentative
That
dates
is
on your
true.
website?
Just in case.
Okay, that's a good point.
I want people to be once it's confirmed, they're ready to buy.
I love that.
okay.
So hold on,
Prepare.
why isn't it even confirmed yet?
It is confirmed. It's just
Well, how come you didn't put
Right.
that? You put attentive. It's
says
still up
attentive.
there.
Listen, I got bigger things to worry about than my fucking dumb website. No
Yeah.
one's going to my website going.
You can stop right there.
Oh Jesus!
I do enjoy that because it's really just a Google Calendars on the website that there's
Yeah.
a print option.
I mean, that is
So
the
if
website.
anybody wants to print
that
out
isn't a
Rich's-
website, is it?
No, it is
it's
not.
That
a
looks
website.
like a computer
No, it is not.
program. You
It
know,
is.
when it
No,
goes
go
weird
to-
into sort of,
Go-
the dingbats.
It's tough.
Go to the
I
main
believe
page.
it was
Go to
created
the-
by GeoCities.
Go to the main page.
That is like a. That,
Do you have a lot
that's
of
like
fans?
an invoice. It looks like when you go to print out an invoice. It's the first time you're self-employed when you get one of those things that's
Yeah.
straight up the invoice. It just says.
Oh, maybe that lady with the kid was right. Look
Look at that picture.
I look handsome.
You do, actually.
It's a good picture.
It's a
That is
template.
a good picture.
Yeah, it's a template website.
Sitting down.
I don't know, I didn't make the fucking.
You look
Nobody
like,
made it.
You look
It's a
like
template.
David Beckham's dad in that. That's great.
So, do you have fans that maybe come up and they'll print out the calendar and have you sign it? Like, is it a?
That's the difference. I have fans. Okay, I have fans. Yes, yes, they come up. Like when you're at a wrestling gig.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Oh, yeah,
You knew the answer is probably
nice pictures.
yes.
Oh, there's a picture of us at the bottom right. That's nice. Your little picture section, bottom right. That's a nice me, you and Dave. That's a old picture.
Oh, look at
So
that.
this is like early Myspace.
Yeah, it is. He's got a top 8 on his website.
Wait, I got me and Don Rickles.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
cool. I
good.
wish it was recent.
Oh God.
So where you get, Rich? What do you do? Do you constantly tour, or do you do specials like once?
tour. I did a special. We're trying. It's so fucking cool. I
Yeah.
did it at a 12-step convention because I have 33 years sober. So
Right.
and no, they've never
Is
had.
that true?
Yeah,
Is that true?
Yeah.
yeah.
He was just hoping
Yeah.
to get a little credit for it.
Yeah.
That's why he added
No,
it
I'm
in.
not trying to get
Doesn't
credit. I'm
deserve
saying
credit.
You
why
didn't
I
have to
did
mention
it.
the number of
Yes,
years.
I did. I did.
Oh, I'm
Because there's
I'm
people
sorry.
listening that need to hear a message. Okay, because you don't carry one. So what I'm
Oh, you're
trying
right.
to say
That's right.
here
What's
is,
the
Right.
message?
That's right.
What is the
you don't
message?
have to get high if you want to stop. I was a fucking full-blown crack addict and I stopped.
Crack, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Jesus.
Right.
Yeah.
So if
When
you
was that then? Now this is real. What year? What year is this?
33 years ago. Subtract.
Well, what year?
33, 80. Let's.
I love that he says it like I'm an idiot, and then he tries to actually do
He
the
doesn't
math.
know, and he can't do it.
He's got no fucking chance. There's no
Sure.
way he's going to come up with the right year first time.
19 years ago from 2000.
No, what was the last?
Yeah.
Well,
He's making it into equations now. It's just like
It's 86,
Oh,
you
no,
dope.
33 years. It was 86.
33 years? I think it's
33
86.
years.
Right.
Three-
So
what?
what are you 62 now? So what? So you.
I was
19 years
28.
from
I was
2000.
28.
28.
The
Yeah.
last night I
So
got
why
high.
did you do that then? So you're living in New York. You're a comedian.
Jersey, yeah.
You're a comedian.
That
Yeah, I
my
think I was
favorite
doing-
question. That's every audience says the same thing.
You're a comedian?
Yeah. So you,
I kill on stage.
So so when you were a comedian.
Yes, I had maybe 2 or 3 years in. My last night, I knew I was going to rehab. I called this guy that books one-nighters,
But I want to know how it started.
How,
so,
like, the
so,
freebase?
so you'd been drinking and doing drugs from earlier than that.
Yeah, I started when I was like 15, yeah.
15.
Yeah.
Where were you born? Where'd you come from?
In Jersey.
So you're in Jersey. You're in bad. What are you in a bad neighborhood? Bad
Yes,
kids.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And,
Right.
divorced family, doing
Right.
everything as a kid for attention. It was always negative because,
Right,
as a
yeah.
kid from a divorced family, you feel you're not getting the attention you deserve.
Yeah.
So negative attention is better than none,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah.
So,
more and
so,
more so. More and more so.
Yeah, so you fall into you fall into the crowd where you feel a little better
So you dropped
than.
out. Were you at school? Or did you drop out of school?
I was in English class one day and I said, "Can I go to the bathroom?" And I got the hall pass and I never came back.
You didn't finish
just
school?
kept
That was third
That's a
grade.
shocker.
I quit. Yeah,
And this before drugs?
But I,
This is-
yes.
and
No, I
you-
was getting high.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Right.
And I
yeah.
started. I had a big business remodeling houses. I mean, when I was 20 or 21, I had 7, 8 guys working for me, remodeling houses.
But so it wasn't interfering then. You were just getting high, like
oh no, it
recreational.
interfered. No interfere.
But you weren't an
'cause-
addict. You weren't.
No,
you weren't
I was.
being found.
I was doing
in-
coke then. I was doing nuts. I wasn't smoking it. But once
So
I
you
had
were still
my business,
performing. You were still working.
yes,
Yeah.
as a contractor.
Getting away with it. Right. Okay.
Okay, but I would get my guys. I would set them up on the job. I go, okay, this is what you got to do, and then I would go to the park and lay in the sun because I was too fucked up from the night before, from partying, just
Right.
partying. Clubs.
Well, a lot of people do that from
Yeah.
drink. And I drink every night, but I don't let it interfere with my day. And the next
Yeah.
day. So, but so what was that then? That was drink, cocaine.
Yeah,
weed.
and then it progressed. Well, weed had started. Weed,
Yeah.
alcohol, partying, whatever, concerts, and you
Yeah.
name it. And then,
And was the cocaine so you could stay up longer drinking and smoking, as opposed to you loved the feeling? It was just to
I
keep
just
you-
like coke. It was good.
Right.
It was fun. But the freebase, see, the freebase didn't come till I started comedy. I was doing comedy 2 years.
Yeah.
I don't know who or what, but then I ended up with a couple of comics that also freebased, did crack or freebase. And
This is
for
incre-
3
is it-
years or 2 or 3 years, I mean, we took a major star one time. We were doing a gig. He's a major star now. We were doing
Right.
a gig, and we had to drop him off, you know, and we said, hold on, we got to go make a stop first. So I went up to Harlem and bought free base of crack, and he was a wreck. You know, he was just some little white kid. And then we went to the Lower East Side, and the other comic bought heroin. So the other comics in the back seat shooting up, and the kid's like, fucking get me the fuck out of here. You know, and he's a major star now.
Stop saying that.
Yeah.
Well, he is.
He's a major star.
Yeah, he is.
Who is he?
It's because you'll never hear that.
I know I won't. Who is he?
David Spade. We,
Oh, okay.
we took him hospital.
Well,
when he
you
was
gave
a
that
little
up.
kid.
I love it.
You
I just
gave
love
that up
I
fast.
love it. Love it. Discretion all the way. Who was it, David Spade?
He put it
know.
in his book, though. He put
Oh,
it-
okay, fine.
He just
Okay.
yeah. So then
Then
I
why
was
would you
smoking
just say
free
David
weed.
Yeah, why
Spade?
would you say
Because
major
I told the
star?
story many times. Excuse me, comics are talking.
Topping. Comics are topping.
Comics are topping. Oh, you're wrong on both counts.
So hold on, I'm trying to go too fast.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to go too fast.
Okay.
You get
So-
time.
And then
Oh, yeah.
I knew I was going to die or end up in jail. And
Right.
I said, so I
So tell me, when you take a hit of crack, it's a little
Free-
rock,
yeah.
and you burn it, and you and you take it down. Do you smoke it?
Yeah.
Right,
You inhale it.
Yeah, and then what? How long? And that's the best feeling in
Then
the world,
what?
is it?
Then
or is
what?
it
You want to
fucking-
fucking suck a dick or rob somebody for more?
Really?
I mean, you can't
Really?
stop.
So
'Cause it's the-
crack is like, so isn't it like 90% addictive on the first hit or something?
well, it's coke is not physically addictive.
No,
Coke
but-
addiction, besides heroin, barbiturates,
Yeah.
is it's the obsession and compulsion.
Well,
so you're
I
not
heard that street
There's-
street heroin is like less than 4%, so it's not physiologically addictive, but it's the paraphernalia, and yet they even placeboed some heroin addicts, and it worked.
It did.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
But does it help with the physical withdrawal? If, like, say you get a with placebo and you don't, and you
Well, the
physically
brain's
withdraw
so
and you don't do it, does it
powerful.
help it?
Probably there's probably things happening. There's bits of you shut down, doesn't it? Like, you can only eat sugar because your stomach's screwed. I mean, there's probably things, and also not everyone takes the silly weak. Some of them just go bang. I want it in my neck now. So I mean, that's
You
the
never
problem.
tried any drugs?
I've never. Well, yeah, but I've never fucking done that sort of shit.
Well,
yeah.
so anyhow, so once my last night I called this guy. I go, look, I'm going to rehab tomorrow. Give me a gig. So I got $60 then for a one nighter. I went to New York, bought 4 vials, pack of cigarettes, smoked till sunup. Then my mother drove me to rehab, and I never picked up since.
That's amazing that you
That's
actually knew
amazing.
that and then went through with it. Like they said,
Yeah,
fuck
that it
it,
only
like-
took one time.
Well, no,
That
because
is
when
amazing.
you're high, beforehand you want to do it, then you get high and you're like, fuck that, I'm not
Yeah.
going. But the fact that you
Yeah.
actually went.
Well, I knew I was going. I just wanted one last. I did that one time. I smoked an eighth of coke, and I went up to this rehab, and I had no idea. I got to go into rehab, and then by the time they saw me, they go, "Do you have insurance?" I go, "No," and I came down already, so I left. But it was like that only lasted
So
5 months.
You go in high. You go in high. Is
Not
that
all,
the-
well, you try to get your last high in.
Oh,
You
is
know,
that
just
what it is?
yeah.
Like a
Yeah, goodbye. It's
stag
it.
do for
Yeah.
for the heroin. Yeah, okay,
It's like-
great. Okay.
It's like how I kiss my
how did-
wife. Like,
How did you know you were going to die? Like, what made you go, like, I'm definitely going to die here?
well,
This is
because
out of
there's
control.
never a good ending to it.
No,
I mean, there's
well, the
never,
chances are you either
yeah.
give up or you die.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Or
mean,
you
that's
gotta-
true. That's true of anything. But it's
You're gonna
you
go-
die too soon. Is what
You're going to
you
go
say.
to
You die-
jail. Either you're going to go to jail, a nut. I was.
How much were you
already-
doing?
As much. Well, I mean, I didn't have money then. I did as much as I could get. Whenever I could get money. Or
And what
scam
happens
money.
when you go to jail? If you know?
Oh, I never been to jail.
No. But is that worse because it isn't a rehab type thing, and you can still get it, or is it what? I mean, that would
I
have
would
been.
imagine they could get.
That would have been a
every-
first. I mean, that's one of my worst fears: going to jail. It's
Yeah, me
still one
too.
of my, I've never. Yeah, that and
That's
being
why I don't.
enlisted in a war. Like, but I know I'm way too old for that now.
Yeah.
I was relaxed at 30 when I thought no one's going to conscript me. I'm fine. Whatever happens.
You're afraid of going to jail. Is it the sexual assault or the beatings or the things that are rumored to happen in jail?
Everything.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little bit stir crazy in this room.
Yeah.
So yeah, the liberty taken away. That's the worst thing. Unless it was like when people say, "Oh, you're going to solitary confinement," I go, "Well, I could do a couple of weeks in solitary confinement." But to be in there with people like Rich
Right.
for like a year, it would be too horrendous.
I mean, you don't even want to hear the
Yeah.
story of Jim and Ron Jeremy with
No.
a girl.
No.
Can you,
No.
I mean,
Imagine
you have
if
to
that
live
was,
that.
yeah, imagine if that was Ron
Imagine if
Jeremy.
you were my cellmate.
Yeah.
how
Oh, yeah.
awful that time in jail. It would ruin my time in
Sure
jail.
would. Sure would. Because it would be me and Ron, and you'd be in the middle.
Oh, he's the daddy now.
Yes, he is.
Okay, now.
Yes, he
Now,
is.
also, too,
Have you ever gone to a jail like to
No,
go to do
no,
a walkthrough?
no.
Like,
Yes, we went to
No.
Alcatraz.
I know me and Kenny went to.
But that's almost surreal.
because
Isn't
it's
it?
closed. Me and
It's
Kenny went
almost
to,
like it's a romanticized version now of what a jail is.
The
It's
tourist
like,
version
yeah,
of jail.
it's like that clean, dry white thing is almost worse because it's just people in clean, lovely stainless steel cages.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's like battery farming.
Why?
Do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
almost. I almost like the idea more of like the Count of Monte Cristo. You know, in a cell,
Absolutely.
learning defense.
Yeah.
you should
Yeah.
go see, me and Kenny went to San Quentin, but we didn't get to walk through the cell where the prisoners were because there was a chickenpox outbreak, so they weren't letting people walk in. But you can actually the guard
I don't
was
even
going to
like
take us on a
noisy
tour.
eaters in a posh restaurant. Do you know what I mean? I
Oh.
can be in a 5-star restaurant and someone eating too loud and I go, Jane,
Are you
we're
kidding
leaving.
me?
So
My
that's
wife
no.
eats an
So when you-
apple so loud I want to put a fucking ice pick in her neck. That's a disease. Listen, it's like laying next to a horse.
Misophonia.
What is that
Yes,
with the
it's
ears?
just- yeah, if you hear
no,
somebody
it's just,
chewing.
it kills me to hear people.
Oh,
So that's in the show.
I
That's
wanna marry
you.
So did I? All right. Okay. So
Wait.
right. Last time when I flew back from New York,
Yeah.
there was a guy sitting next to me. So it's first class BA, right? And this next seat across the aisle, right? There's a guy. He's about my age probably, and he's reading the paper and he's going. Yeah. Right? So the first time I look, I just sort of look like that, and then he goes. Yeah, nah, and I think right, he might
He
have
was
a
watching Norton set.
right? So I check it. I think he might have a syndrome. I look at him. I make sure he hasn't got a disability or he's not got Tourette's.
not Tourette's, right.
And I made a judgment. No, he's just enjoying fucking yawning.
Mm-hmm.
People were looking round, and I'm sort of shrugging like it's not me. And then the 15th time, he went. I went, excuse me, mate. Can you do the yawn without all the noises at the end?
You said that.
Yeah, and he looked at me and went, oh, sorry. And then I thought, fuck, I'm sat next to him for 7 hours now.
You just snapped.
I had to ask you because it was driving me mad, like insane. Like, when people think, and I had to kill. I felt like that, right? We were in a restaurant in San Francisco, a beautiful restaurant, right? Me and Jane. We went early. It was like we were, jet lag, so we were eating at like 11:30. There was no one there. We were looking out over the bay, and there was fucking seals and pelicans. And then the waiter walked past, and he went, right? And every time he came out, he went like that. And Jane, I was going, fucking hell. And Jane's going, you can't do anything, right? You can't do anything. So now I could hear him going, and I was just, to myself, I was just going, can't, just so I could just go, can't, because I wasn't allowed to say.
So the scenes that are in this show,
They're me.
Afterlife, it's just you.
Yeah.
You just try. That's what the show
Your
is.
fat friend eating across drove you
That's,
nuts.
it's you.
When you're in a restaurant, somebody's at the next table blowing their nose. I want to fucking club them to death.
At least they blow their nose. Because once there was a bloke on the plane doing that. He was going. Just sniffing, and I went over and said, "Mate, do you want a tissue?" And he
Oh
went.
my God.
I was like, "Thank you," like that. But it's
But Voss will say, this is why I love Voss, because Voss will say the things that are not polite. Like, we've been in delis, and the guy will grab his cup to hand it to him, and Voss will be like, could you not put your fingers in my cup? And he makes the guy get him a new cup. He voices
put their
it.
fingers out like that.
It's rude. It's not even that I
don't-
care that much about the finger, but why doesn't that bloke know
Yes.
that you shouldn't put your fucking
Yes.
fingers
Right.
I told a
in a
lady.
cup?
I was in Dunkin' Donuts, and I said, and there's a lady in front of me.
Everything's like the start of a cartoon.
I
know.
Said it with Rich. Every anecdote starts like a little cartoon turtle.
No, so-
When did this happen?
So, and this lady in front of me, she gets her fucking food and now and her coffee. Her time's up. She's on my time. I swear to God, she's talking to the lady behind the counter.
Annoying.
And I went to her. I went, "Hey, lady." I swear to God, I went, "Wrap it up." I swear to God. I go, "Let's go. You're done." And I threw her out because she's on my time now.
No, you threw her out
agree.
because she was not 6'5" and male. That's why you threw her out, because she was a lady. Shut up, you wouldn't have.
I would have. And quit opening your eyes like you're fucking.
I'm pretending I'm looking up
Okay, stop.
at a taller man. Is
Right.
Back to jail. I did a show in a jail once.
Right.
that what they called it?
It
one of those
wasn't,
donkey
If they go
shows.
back to their cells.
it wasn't. It
I'm
wasn't.
on death row and I've been waiting 2 years. When is this going to happen? But come on, just plug the fucking chair in.
He came in such a nice guy.
Jesus.
So It was a county jail, but it was fucking like. But behind me was a dish of potato chips, of bags that they were staring at them, like that. Just a bag of potato chips.
Yeah. What? 'Cause it was a privilege.
It was a privilege.
Yeah.
And they were so, And
Why
after
were
the
they
show-
behind you?
They were. We had
To make,
sodas and
to
stuff.
make the prisoners look at him.
Yeah. Keep them focused.
He knows all the tricks.
Yes,
Yeah.
they put a window behind me, a sign that said "Freedom."
A woman.
So that's
It's just-
great. That's
But just a can of soda. This kid was cleaning up after it, and he goes, "Can I have a can of soda?" Like you
Did you
take
give it to him?
everything for granted. In
Oh, so
life.
you had a rider? Was that your rider or something?
What a can of no, they just had them sodas and
Oh, really?
whatever.
Right.
But I'm just saying we take everything for granted in life,
Sure.
and
Yeah.
you're in jail.
Oh.
Fucking, they'll kill you for a bag of fucking chips.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And whatever.
Did you give the chips away to the prisoners?
Oh, took them home. I got kids.
Put 'em in a bag.
I wasn't allowed to do anything. That's up to
No.
the prison. That's not up
Yeah.
to me.
How was the show?
Imagine Rich saying, "Can I feed him?
Do I get to feed the prisoners?
Can I pet this one? No, don't. That he bites. Don't pet him. He bites. Yeah.
He's aggressive.
One guy I was fucking with one guy. He goes, "I'll kill you." I go, "No, you're not, because I'm leaving. You're not." And
So,
they
but he
just
wasn't serious, was he?
No, but they were
Oh, they were
fine.
joking. So,
They were
they
joking.
so,
He goes,
so it's a normal crowd. They just sat in normal.
Yeah. It was fine. It wasn't a prison. It was a county. Okay,
Yeah,
before they go to
right.
prison.
So
But
it's
it was-
not like Con Air. There weren't sort of cannibals and
Some of
murderers.
them were.
Really?
Well, I mean, it's a county. They haven't gotten to court yet. I
But
think
people who went in for fraud could kill you, couldn't they? So,
So they're actually good crowds, aren't they?
well,
They're decent, probably because they're just happy.
Because they're so
bet.
hungry for entertainment. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, you go 3 miles outside London, and they're really grateful that you came to see them in their town. So yeah, I bet. Oh, that's great.
but can you imagine being in prison and then, like, you see prison, how fucking scary it is, but then solitary confinement, 23 hours a day in a room where you can't talk to anybody.
It would drive you crazy.
You would fucking nuts.
But you hear about the things. But yeah, I think I'd
You do
prefer-
have those Count of Monte Cristo fantasies where you think that you're going to just become really great
Yeah.
at something, or you're going to use that time to yourself.
But I think I would fear. If I was in, for some reason, if I was in a prison that were scary people, I think I would like to be locked in my cell. Do you know what I
Right,
mean?
yeah. Right.
I could certainly cope with loneliness more than
at least that's
being
predictable.
afraid. Yeah.
being.
No, because
But eventually you'd meet people who
would
are like,
meet-
okay, like, yeah, I like talking to this guy, I like talking
Yeah.
to that guy, I like playing chess with him.
I don't know. You see, I've got no idea what the truth is.
I mean,
I think all my information comes from movies and fucking TV shows.
The
so,
issue would be you'd go to jail, and the first day there, you'd be in the cafeteria or whatever, and you'd be yelling at somebody for chewing loudly.
Yeah, exactly.
And you'd end up with a toothbrush in your gut.
Couldn't I pay my way? Wouldn't I go up to Mr.
Yeah.
Big and say, "You've got $1 million coming to you if you kill anyone that comes near me"? Do
Yeah,
know what
you
I mean?
could do that, sure.
I guess you got the money
straight
now.
to fucking-
Yeah.
You could
Who's
buy
the fucking head
protection.
guy? I
Right.
go up to him and I go, "You've got $1 million coming,
Right.
In,
If you
in
take
2
care of
years'
me."
time. If you kill any motherfucker who comes near me."
Yeah, and he would take care of you.
But you know
Yeah.
what? You would
Hey,
have
mate,
to go
do you
up to
need a
somebody.
tissue?
They would go up to you and say
Yeah.
they would know who if you got money,
Yeah.
and they would
They'd protect
threaten
you.
you or
So
for a
it,
sec- yeah.
it wouldn't be that bad for me then.
It might
No,
be.
you just make a very big friend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that
Very
big friend
big
also
Yeah.
might want a little more too.
Not if you were paying him.
Yeah, if you don't
yeah.
sexually assault me, I'll give you a whole bunch of money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that confused me. I saw a thing. There's a guy called Ross Kemp who was an actor. We sort of used him in extras once, and now he goes to the worst gangs in the world. He goes to the worst prisons in the world, and he was in a prison in South Africa, and he was talking to this guy who he rapes people initially rapes them for fun.
In jail? Or
In jail, yeah.
Okay.
That's like his hobby?
He's a big guy and he rapes people, right? Like, the guys arrive and he rapes them, right? And Ross Kemp says to him, "Oh, you're gay?" He went, "No, I'm not gay." He was offended. I just raped them.
He doesn't make out with them.
It was basically saying I'm top dog. That's how dominant I am.
Just a power dynamic. There's nothing sexual going on here.
I have to show them who's boss.
And then
You
they
know?
go, "But do you come?"
"Oh God!" I mean, it's just.
I'd
such
like
a,
to know.
Yeah, do you come?
I couldn't get an
Because
erection with that.
You wouldn't have to.
No, you're
You
right.
wouldn't be on that
I would
end.
not be in that position.
I love the idea. It's my worst fear and Jim's best fantasy.
Well, it would all depend on the man. If it was a large twink, I would take it. You know.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, it's a skinny guy.
It's a skinny.
It's
cute
his
little boy.
preference.
Yeah, we have a preference. I mean, that'd be mine.
It's
Right.
it's him.
You know what? I'm glad sometimes I don't understand what Jim's talking about. I'm actually proud of that. You know when you don't
Yeah.
know a girl band or a boy band?
Yeah.
And you go, oh, no, I didn't. I'd never heard of them.
You realize I'm a better person than I thought I was because I don't understand what he's talking
The
about.
gaps in my education,
Yeah.
I'm really fucking happy with.
I miss those days for me.
Exactly, I don't want it in my head.
Just go sit in his third row.
Now you talk. The thing about Tony is he's different than any of the guys you ever played because he's really suicide. Have you ever thought about killing yourself?
No, I haven't actually. I've been very lucky. I haven't really suffered from any mental illness outside the norm of grief. You know, my mum died of lung cancer and it was horrible. But I don't think I wake up irrationally going, I want to. No,
Right.
I've never had that, and that's luck. You know, it's some people get it, so I haven't had that. But
Well, you have rage issues.
I guess I do.
What makes
Yeah.
you think that during a nice meal in San Francisco, going, you fucking cunt?
I know. But
You
I was
project your
controlling
anger
it 'cause
outwards.
But I know it's at least okay. So people doing things that are annoying, that is true. They are annoying. They should know they don't do that in a fucking restaurant if they're away. And that's the fucking truth. Me wanting to kill them, I know is irrational, so I don't. So I control.
But they still do what they're doing.
Yeah, and there's
Right.
that, and I'm not. Yeah, so my only choice is to leave because I know I'm not in charge of the world, which annoys me as well.
Yeah.
So I make sure I carry earplugs with me.
Do you really?
Yeah, just in case, right? Because I know that I can't go up to people and say, you're annoying me. I was offended once, right, on a plane. Again, first class, BA, doesn't get any better. This woman walked down the aisle and she was way too fucking tired. It annoyed me. Her face annoyed me because she was too tired. It was like she was celebrating being tired. I wanted to go, open your eyes. Right,
You're not that tired.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to make a show of it so everybody
exactly.
knows.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So yeah, it's not a rage issue because I don't actually punch anyone in the face or I get
see.
angry and shout in public.
You just mutter.
You control it.
It's a bit.
It's controlled rage.
I mean, it's passive aggressive. Do you want a tissue? It's
Right.
obviously passive aggressive.
And Jane becomes acutely aware of all of it.
Well, I look at someone, if someone's got a voice like that in a restaurant, I mean, the voice, right? And there's lots of categories. The worst is annoying voice, right? Talking bollocks and not letting the person they're with talk. So that gets that. Now I'm really get angry, and I'm staring at them, and Jane's going, they don't know why you're staring at them. Like they're going to stare at me and go, oh, Ricky Gervais is staring at me. I'm talking too loud. I should quiet it down a little bit.
Right.
But they don't know. No, they just. So I go, well, they should fucking know. I want people to know what being human is and walking around in society. Why do people walk around with their fucking mouth open? Shut your mouth and
it's
breathe through
crazy.
your nose, you fucking moron.
It's crazy.
Jesus
Mouth breathers
Christ.
are an insane. But you know what? The self-awareness, I think, is a much rarer quality than people realize. The
Yes, it
level
is.
of self. Jim, you've met people with a very low level of self-awareness.
It's almost unbelievable how low some people's level is.
unbelievable.
I know. I think they think they're in their space and they can do what they're not knowing that they're permeating their space with noise, with smells. You know, that it's not their space. It's all joined.
Or like you'll say, "Hey, you're doing this right now," and they'll go,
Yeah.
"Oh, what an asshole Ricky is."
I do-
Like
exactly.
you go, you are doing this.
I know, but I don't know what good it does
Well,
anyone because it is everyone's right to go in a public place.
Yeah.
They're just fucking disgusting.
Well, the
that's
lady
all.
got kicked off the plane because she was stuck between two overweight people, and she complained, and now she's fat.
She was but she was a little bit rude about it. Like she could have been nice.
She was very
still think
complaining
she was
about.
shitty.
What's that?
That the
they
plane wasn't straight.
We've been circling
was
the airport
turning
for an hour.
Yeah. So what was she complaining about? That they were in her space.
They were in her space, and
And
she
they
was
were.
stuck, you know.
Well,
She had the middle seat between
Yes.
two fat people.
Yeah.
Well, I think she's sort of got a point.
She does, but
Yes.
she wasn't nice about it. She could have been nicer.
You got to say,
Yes.
I must be allowed
Yes.
to put my arms on my armrest
Yes.
and
Sure.
breathe.
There's an
I must be-
invisible wall.
She started yelling,
yeah.
"Eat a salad" at people.
Yeah.
Well,
You know, that's a little different.
Okay, that's rude, and that's not her place to tell them how they lose weight. But
Right.
it is her place to
Yes.
say your kidneys are in my face.
Yes.
that's
Yes.
How
you know,
comfortable
I
you-
can't breathe. I
Right.
can't breathe. I
This
think
isn't
that's
for your
about-
health. This is for my health.
Yeah, exactly.
You're
It's
too
my
fat
right.
for me.
It's your right to get fat. But
Right.
it's my right to have a full seat to myself as well.
I
'cause
paid for it.
paid.
And that's, the
the
fucking
point.
that's the scumbag airlines that fucking
Yeah.
make the seats smaller.
I've been
just,
sorry, Rich. I've been
Go
saying
ahead.
for a decade. Here's what they should have: every single seat in economy
Yeah.
should have like a little thin thing that you can raise,
Yes.
where you both get exactly half the armrest.
Yeah,
Like, that
that'd
would
be
solve
great. That would be
everybody's
great.
fucking
I think
problem.
that should be anyway. I would like a barrier. I would
Yeah.
like
Yes.
a physical barrier. And you're right. That if you can't get into it, then you've got to take a different flight.
And you raise
Or-
it, and you both have half the armrest. That's it. So if you're 600 pounds, or if you're 120,
Yeah.
there's like a little wall between.
That's how you know if you need to buy 2 seats or not.
Yeah, and you can put it down if you want.
Yeah.
If you can't raise the wall, you need to buy 2 seats because then the next wall has to be yours.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm all for that.
Yeah, I'm for the wall.
Yeah.
Build that wall.
Build that wall. Build that wall.
No, not that wall.
Even though first class on British Airways got to be nicer than sitting in economy. I mean, it's at least you
I
have
got-
a certain amount of space.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is amazing.
Did you ever
but
fly out-
I do it more for privacy and to be left alone. You know, I keep saying to people, I don't think it's my right to be in first class just because I can afford it. If they said first class is full and everyone's sniffing, but economy is empty, I'll go to economy.
Right.
There's no doubt about it. Right. I've asked for a smaller trailer on a film before because the big trailer they gave me was too near a school. So it's nothing
Legally?
to do-
No, temptation.
Oh. I thought you meant the courts wouldn't
it was
allow.
Mad, people screaming, kids screaming when I'm trying to. So I said,
Sure.
"Is there a different trailer?" I said, "Well, there's a tiny one down the road." I said, "I'll have that one." So it isn't.
You would
me-
have lost your mind. The hotel that I was just staying at last night in Cleveland. It's like this hotel that's in this mall. It's in a mall, but it's a
Wow.
hotel as well.
Oh, right.
And the rooms open up into the mall. Like they just
Wow.
open right up, and you're in this mall. But they had allowed a private event to go down in the bottom floor.
Cool.
Now there's only like 3 floors,
No.
and it was a wedding.
I've,
and
I've
they
had
were
a
going.
wedding shut down before. Go on.
This is
Who
this
gets
is
married
going
on-
from 5 to 11 p.m. And so I hope that that's okay. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. I went into my room and I realized that I might as well just tap
Go-
out until after 11 p.m. because
Yeah.
it's as if I'm at the wedding. It's
Yeah,
blaring through everything.
Again, it's like it's really unfair. I did a gig at this venue. I love the venue, but upstairs there was a gym session, so it was banging all the way through. And the next night I said, "You've got to shut the gym," and they wouldn't. So I never play that venue again. It's mad.
You just said you shut down a wedding, though.
Well, no, I called down. I said, "There's noise." I went, "Yeah, it's a wedding." I went, "And?" And they went, "Wait, it's only going till midnight." I went, "Yeah, I'm going to bed now, though." And they went, "Okay, I'll ask them to turn it down." I went, "Thank you."
Did they?
They turned the music down. Yeah.
Yeah, they probably should.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
not,
it
it's
should.
Not, it's not my problem. It's
They
not.
should.
It's not my moral duty to go. Oh, someone's getting married, and it's fucked. It's fucked the room that I've paid $1,000 for.
Right.
I let them off because it's their wedding day. That they, if they said, I get people to check now. If they said a wedding, I'll go. Okay, I'll get another hotel, and you know, fine. That's fine. I'll go to another hotel. You know.
Where the fuck you paying $1,000 for a hotel?
I don't know. When I'm on tour, who cares?
Yeah, he pays. Stays in
I
nice
go on
places.
Priceline.
No, he stays in good places.
Do you know what I mean? I
Yeah.
wish I hadn't said that.
Why?
Well, you get a nice suite.
Why not? I mean, and look, I understand the problems. I mean, if you're going first class BA to $1,000 room, the last thing you need is the peasants celebrating.
That's right. God forbid I can hear a little noise in my trailer.
I know.
Hey,
Other people's cum was keeping me awake.
Can you knock down that high rise?
This is how selfish and you are when you're creating art. You think the world was. We're doing a scene in extras in a graveyard. There's a scene in the graveyard where I lie. There's the dullard, and I lie about my dead mum being Jewish and all this sort of stuff. Right. So so the location manager says to me, he said, "We've got to be finished in the graveyard by midday because there's a funeral on." And I went, "Oh, they won't bother us." And she went, "No, they don't want you around." But I went, "Oh, of course, yeah, of course."
They won't bother us.
That'd be fine.
Just you're so in the moment.
Yeah.
I was doing Vox Pops once, right, for a show, 11 o'clock show. My first job doing Vox Pops. We were on someone's
Vox
door.
Pops?
When you go out and say stupid things to the general public.
Okay.
Like man on the street
Sure,
type
sure,
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I'd ask them what's the, stupid things like, what would you, if you, what's the best thing you can rob an old lady of, it's stupid questions like
Sure.
that, and they just answer
Her
seriously.
dignity, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And we're on a sort of like at this place, and someone came out of their own house
Mm-hmm.
and a take, and I went, oh, fuck's sake. They were coming out of their own house.
And they blew the take.
They ruined your take.
Well, it's the same when they're shooting a movie in town. They close the fucking.
How would
street
you
off.
know?
I don't. That's okay.
Paul
you can-
Rich, I mean, I know you do this to everyone, but Voss seems to be volunteering to be the butt of. I know he comes back with killers more
He's
than
a
us.
mean person.
Oh, yeah.
He's a mean
when did it start?
person.
When did it start taking the
when
mickey
we
out of him?
met.
When did it?
Oh no! In radio, look at.
I mean, I do
Yes.
it with all my mates, and
Yeah.
everyone does it to me. So
Yeah.
it's not out of the ordinary.
But we for me, you push Voss, and eventually he will hit you back so
Yeah, that's
hard
what I
that
mean.
it's all worth it. Like,
Oh, it's great.
I'm
That's
just
what I do
waiting
it to my
like,
mates as well. I do it to Robin Ince on my show because when he comes back at me, and
Oh,
I
it's a slam.
I make a mistake. It fucking kills me.
Yeah.
Who?
Robin Ince.
Oh.
I torture Robin Ince, and then he takes so much, and then he goes on a fucking diatribe about all of it, and it just fucking kills me fighting back. It's great.
All our friends, me, him, Bobby, Keith.
That's all we do is
Patrice,
attack
that's
each
all we
other.
Yeah, of
do.
course, that's what
We-
mates do.
yes,
That
it's
is how you.
funny.
That's what
these-
growing up was. It was play fighting.
Yes.
That's how you fucking. That's why we're comedians because we sharpen our talent when we're fucking young. You know.
But you also know you can hit each other as hard as you want. That's the best part.
Yeah.
I'm never worried about offending him, and
I
he's
know.
certainly not worried about it.
I
with
know
me.
that is like when you have to tread on eggshells because someone might take it wrong. That's
Yep.
not fun
I
at all.
s-
Nope.
It's the worst trait anyway. No sense of humour. I'd rather be with murderers who could take a joke.
That's why
Do you know what I mean?
that's why I love my wife because she's a com and she's so
Yeah,
mean.
she's really funny. I see her on
Oh,
Twitter. She's some of the things are funny. Yeah.
we really come together when we have the same hatred for the same comic, or
Yeah.
or we hear. But last night I was at the cellar. These new comic. I said something to this new com or whatever this.
Yeah.
And what's a
And
new
it-
comic to you?
not
Doing
new,
someone doing 5 and you haven't heard of them.
Oh, yeah, or under 7 years, or just so fucking
Under 7 years.
or
Think
so
of that in any other
politically
job.
correct.
You're a doctor within 7 years.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Your people are qualified to shove their finger
Yeah,
up
but
your
yeah.
arse as much as they want
But you
after
know what?
7 years.
You can't be good. You can only be so
Yeah,
good
that
at
just makes-
7. You can only be so good at
I
5,
agree.
7 years.
I think it took me 15 to even when I called myself a stand-up.
I'd say 20 for you. But listen, okay, but you're
There
the
it is.
delusional one. Okay, we all give ourselves 5 years.
Jazz hands.
Yeah, a little 5-year window.
Yeah.
So I said
How long
something
have you
to
been
this
going? You've been going fucking 30
Uh,
now.
35 years.
Wow.
35 years.
Some people learn faster.
Yeah. No, some people have longevity. Anyhow. That's true. 5 albums. Anyhow, so.
Nice rings too, by the way.
Thank you. That's just another empty part of me.
No. It's
So-
nice. Show your success.
Exactly.
I've just noticed the bling.
See, Ricky's
I
got
love
his
the-
hotel
I
rooms
love-
and his
yeah.
first class. Rich, he likes to show his wealth through physical means.
And he has good fingers to have rings on.
They're good, innit? They really are good.
He literally looks
they
like
look like my nan. His hands look like my fat old nan before she died.
Coming after me.
Yeah, I know.
No, he has.
Fucking Liberace's bit of rough. Look at those fucking rings.
He has fingers. It looks like the toes
Turtle
of a
toes.
they look like turtle feet. His
I've got
hands are
terrible
like turtle
hands.
feet.
I've got little fucking toe hands.
You do have tiny little hands.
Yeah,
They're adorable.
My feet look like Lisa Simpson's.
Yeah,
They're
but-
square.
Yeah, but you're not
But your
putting
hands-
precious metals and
Listen,
stones on
no,
them
I'm
to
not.
attract people's attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Also,
You
too,
put them in
your
your pockets.
hands go with your pasty skin too.
I know,
though.
I know, yeah. Yeah.
The bling is not necessary.
I just like I like fucking.
He's a wealthy guy. He's very successful. He wants to show the world. I
Thank
support
you,
it.
Thank you.
I said nice sneakers, little bling. You got
Wow.
the Concord 11s on. I mean,
That's
this
great.
is Voss is doing very well. That's clear.
So I
love
said
it.
to this
Aesthetically.
I said to
Oh,
this
sorry.
comic-
Baseball cap on backwards. That's
right.
It's like someone's dressed him from an SNL sketch. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's
Voss is playing the role of Pete Davidson.
I'm playing a rapper. Yeah, I want all the gear. I want all the gear.
I'm going for the high school gym teacher look.
All right. So what'd you say to the comics? Stop
No, I
coughing.
just said something to this comic last night. You know, a negative, funny thing, and he goes, "I sort of guy goes, wow, what's that about?"
What'd you say?
I go, a joke, stupid.
Yeah.
A joke.
A joke. I want to say that every day.
Yes.
I want to say that every hour, every day. What
Yes.
does that mean? It's a joke.
It's a joke.
It's a joke. Well,
You're a
yeah.
comic. You're
Yeah.
so thin. They're so thin-skinned
I know.
now. It's almost.
And I'm sick of comics going after other comics, virtual signaling, and it's been on this, and you were always great, and and it's just like it's people kicking people when they're down, and they're basically saying to the public, "Look at me, I'm not like that.
I'm
Aren't
good."
I brilliant?
No.
Aren't I fucking brilliant? That's what virtual signaling is. I'm so good. I pick on the minutiae of people, fucking judgmental arseholes. Honestly, I can't stand it. There's way too much of it about.
It's only killing their First Amendment right too. But every time you go after a fucking comic as a comic, you're only hurting your fucking self.
I agree.
It's the
That's
worst.
when I like the backlash. When people say, "Fucking calm down, dude. He's funnier than you motherfucker."
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These fucking social warriors out there, shut up.
It's social
Just
justice.
fuck-
Social justice.
Social justice,
warriors.
not social warriors.
It's not social warriors.
In my neighborhood, they were warriors.
Social justice warriors.
Okay, I'm not going to use all the words.
That's like a Trump quote. That's like a Trump quote. Yeah. Well, it was the national address, sir. I'm not going to use all the words. Yeah,
We're saying
I love
the
it.
same thing.
Exactly. Like Dickens said that once. This book's a bit like, I'm not going to write all the words.
We're running out of time.
Yes, we have a minute and a half left.
We
Yeah.
do want to mention that Ricky Gervais's new series Afterlife is on Netflix,
And it's
it
great.
really is terrific.
It's great.
There's all these like just little bits in there that are sprinkled in. I loved the kids menu bit.
Yeah, that happened to me. That happened to me in real
Is
life.
that-
And of course, in real life, when she said, "No, you can't have that," it's on the children menu, I went, "Okay." Just bit my tongue and just okay. But now,
But that's your fantasy.
and I
What
can put
happened
the
on the
world
show?
right. 25 years later, I
Yeah.
can put the world right.
We'll be back with more Best of Jim Norm. We'll be back with Best of. We'll be back with more Best of Jim Roberts. We'll be back with more Best of Jim Norton and Sam Roberts. Jim Norton and Sam Roberts are live every morning at 7 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
But when they're not on the air, you can still enjoy all the content they've been pumping out with SiriusXM On Demand.
What a time to be alive.
Download the SiriusXM app and never miss another moment of Jim and Sam. Catch up or give your favorite bits another listen.
We're double belling. Oh, with the bell. This is hell.
That's right, Hell's Bells.
That's Jim and Sam On Demand. Available on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM brings you the best new comedy first, and we prove it this 4th of July weekend with exclusive, never-before-heard comedy from American icon Robin Williams.
Good morning, Kabul.
Entertaining the troops.
You come away from those shows and you just go, wow, dude.
Working out new material.
You can't make butter with a toothpick, you know what I'm saying?
Plus, Robin Williams, a life in comedy.
When Robin did what he did, I'm like, why?
It's Robin Williams on Comedy Great, SiriusXM 94. Go to RobinWilliams.com for more on this American icon.
This is happening. I'm sitting at my standing desk, not necessarily looking at celebrity gossip, when Kevin bursts in.
The new homepage module is supposed to go live this month, Deirdre, and the dev team's backed up for weeks.
Kevin's solution is to sweat through his shirt. I hop on Upwork and hire a web dev agency with a flawless success rating. Because the new module will be getting done. And thanks to Upwork, this is happening.
Oh, you've got this under control.
Oh, Kevin. As a matter of fact, I do.
Upwork. Hire freelancers, make things happen.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Do you have a family? Would you like to help make sure they'll be taken care of if anything were to happen to you? If you answered yes, you probably need life insurance. Now, do you think life insurance is expensive? If you answered yes to that too, you definitely need to give AIG Direct a call. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. 1-800-700-9920. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how affordably we can help you protect your family. Call AIG Direct now for your free quote. 1-800-700-9920. You could save up to 70%. That's 1-800-700-9920. 1-800-700-9920.
Can somebody help me? I think my air conditioner's dying. Nurse, I need a compressor and a condenser coil. Stat. Sounds serious.
Doctor, it's losing pressure, and the blower motor is unresponsive.
Sounds expensive. That depends. Do you have an American Home Shield home warranty? No? Well, then I'm afraid I have some bad news.
Before your next home system and appliance breakdown, be sure you call American Home Shield. We help cover the cost when major components of up to 21 home systems and appliances die. Either we'll come to your home and repair them or we'll replace them, no matter their age, including your AC, washer, oven, electrical, and plumbing. For a free quote, call 1-800-700-4350. Be sure your budget's protected. Be sure with the Shield, American Home Shield. For a free quote on flexible plans to meet your needs and budget, call 1-800-700-4350. That's 1-800-700-4350.
Limitations and exclusions apply. See plan for details.
Message and data rates may apply. Individual results may vary. Exclusions apply.
But hey, I'm buying a huge flat screen TV so I can finally see it without my glasses.
Why not just get LASIK at the LASIK Vision Institute? That's what I'm doing.
My glasses and contacts are a pain. I'd love to finally get rid of these, but who can afford LASIK?
You can. Because the LASIK Vision Institute is offering dramatically low prices and an absolutely free consultation. Just text CLEAR22 to 350350. The LASIK Vision Institute has already performed over 1 million procedures. They use the latest FDA-approved LASIK technology that helps the majority of patients achieve 20/20 vision for a fraction of what others charge. Better vision, better value. The LASIK Vision Institute. Make this the year you finally get LASIK. For a free consultation plus an extra 20% discount, text CLEAR22 to 350350. You'll see for free if LASIK is right for you. That's CLEAR22 to 350350.
Sirius XM, Channel 103. Faction Talk.
MLB Network Radio takes you onto the field for All-Star Week in Cleveland, Ohio. Sunday evening at 7 Eastern. See the stars of tomorrow at the Sirius XM All-Star Futures Game.
Leaping catch by Machado.
Interviews with baseball's best, the Home Run Derby, and the 90th All-Star Game. Coverage begins Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. MLB Network Radio and the All-Stars. Sirius 209, XM 89, and the Sirius XM app.
Which 3 U.S. presidents love Boll and Branch sheets? I'm not in the business of sharing state secrets, but I can tell you this. We're offering 20% off everything we make during our Stars and Stripes sale. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen, founder of Boll and Branch. Our 100% pure organic cotton sheets are breathable and cool. They start out soft and get softer and softer over time. Right now, only during our Stars and Stripes sale, these $1,000 sheets start at just $160. You get 100 nights to try them out, but you'll only need one. Even if you already have our sheets, try out our award-winning pillows or our world-class new mattress, rated #1 by Gear Patrol in 2018. There's never been a better time to get something for yourself or someone else than during the Stars and Stripes sale. Shipping is always free, and for a limited time, get 20% off everything at bollandbranch.com. It's spelled B-O-L-L and branch.com. Go right now to bollandbranch.com.
Speak for yourself.
There's certain guys we say in the locker room, they're going to ball till they fall.
As a journalist, I try to be ahead of the conversation.
You're trying to zig when everyone else is zagging?
We want easy villains and easy heroes.
You got to earn this. You eat what you kill.
Frankly, I've been killing it because I'm eating a lot.
Speak for yourself. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
It's time to play Vomit or No Vomit. Brought to you by Nauzene.
Yeah, you thought you'd celebrate American independence by shoving a ton of greasy barbecue and beer down your throat, setting off a finale of fireworks in your stomach. Do you A, vomit? B, chug the pink stuff. C, take fast-acting Nauzene.
Take Nauzene.
Correct. Nauzene's 4-minute formula quickly relieves stomach discomfort from overindulging.
Get Nauzene now in the purple box at Walmart or your favorite store.
Use as directed. This is happening. I'm sitting at my standing desk, not necessarily looking at celebrity gossip, when Kevin bursts in.
The new homepage module is supposed to go live this month, Deirdre, and the dev team's backed up for weeks.
Kevin's solution is to sweat through his shirt. I hop on Upwork and hire a web dev agency with a flawless success rating. Because the new module will be getting done. And thanks to Upwork, this is happening.
Oh, you've got this under control.
Oh, Kevin. As a matter of fact, I do.
Upwork. Hire freelancers. Make things happen.
Did you know that your teeth move as you get older? And if you want to get your teeth fixed, the last thing you want to do is wear braces, not at your age. That's why I'm happy to tell you about Candid. the clear alternative to braces. Candid has an orthodontist who is licensed in your state create a treatment plan for you, even as a 3D preview of what the final results are like. And Candid only uses experienced orthodontists. Once you approve your 3D preview, Candid creates custom clear aligners that will be sent directly to you, which means no hassle of having to go into an orthodontist's office. Candid costs 65% less than braces. You can save thousands of dollars and have straighter, brighter teeth in an average of just 6 months. You're one step away from getting straighter, brighter teeth. Learn more at candidcode.com/TEFT, TEFFT. Use the code TEFT to get $75 off. That's candidcode.com/TEFT. Use code TEFT for $75 off.
We are back with more Best of Jim Norton and Sam Roberts.
My phone is not charging.
I wasn't worried about your phone.
No, I know, but I am. There's a lot of information on here.
A pair of the headphones in the studio. I was more worried about your headphones than your
No, you just plug it into a
charging
different
phone.
one. It'll fix.
Welcome back. It's Jim Norton and Sam Roberts.
I didn't charge last night either. This phone sucks.
What difference does it make if your phone runs out of battery?
No, if it's not charging, that means I can't use it.
I'm sure it's the cable or something. Brian Johnson is here.
I can't hear.
I'm here.
Yes.
Phone's fully charged, ready to go.
Oh, good for you.
Mhm.
You know what that's called? Being prepared. You're like a Boy Scout.
I was here 15 minutes early. Phone charged up if I need it.
Oh, my God.
I tried to
work.
charge mine. The effort was there.
Well, welcome. Of course, we know Brian Johnson from Tell Him Steve Dave, tellhimstevedave.com.
Yes.
And we were talking about this right before you came in. You're promoting the Stern Pinball Pro Circuit Championship Saturday, March 9th at 5 p.m. in Chicago. Are you a professional pinball man?
I am not. I know I look like one, but I am not a professional pinball guy.
I know a dude who can't, he's deaf, dumb, and blind, and he's really good at pinball.
This mic is very difficult. It's like a wilting sort of
It's like a Jim Norton
stand here. Yeah.
It's the Jim Norton penis mic.
Yeah, all you need is some nipple tweaking and an apology.
It's not normally like this. Yeah, you got some, there it is.
There we go.
There it is.
Nice and stiff right in my face.
That microphone stand needs to go to getroman.com.
Cut that water up. I'm dying of thirst over here. Thanks a bunch.
But, so you're not a professional pinball man?
I am not. I played as a kid.
I knew there must be a twist.
And my father worked I went to a Methodist church, and my father was like, sometimes he would give sermons and shit, but he was also like the comptroller or whatever. So he, like, the collections that they would take, he would, bring them home, count them, and then put them in the bank. Sometimes he wasn't, on top of things. So there's a lot of quarters in there.
I see.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you steal from the church,
right,
when
go to
you're
hell.
like 12 or 13,
sure,
you're a lost cause, right?
That's it. It's over.
All right.
So you'd steal.
And I didn't even get good enough to be a professional, so it didn't work out.
So you'd steal quarters from the church and go play pinball, and you just became all right.
I became all right, and then later on in life, now I go to a pinball event with Q.
That's great.
Quinn.
But you're not that good at it.
No, not at all. Not
I
at all.
suck at pinball.
Well, you didn't
Fuck.
steal. You didn't steal quarters from the church.
No, but I stole them from the laundromat.
I mean, I'd say
The mics sound terrible, by the way. I don't know if it's my headphones.
it's
or
your
the mics.
headphones.
Okay.
I'd say it's not as egregious to steal from the laundromat as the church.
Probably not. Well, there's more effort. In the church, you just reach your hand in there and scoop it out.
That's true. You actually had to. You
All my
actually-
screwdrivers and everything.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah. We would, break into the washers and the dryers.
How would you? I mean, wouldn't there be people around?
Not at night. What you do is the laundry room in the apartments or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You go in very late at night.
Oh, so not like a laundromat. Like
no, like in apartment complexes, they have those laundry rooms, and they were coin operated.
Yeah,
and you could get a good take sometimes if you went in there and broke into it and took the quarters. You have to go in late though.
Yeah, especially at night, you got the whole day's take theoretically, right? At least, maybe
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, for me, it was just go in my father's top drawer, move his socks to the side, take a couple envelopes, and I'm ready to go.
Did you ever find anything creepy in there? Porn?
No, they were really boring. One time, I was probably around 14. They had like hidden a sex book that my mother got through like the book club, like the Doubleday book club. And
a sex
it
book?
wasn't like a hot sex book. It wasn't even as hot as like Kama Sutra. It was like more like a textbook that I guess they were using.
Oh no!
Is it like the time?
How to enjoy sex cross racially?
Yeah, no, that would have been interesting.
Was it like to teach your kids, or
I mean,
what was
If it
purpose
was,
of
they must have never read it
because they didn't pass
teach
any
me.
of the information.
Zero.
Maybe they were trying to learn themselves.
That's what I think, because they got married young. They were like 21 when they got young, you know. Shockingly, I wasn't planned.
How does it feel for you? You know how babies are made. You know that sex has to happen. But you're like, I was made through horrible sex. They needed to get it. The sex was so bad that created you. They needed to get a textbook after you.
Right, yeah, they're like...
I mean, that's not...
We completely fucked up.
Yeah.
I told you should have read the manual.
We can't... How do we do this without getting this?
Right.
Right,
Well,
right.
3 more kids. They must have not read the book because they fucked up each and every time.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Do you think they eventually change their sexual habits?
I don't know. Like, if anything else, like if I'm going to go by anything else in their lives, I would say no, because they've been pretty sort of like flatlined with everything.
Sure.
They don't seem to grow or devolve. Everything is pretty much the same with them.
So from the time you were born, they had figured their shit out, and they said, this is where we're at for life.
Yeah, kind of.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
kind of.
there is a freedom in that. We're not here to explore new things. We're not going to try anything. We're not going to do anything.
My friend Walt is like that, where he's like, I'm not interested in trying anything new. I'm not interested in going anywhere new. I'm not interested in going on a plane. I like going to work, going back home. Going back home. And then going to Denny's once in a while.
But that's it.
That's all he likes to do. And he's so content. I envy the guy.
There is, if you just stop.
He's a simpleton.
A little bit, yeah.
There is if you just stop looking outward and just go, look, whatever's directly in front of me, it'll just be enough.
It's good enough.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, what's in me? I mean, the joy, not to be too corny, but the joy I feel comes from within me.
I'm glad you decided not to be corny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
I just wanted to make a really good point.
You getting your headphones working yet?
No.
No.
They were fine before.
There's
And they just shit the bed.
It happens. There's tinkering going on.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, I mean, I think that there's a certain degree of lying to yourself that you have to do to be satisfied, because clearly there are good things outside of work in Denny's. Work in Denny's, if you have a job that you like, work in Denny's can be great, because Denny's is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a job that you like, those are 2 awesome things. But there are other awesome things.
There are. I mean, you got drugs. You got travel.
Sure.
You have the smile of a child.
Yeah,
not
you
to be
got
corny.
that. Yeah.
In that order, though. Drugs,
yeah,
better than travel, better than
Yeah.
the smile of a child.
I
Yeah.
see a smiling child. I'm like, why the fuck are you so happy?
Right, you
Like,
don't
what
do drugs or travel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You, you got the life of Walt. What are you smiling for? You know?
Maybe he's just OCD and he's only comfortable doing a couple of things. Some people are like that too. They just get into a routine.
I mean, look, I don't break from my routines
That's
very
right.
often. I like my routines.
Yeah.
I like my, as some call them, rituals.
Yeah, I like mine too. I go to a soup kitchen 3 times a week and I help.
You don't.
He helps eat the soup.
I do. I'm like, give me that bum.
Bum. Hobo.
Yeah, I was thinking about that like yesterday. I had this entirely busy day. I did the radio show. I had to do my wrestling podcast. Then I interviewed X-Pac for the wrestling podcast. Then I came back into the city, did a live show at Caroline's, did all this stuff, finally got home at like 11 o'clock at night, and I was sitting at the couch with my little notebook open, and I was like, holy shit, this is literally the best part of my day. I'm finally at home, and nobody's bothering me, and I'm just sitting here on my couch with my notebook, and that's it. This
You
is all
like
I
doing
want.
that, making notes for the show.
This is all I want. Just to be left alone and just be at home. And
Yeah.
that's it. It's great. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, does that include the wife and kid? You don't want them bugging you?
Well, I don't mind the wife and kid being there, but it's nice that I go, okay, they go to sleep early. I'll have my evening to myself.
Yeah.
Because I didn't understand that when I was young. Like, my father was a construction worker, so like he would come home, and if he wasn't throwing a work boot at me because it was a bad day at work,
Would he take it out on you with a work boot?
he would. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes you had to dodge a work boot or a set of keys, you know, something like that.
Sure, it's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. Work can be tough.
It's a construction site.
Right.
It's not like the kind of stuff we do, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like if I come home and I'm like, I had a bad day at work. Like how?
Yeah.
You're
Right.
sitting there hanging out with your buddies and just talking shit. And by the way, your day at work is 4 hours.
Yeah, did you not laugh enough today?
He's out there fucking in 10-degree weather doing construction while his little fruit son reads comic books at home.
Also at the height of the recession in the 70s.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
He's like,
And
I
you're
don't even know
sit-
if I'll have a job tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're sitting there reading your comic books like, I want to do this for a living. What, make comic books? No, read them.
Yeah, just read them and make fun of them. Do you
Yeah,
think there's a
yeah.
market for that? He's like, oh, you idiot. But when he got home, same thing. Like, he'd he just wanted to sit there, read the paper, and I didn't understand that at the time.
Yeah, I do need some peace at times, just some space and emptiness, just nothing going on.
Yeah.
I like that every morning. I always get annoyed when I don't wake up in time. I like to have about 7 minutes to just sit on the couch with no computer on, no TV, no nothing. I have my little juice. I sit on the couch. It's dark, and I just sit, and I'm like, this is
What kind
the
of
greatest.
juice?
It's like a vegetable medley, vegetables and fruits and things like that.
I thought you meant like steroids. You're looking pretty buff.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do my cycle. I sit down.
Yeah, no, I like having a little bit of. I have more alone time than I need, but I like it.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. If you're paradise for somebody who likes alone time.
I really have a bevy of alone time.
Right, it's no problem for you. It's not even a luxury. Like that's when I really started to appreciate alone time.
It's a curse.
When when it becomes a luxury. When you can't take for granted that you're ever going to have alone time, and you go, "Oh my God, I have 5 minutes here. Let me just invest in this. Let me just sit here and enjoy this."
Yeah, there's a fine line, I think, between like that and the void of like, I wish somebody was here, because I've had that too.
Yeah,
like right after this one girlfriend left, it was weird. Like now I'm in a house by myself. And it's like you've got tons of alone time where you're used to spending time with someone else.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm on the road, I'm like, I miss seeing my wife and kid. I want to be at home with my wife and kid. And then I get home and I'm like, great, I've seen my wife and kid having fun, blah, blah, blah. I need 5 minutes to just sit.
Yeah, well, yeah, after a few minutes of that, you're like, oh, what did I miss about this? The wife needs this. The kid wants that. Yeah.
By the way, that's who the real heroes are, moms.
I was just thinking that.
Hardest job in the world.
I'm so glad, Jim.
No, it isn't.
I'm so glad that you're here to ground us, Jim.
Not at all.
Exactly. You drop this thing out of your cunt and just
let it run around for a while until it gets tired.
And annoy everyone else on the plane.
Or the restaurant, man. Like, I have a kid. She's 13, but she's pretty well behaved. But like when you go to restaurants and like, it's so irritating, people and their kids. You were talking about this the other day with the kids, and I look at people and I'm like, get your kid the fuck out of here if it's going to make that much noise, man. And my friend Walt, he's one of these guys where he's like, hey, that's the world today. That's the world today. There's this acceptance of like, that's the world today. And it's logical, and I realize that is the way things are. Like, you can bring your dog in. It doesn't even have to be a dog that's helping you around because you're fucking blind or whatever.
No, just slap a vest on it.
It's a dog that you're just like, I feel uncomfortable in crowded situations, so I got to have my fucking dog with me.
I once went
crazy.
I once went to a Buffalo Wild Wings with Troy and the girl he was dating at the time, and we just fucking walked the girl's boxer. It's a big dog. Walked the boxer into Buffalo Wild Wings.
So Mike Tyson or something?
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Home run, BJ. That's his name.
That was so easy in school having those initials. Loved
BJ?
it. Oh, loved it.
Yeah, yeah, couldn't have been.
Like you guys were talking about earlier too, the big Johnson stuff. Like that was when I, like right around that time, it's like, oh, Johnson means dick. All right, this is my life. This will take some of the heat off the BJ initials.
The initials are rough. My friend Frank Nancy really had it rough.
Oh, but yeah, I mean, I don't. Little Edgar's too, so we don't take him out to restaurants. You know, I mean, if we're going to a pizza place and you can't, like, we're just going to get a slice.
Yeah,
like anybody who complains
Some
because
situations, it's understandable.
Right. We're just going and picking up food. But we're not, I mean, I'm not going to expect a 2-year-old to sit down at a restaurant and not make a fucking scene.
Of course.
Right?
And...
Well, did the boxer that you brought in, did it have like the vest on it?
The dog had a vest on it. He was well behaved. I thought it was awesome. We walked it through Borders Books so we could get to Buffalo Wild Wings, and we're just like, yeah, say something. It's got a vest on.
Well, if you're uncomfortable, you're right. The dog, I had one. It just didn't. They wouldn't let me have the vest for it.
Well, did you have a dog?
Yes.
What kind of dog was it?
A Schnauzer.
A Schnauzer.
Uh-huh.
And what did you need it? How did it comfort you?
Because I get very uncomfortable when my genitals are dry.
Put a little vest on the jar of Skippy peanut butter. A little vest on the dog.
It's tough for you to get that one out.
It gave me great joy.
Oh,
that's the fourth thing in the list.
Yeah.
After a kid smile.
Yeah, exactly. Dog lapping you from taint to helmet. That warm, non-judgmental tongue.
Not judgmental.
It's important. So yesterday, I thought that all this Michael Cohen stuff was going to be the best stuff that I saw anywhere. Did you see any of Alex Jones on Joe Rogan?
No, I wanted to watch it, but I didn't. Who cares? I should have just said no.
Yeah.
You need the fucking backstory. Well, I was tired. Shut up.
They were fighting for a while, Joe Rogan and Alex Jones.
Oh, right.
They were at war because Joe Rogan kind of distanced himself a little bit after the Sandy Hook stuff.
Yeah.
And Alex Jones didn't appreciate that and said that Rogan was part of the globalist elite. Is that right? Is that right, Troy? Globalist elite? Right. So Joe said, well, you know what? Maybe Alex Jones isn't really a Sandy Hook conspiracy theorist guy. And Alex Jones said, you know what? Maybe Joe Rogan isn't really part of the globalist elite. Maybe we should hear each other out. And then this happened. Eddie Bravo is his name, right?
Yes, he's Joe's instructor.
Right, and he does a
jiu-jitsu teacher.
Bunch of shows with him, too. He's a hilarious guy.
Eddie Bravo?
Yeah.
Eddie does stand-up?
No, shows like podcasts.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought you meant he was. I thought you meant he did stand up. I'm like,
I don't know if he does stand up or not.
He doesn't.
But he was on the podcast with him yesterday, and he invited Alex Jones on. And man, if you
he's a conspiracy guy, Eddie.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know, absolutely. But if you thought Hot Dog was fired up in here,
no.
They brought up late term abortion is a big thing right now. Everybody likes talking about it. So they brought it up on the show, and Alex Jones did have a take on that.
Okay.
You want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay.
They're keeping babies alive and taking their organs.
How did you prove that?
They're admitting.
Jamie pulled some shit up on Google.
No, they admit it now.
That's
they're
you too.
They're normalizing it. No, the governor. Listen to me.
Do you really think there's people out there campaigning for late-term abortions? You think that shit's real? You think that shit's real?
Voted Monday to keep it legal.
Who would do that? Who would do that? Who would campaign for? That's
they
the most.
Fucking did it,
That's
Bravo,
the craziest
and
shit
you
ever.
Can't fucking admit they're fucking killing Artie Moore.
The editing looks like the Queen movie.
Well, I think this was edited live, so I think the same amount of effort went into it.
How come he's president? Oh.
So you're telling me it isn't real when they had a fucking vote in the goddamn fucking Senate?
That's a conspiracy theory.
I am ready to beat your
That's a
fucking ass.
conspiracy theory.
You think you're fucking tough? You're about to get it. Bullshit! They're killing already born babies. Stop fucking lying. God fucking damn it.
Isn't it funny?
God fucking damn it.
He's so angry, and Joe and Eddie are just amused.
Yeah. I mean, Eddie was completely putting him on. He just wanted to get him riled up.
Did he? Yeah.
And he got him riled up. He definitely did.
How has he not had a heart attack?
I don't know, man. But this is the new Alex Jones. Like, it used to be enough for just Alex to kind of spaz out or say wacky things or whatever. The new Alex Jones is full-on wrestling promo, vein in the neck, 80s wrestling promo, not wrestling promo now. I mean, over the fucking top and just screaming because he's like, look, you're going to take me off YouTube? Fine. You can take me off Facebook? Fine. You're going to try to take food out of my mouth? Well, guess what? If I'm screaming at the top of my goddamn lungs and throwing my hands up in the air and threatening to fight Eddie Bravo and just losing my fucking mind, wherever I post this video, people are going to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex is not stupid.
No, I think it's
really
it's
fun
genius.
to watch.
Yeah.
The show is great. I watched probably about an hour of it.
It's so funny.
It was really good.
Did they make up?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're cool now.
Good.
Yeah. Although I think on some level, Alex Jones knows. He knows Joe Rogan's still part of the global elite.
I don't know. Alex was saying some shit, and Rogan was like, "Oh boy, like you're kind of like freaking me out now because like about this late term abortion."
Yeah.
Like I don't know. It's definitely worth watching if you have a chance.
Freaking me out. Like I can't believe you believe that, or he was telling Joe something he didn't know.
I think that he was telling Joe stuff that he didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like he was convincing Joe.
It's beyond late term. It's actually giving birth, and they're taking the child.
Well, that's late. I mean, it's just very late.
Well,
exactly.
When the baby comes out, it's born. So
Right,
I wouldn't call that abortion.
It's just super late. Like really, really.
Well, then what's the?
It's like Mary Jean level late term abortion.
Yeah.
How long does the baby have to be out?
As long as it's before puberty, I think it's still abortion. Yeah. So I think
4
that's,
years.
Yeah. I think that's okay.
Puberty with this 6.
Yeah.
I can understand. Like, okay, so abortion's legal. But if a woman's driving in a car and say a drunk driver hits her, that woman is pregnant and the woman is killed and the fetus is killed, that person gets charged with 2 murders. So how are you murdering?
You know who's fought that? Feminists have fought against that too. It's a really weird
It's
back
bizarre.
and forth. Yeah,
Fought against the double murder thing?
Yes, because then they're afraid it can be used in abortion cases.
Well, that's what all this abortion stuff is. I feel like people, and that's one of the reasons why there's certain people that don't want to vote down late-term abortion when the baby's out of the vagina already and going like, oh, I'm in the world now. Not yet, sucker. Because people are so worried. people are so worried that if they give an inch, like if you're like, you know what, abortion
They're like
should be
gun people.
allowed. Exactly. Like these like pro-choice people that go so pro-choice, I think they get worried that if they go, I'm going to say that you shouldn't be able to kill babies after they come out of the vagina, that they're going, no, it'll snowball.
Yeah.
It's like the gay marriage people when they used to make the argument, look, I love gay people. Gay people should be allowed to get married. They should be allowed to love each other, blah, blah, blah. But if we let a man marry another man, it's only a matter of time before we're all marrying bears and dogs and kittens. And you're like, I don't think...
Schnauzers.
Yeah. Well, in Jim's case, yes. But the slippery slope argument, it never really holds up. But I think that people get so afraid of it that it defies logic sometimes.
Yeah. Well, with the gun thing, it's like, okay, so there's 15 rounds in a mag. We're going to knock it down to 12. Now we're going to knock it down to 10. Now we're going to knock it down to 8. So eventually people are. It's like, okay, so we can have one in the chamber. That's it.
Right.
Well, so if I miss, which you're probably going to miss.
One in the chamber. Is that a euphemism?
It is, yeah.
But you're right. I mean, realistically, we could...
Oh, let's see what ass fucking.
You'd have to, I guess, be more familiar to get that the ass fucking reference. Because I think you could, if everybody really did agree on, say, for that example, if they said, no, we're going to limit it to 8, I'll bet you could get everybody to agree on something like that if you could somehow say, but you're not going to change it again after this, right?
You got to promise.
You got to tell me you're not going to do it, right? Sure, we'll leave it at 8 because it's a lot easier to get to 4 from 8 than to 4 from 12 or whatever the number is.
Right.
And I think that there are abortion people, some of them think that, I don't know, if we make it okay, if we make it illegal to kill babies when they're out of the womb, it's only a matter of time before abortion's completely illegal. And you're like, I don't think so.
Well, the question is, and to the medical terminology, it's like how far and how long does the baby have to be out of your hole?
Jim, I'm getting lost in
Did
all
you go
your
to med school. Did you drop out of med school?
Your jargon is a little much for me. I'm not sure I'm following.
Yeah.
Yeah, and nobody's really. I watch them. I always watch they fight so much on The View now. I know that I'm sure nobody here watches
Henfest.
But I mean, goddamn, these ladies hate each other. Joy Behar and Meghan McCain
That's great.
just have a visceral hatred.
But do they hate each other, or do you think it's just one of those things where on the air they can fight?
No. They're hating.
Because I fought with people on the air. It looked like we hated each other, but it's
But they're not fighting over anything. Oh, you did. yeah. You mean when all of a sudden giant fights start over absolutely nothing?
Yeah, I guess they don't like each other. Yeah.
Dude, I mean, they're just sitting there. No matter what, I watch any of these clips they post. Every time they post one, I watch a clip because it's only a matter of time before one of them's going, can I finish my point? Can I finish? Can I finish before you interrupt me? Can I finish my point? I'm just like, you guys are fighting again. But I heard
you can only troll people for so long, like in a situation like that, before it's like you really feel like that kind of. You can like lure somebody into something to get them going, but the way these women go at each other, it's like they really do believe that, so it has to translate off air.
Meaning,
right?
I'm going to play right wing, you play left wing, and we'll bicker for the show. It's only a matter of time before. No, I hate you. We're really fighting.
Well, like they really believe whatever they're saying.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's true. Like, and you get lost, especially when you do it every day. I'm sure you get lost. You start playing this role for TV, and then all of a sudden you go, no, I think that's me now.
Yeah, because it makes sense to them, right?
Exactly, because you're making logic out of it. But they were arguing about this late-term abortion stuff, and one of them is going like, well, it's because in the bill that they tried to get passed, they were also going to make it illegal for X, Y, and Z, so really they were fighting against. Meanwhile, the other one is just sitting there while the first one's talking, going, it's disgusting, it's awful. Like, she can't get a word in edgewise.
She thought the late-term abortions were disgusting?
Yeah, Meghan McCain was rallying against
I'm
it.
for late-term abortion, but but I just think that you should punch it to death.
I see.
Menace it before you kill it.
No, but that's how the doctor should do it. If you're going to go that late, I think you should be forced to punch it to death.
The mom has to.
I think that's logical.
Not even the doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, can't we just figure out logical spots that we can all kind of agree on? Like, okay, I know, let's get all the extremists out of here. The people that think it's okay to kill babies up to the age of 7, and the people that think it's never okay to abort anything. Both of you, neither one of you groups are allowed to be in the conversation. But everybody else, which is most of us, can't we just give it to, like, I don't know, give it to 3 or 4 months?
Right.
Can we compromise on that?
Give it a chance to prove itself.
Yeah,
exactly.
We won't kill babies out of the womb, but if you can give it to the first trimester.
Yeah. Until the head is formed well enough to put a hat on it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, like.
But it'll never. You'll never
or
get
a thumb through the fontanelle. You just like.
Right.
Yeah, if you can't get that thumb through, you can live.
I think that's a fair. I think it's a fair compromise.
But who knows? Like 10, 15, 20 years from now, it could be that like, oh my God, you used to believe that kids shouldn't be able to be aborted 2 days after they're born. What are you, a fucking Nazi?
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
Like the shit people get called a Nazi for today. You're like, oh my God, I've been a Nazi the whole time. I didn't even know it.
Well, once they have those, they're talking about those little microcomputers that'll be in people that will test us for, and see if we have cancer and monitor your health. Once that starts happening, they'll know when you're pregnant immediately, and you won't have to wait and get tested. They'll just know you're pregnant, and that will be probably a very cut and dry time on when you can get an abortion.
System shutdown.
That would be
and that's
great,
the other
actually.
thing.
Like if you had an app, right, where you could track other people's health. Like I could track my girlfriend's health, and it's like a notification comes up that she's pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
I just throw all her shit out in the yard.
Absolutely.
Change the locks.
Especially since you haven't seen her in 6 months.
That's right. Right whore on her car.
Just go full on asshole.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen, though. They're going to have that technology, and it's going to be free because you do it through Amazon, and we promise we won't use any of your inside your body personal data. Okay, I'll do that. Alexa, do I have cancer? Yes, you have. Yeah, it's gonna be bad. That'll be the downfall. We'll all think it's like, oh, finally we're gonna eliminate disease. I mean, we'll probably have 20 years left of society after that. It'll be over at that point.
You're still a pretty young guy. Would you, like, if you could snap your fingers, go back to like 1983, 1984?
Would I do it?
Yeah.
You bet I would.
You just reject all this technology and shit?
Oh, no. I mean, I would live further into, I love the technology. I mean, I would buy Apple stock and not use my dick so much.
How could you love it?
It's amazing.
It's a pain in the ass.
It can be, but I love the idea of being able to communicate on the cell phone. I love it. I mean, again, there's downsides to it, but it's amazing, the instant communication. Yeah, social media is irritating, but I love the technology.
You want me to clarify this for you, Brian Johnson?
Sure.
Jim Norton doesn't want to go back to a time when he couldn't dirty text.
Oh, okay.
Part of that,
You'd
too.
have to write notes and shit.
That was
it's a
awful.
Big part of your life.
Yeah. You want to get a girl's attention, you have to shit in her mailbox. Come on. That was just...
And then light it on fire.
Exactly. Stand outside and rescue her.
How else am I supposed to tell her I love her?
Back when guys had charm.
Yeah.
Back when chivalry hadn't died.
No, I wouldn't. I'd go back to 83 if I could live. But no, I don't want to go back to the 80s at all. Fucking house phones and all that shit. Oof.
No.
Landlines. The simplicity, though. Showing up to somebody's house, hoping they're home instead of texting.
Yeah, I mean, sure. There were definitely nicer. It was less pressure back then, too. There was less of a stress. Yeah, of course.
Because you're a kid, though.
Yeah.
That's part of it, too. Yeah.
Like adults, I'm sure we're still stressed out.
But even into adulthood, the technology was not crazy.
Well, it wasn't like it was hounding you. You're right. But there were other things.
Sure.
Stress has always been there. You know what I mean? It's whatever, something will always be there to draw it out.
And getting to a gig now, if I'm late, I could call. I remember being late for this fucking gig in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, in a snowstorm, having to find a gas station and pull over and go, I can't take the main road, I'm running late. And these side roads are filled. It's like, it was a whole nightmare. Instead of just checking my weather app or using a fucking, like, Google Maps. I mean, I would never go back to a time where I had to write down directions.
That's true. If you haven't seen somebody, like if somebody didn't show up someplace, you'd go, fuck it, let's give them a week and see what happens.
Yeah.
Like I can't text them. Let's just
They're
see.
probably fine.
We'll see what they pop up in the next month or so.
Plus, you can't do any of this.
Right.
This technology doesn't exist, you know?
Right. Satellite radio and all
I was
that.
at Kumi's yesterday, and that's what I was thinking. I'm like, none of this happens. We're not sitting here.
Well, yeah,
Kumi's,
you probably can't make a living criticizing comic books and culture and stuff like that. Like all the stuff that we do, Like, we can't just create things and put it out there for the audience.
Or I'm just sitting there with no cameras doing it anyway.
Right.
I'm not making any money from it.
Like Rupert Pupkin.
Yeah. Ma!
I mean, I love where technology's going. Have you seen the new phone Energizer's putting out? That's my next big phone.
I absolutely want a phone that I can strap to my fucking sunroof.
That's right. That's right. Have you seen this, Brian?
No, it's a solar phone?
No, Energizer.
No, it's giant.
Energizer is putting out a phone. The battery company is putting out a phone that will stand on standby for 50 hours. 50 hours. And all it's just like the phones you have now, except it's, I think, quadruple the thickness.
It's so stupid. And I think they said I've read that it's buggy too.
Well, yeah.
And problems. This will be good though for people who are going on camping trips. Like, people will use this, but there's very specific
There's no
needs.
service in the woods anyway.
Yeah, maybe not. Right. Or if you're going to be somewhere where you don't have electricity, but you're going to be hiking.
Is it really called a thick boy? Like BOI?
I don't think that's the... I think that might be something that the online community has named it.
Oh, well, that's BBC, so maybe thick boy means something different.
Troy's on a completely different website.
Yeah. Why are you looking up on Pornhub?
It's basically the thickness of 3 iPhones stacked on top of each other. And I guess Energizer hasn't realized that we have batteries that you can just plug into phones. We have battery cases.
Yeah.
This really is not an issue that needs solving.
Yeah, plus like every female on earth carries their cell phone in their back pocket. That's not gonna fit. That's gonna stress the seams of those pockets, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be a bust.
It really is. It really is going to be a bomb. Who would buy that?
You put it in your back pocket, your pants are going to break like that guy's sneakers.
Yeah, exactly.
His foot came through.
I think Amazon's putting a new phone out, so aren't they working on a new?
I think so, yeah.
An iPhone killer.
I'll tell you, yeah, it's about time.
I hope someone does it.
I do too.
I'm so sick of fucking Tim Cook.
You know what phone I'm excited about? That I actually am excited about? I like that foldable phone. You see the photos
With
of
6 different cameras? And let me look at it.
I like it. It starts out. They cost like $2,000. Samsung's I think is $1,600.
Bag of shells.
And there's another one that's $2,000. Mere bag of shells.
Funniest thing ever, Gleason. Mere bag of shells.
With the hand always, yeah.
A bag of shells.
That's not real, Troy. But there's it starts out like it's thinner. It's like the width of it is smaller than the phone you have now because it's like folded in half, but it's thicker, obviously. And then you fold it out, and the back is a full-fledged screen, so it becomes a small tablet.
But does it have fold marks in it?
Not in the screen, no.
Oh, it's almost like when you would open a poster out of a magazine. It's folded a certain way. When you're a kid, you open it, it's like much bigger, but then there's all the creases in it.
No,
this
there's
is not
no creases.
Oh, this is some kind of a...
So it folds forward, right?
Okay.
You take your tablet, and the phone part is actually on the back of it. So it's not on the inside, it's on the back of it. And then you take your phone, you're looking at your phone, you open it like a book, and the inside of the book is a tablet that everything you were doing on your phone is now on the tablet. And the hinge with the wrinkle in it is on the back of the screen.
Okay.
But there's no marks on the front of the screen. It's amazing. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
Bob Kelly, credit to that fucking idiot, was saying this 2 years ago. Dude, they got these screens, and he was right.
Everybody was talking about foldable screens for the last 5 years.
Bob's the first one I heard talking about it. Bob is on the forefront of technology.
He isn't. He just reads the same blogs that everybody else reads.
Maybe. I don't read them.
But yeah, I looked at it, and I was like, yeah, I could get down with that. And
what company?
Samsung is putting out the big one.
I just hate all I hate the inner workings of those phones. Like, I love that.
You don't like the Android operating system?
No, I don't.
Well, don't worry. I'd say in 2 years, Apple's going to introduce their folding phone, which will be exactly the same as this one, but it'll be revolutionary.
Isn't it crazy? They've just died.
They got nothing.
Zero innovation at that shit company.
Here's what happened. As it turned out, Steve Jobs apparently didn't like to hire anybody with ideas because all of the ideas that Apple had got buried with Steve Jobs. Yeah. Every one of them. Yep.
I just paid off I have a 7 Plus, and it's like,
good for you.
Yeah, right? Bob Kelly recommended it. I just paid it off, and within 2 days, the guy's calling me being like, hey, you're eligible for an upgrade. I'm like, but it still works. Why am I going to pay another $1,000?
They make you feel like a sucker because you go, okay, I just want to get this phone and I'll pay it off. And they go, no, you get the iPhone Forever plan. That way you keep updating. You can update once a year. And you're like, I want to update once a year. and they try not to let you put 2 and 2 together and go, that way you're paying us forever. You're never paid off because you upgrade before you're done paying off
roll
this
over
phone,
to your next payment.
and it just keeps rolling over and rolling over and rolling over.
It's all about the almighty dollar. Guy who
That's
has
a
nothing
great
to add.
point, Jim.
Dropping them today, man, right and left. Yeah, I don't know, man.
I love these folding phones, though. I want to get one of those. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to pay any $1,600 for it.
But you're still your early 30s, so you're still a young guy who's like interested in this.
35.
Yeah, when you get older.
You didn't have to point out that technically the term is mid-30s.
Yeah.
You didn't have to point that out.
Yeah, I'm
Jim.
30. No, I'm in my 30s.
I'm in my early to mid-30s.
Yeah,
Is how you'd phrase it.
There's no early to mid. You're
well,
mid to late 30s.
Not mid to late. Are you fucking crazy?
35 is mid
Wait,
to
so
late.
you're 35? No. Oh, dude, the second you turn 35, you're closer to 40 than 30.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, I'm
The
significant.
day you were born was the day you began to die.
How do you have so
why
much
do you not write
fucking
this
wisdom?
stuff down?
I have a notebook at home.
Are you coming out with a
called
book of
things to say when there's a lull in the conversation? That's the name of my notebook.
I think you should publish that book.
I have things to say when there's a lull in the conversation.
It's a published book?
I should be.
Wow, I think it should be.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm in my early to mid 30s, if that's what the question
All right.
was. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you're more attracted to this kind of stuff.
You don't
than,
want a
say,
foldable
She's holding up gay pornography.
I don't give a shit. Well, that's the beauty of a landline. Like, even though Jim was shitting on it earlier.
I still have one.
Do you?
In case there's a fucking power outage, you still have a phone.
$12 a month for a landline, plus you got one and it lasted 20 years.
And you could also have a telemarketers call you all day.
Yeah, it's
and you
fun.
can't block them.
That's fun.
the best part.
That's good stuff.
You could get on a party line. Remember?
Dude, I used to fucking talk
There's
dirty
only-
on party. No one ever talked to me on party lines.
Nobody ever talked to you at parties.
The death of the party line came when Jim figured out the
did
number.
talk. I did. I was,
Everybody stopped using them in case Jim shows up.
no, I
the
wasn't at a
party's
party. I held up my glass. I was like, "Great party, isn't it?" And my head had been split open.
Some fucking bear blowing a dude in another room.
Yeah, I remember the party lines and those weird sex lines you would talk. Party line. Did you have I've talked about it before too. Growing up in Fox Road and Edison, we had a party line where the phone would ring. Well, I think it would ring a certain way for us, for a certain way for the people that we shared the number with. 572-2730. I think that was my number.
Wow.
It'd be funny if that's your cell phone number now and oh fuck.
I know. Then everybody's calling and laughing.
That would be great. You could do that, like a Patreon thing, right? Jim Norton's party line. Because you can still do that, and then everybody, it's almost like a private sort of thing. Everybody gets to talk. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, you'd have up to 3 subscribers.
I certainly would.
Yeah, that could be really great.
Call up, ask Jim questions.
Ooh, get some insight.
You can drop those nuggets, like
Sure.
the moment you're born, you start to die, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Actually,
Things
that
to
is-
say when there's a lull in the conversation.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be giving out the things to say when there's a lull in the
Dude, I got
conversation for free.
thousands of 'em.
Shouldn't be doing it for free, man. You're right about the Patreon thing.
You got to monetize everything.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I still, and this is probably because I'm in my mid-30s, not my mid-20s. I think in your mid-20s, you act like your cell phone has to be attached to you at all times.
Right.
I love that I don't have a landline, and I can say, oh, I missed your call. I didn't have my phone next to me. I left my phone upstairs. I didn't have my phone. Like, if there's a landline and you're home, you're kind of expected to answer it. But somebody's texting you, emailing you, calling you, there is still that, oh, yeah, I didn't get it. I wasn't around. I didn't have my phone on me. I was at home. That you don't have
If
to
you're an
talk
older
to people.
person. If you're an older person, that washes. Although, even if you're old, I think if somebody's like, oh, I didn't get your text, it's like, bullshit, you did too.
Yeah, the worst is when you text somebody who's not getting back to you, but you see them and you know that they look at their phone every 3 seconds. You're like,
Yeah.
I know you see this.
Yeah. I leave my read receipts on, but I just always read texts in the previews.
Yeah, that's an old trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have like 5,000 unanswered texts, right?
I do. At the moment, we are sitting pretty at 589 unanswered. Unread text. 589 unread text. I always forget. And every time I post a screenshot of like a text conversation or whatever, nobody cares about what's in the...
It's how many unread ones?
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? It bothers people so much. It just
Are you ever going to read all of them?
No. There's a reason. There's a reason they're unread. A lot of them are group chats. Like if I sit
What's
there...
worse than when you're waiting for something and it's a fucking group chat?
Like...
Oh, fuck off.
It's usually family and everybody that's my family or not my family, friends. If my wife is on a group chat and she knows this, I'm not reading it. she will tell me whatever I need to know from the group chat. There's no reason
That's nice.
that 2 members of the household need to be on this group chat. I will not be texting in it. I won't be reading it. I will lose any information that she doesn't tell me like a human being talks. You know, it's just not going to happen.
My brother sent me a text one time, and he said, "Hey, you know, he's married. Shirley and I are going to use this number from now on. If you text, blah blah blah, whatever." And I said, "I have another brother, Darren." And I said, "Are you going to tell Darren so he doesn't use the wrong number when you two have gay incest sex chat?" What I didn't know was that there were 10 other people on that group chat.
And they all had the same question.
Walt was just like, well, what the fuck did he think? He's like, it's his fault. If he sends you a message like that on a group chat, he should understand that you're going to say something fucked up.
Sure.
Even if
Was
you
he
realize
mad at
it or
you?
not. He was like, dude, come on. He's like, her mom was on that chat.
Oh, no.
Just like all these family members.
Exactly.
Gay incest sex chat.
Her mom was reading it, stinking up a yam.
Like, no. Let him say a few other things.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is about this folding phone. It got me.
It seems genius.
It got me. Because it looks like, you always hear about, they're going to do this folding thing. There's going to be this thing that's just a see-through screen and blah, blah, blah. And it never looks quite right. But when they showed it, and they showed it actually in the example, it wasn't just a mock-up.
Yeah.
And I was like, that screen's got no lines in it. They just made it into a tablet.
Yeah, you'd be on the phone, all of a sudden your phone would be collapsing on your fucking face because it's not strong enough. You know
Just
how
a
annoying
loose
that's going to be?
hinge.
Yeah. So when is this going to be available?
I don't know, pretty soon.
Can you see it in the Samsung store? I guess you can.
I don't know if they have any examples in the Samsung store. They just launched it like last week. They launched it at
$1,600,
their
I'll buy
event.
2 in cash.
Why not?
What? You
Give
have
them
that
out
kind of
to
money?
Yourself.
$1,600.
Give
Okay,
them out
so
to the
that's
boys.
like that's 6 months worth of shows.
Give them
That's
out to the
actually
boys.
that should be okay.
You see, like, my kid
April
does
is when it's
cheer-
available.
does cheerleading, and you see these other girls like leaving their phones everywhere, and it's like, isn't that thing like $800 to $1,000? Can you imagine as a kid your parents entrusting you with anything of value
other than
to
secrets
carry around? Yeah,
That's it. Everything is like that's why people are going broke and all this is happening, because it used to be, even when I was growing up, like the idea of spending $800 on anything, you're out of your mind. Now at 13, you're like, yeah, we got you a phone for your birthday.
yeah.
It's like, I didn't get an $800 gift for my birthday. Are you crazy?
Like through all my teen years, it didn't add up to $800.
Yeah, all the birthdays combined. Like your first car was less than $800.
I would be amused by color forms. Where you pull it off and you put the same man over an inch and you're like, wow, he moved.
Jim went to a special school where at 15 they were still using color forms.
Color forms were fun.
They were dope. I had
You
Thundercats
pull them
color
out
forms.
and you make
yeah.
them into a scene and you look at it, you look at that scene and you put it the opposite way and they're all looking away from each other.
That's what I do. Lino was coming at Panthro and I'd be like, but what if they were back to back? And I'd peel them off and put it back on. Color forms were these rubber, they were like rubber.
Fun for 30 seconds.
But
Like
they were
vinyl, yeah.
they were vinyl. And they were stickers, and they came with a glossy board,
Yeah.
so you could create your own scenes. But when you stuck them, you could unpeel them, so
Yes.
you could, like you said,
like magnets almost.
play with them for up to seconds at a time.
Yeah,
before
really
you got
boring.
bored.
But I did love. Do they are color forms expensive on eBay? Because we talked about collectibles earlier. Are there any that are old and probably the ones that have not been popped out of their little? Because they would all come like in a perforated
Mint and box color forms. I would garner to
I bet you that there's
bet
some
are
that are worth
not
money.
expensive. Search by cost.
Yes.
I bet you that they're not expensive. I don't think. Okay. There's one that says
Rub and play.
Whoa.
Says it on my belt.
But that's not an actual set. That's a proof. That's a factory piece.
And the other ones, $300. Okay, nothing great.
Do you know how much you have to love color forms to spend $2,500?
Bro, I got the proof from this fact. This is the picture from the box.
Yeah, Mr. Lamata, I ran out of interest. I was going to do it. I just
fuck it.
The factory proof of a color form is a very rare item.
No. But this is the box from. Yeah, I see. I don't want to do it. I just ran out of interest. No, but that's if you like. That's Spider-Man. So if you like Spider-Man, you'd probably go down. Yeah, you would buy that just because you like Spider-Man.
Stop creating conversation so you can say Spider-Man like that.
But that's who's on it.
It wasn't a point that you just made.
Sure it was. I was saying, yeah, see, the proofs were in there.
What are the proofs of?
Oh, I think I had that one. The Hulk, fucking Captain America, Spider-Man, the fucking Human Torch.
You know you didn't have it.
I did actually, but not the proof, but I mean, when I was a kid, I had Aquaman, all these.
You're just trying to say man in an obnoxious way.
Sam.
We'll be back with more best of Jim Norton. We'll be back with We'll be back with more best of Jim Roberts. We'll be back with more best of Jim Norton and Sam Roberts.
The Jason Ellis Show.
60 seconds has begun. Go.
Get the microphone in your butt.
Tell me you didn't have enough time to get ready to fart. Listen.
Oh no! Wait, you just shit yourself?
I didn't. But if I follow
Come
through with this, I'm
man.
gonna
You gotta do it. How much time has he got? Oh, he's bowing down and he's punching himself in the butt.
Oh, he's doing his trick.
Oh.
Live, 5 p.m. East. Replay at 5 p.m. West. And on demand anytime.
The energy of Fish shows is so cool because of the fans.
You can tell they're having a great time up on stage.
Fish's epic 2019 summer tour rolls on.
So incredibly happy to be here.
And the only place you'll hear their Connecticut shows this week is on Sirius XM.
The thing that I like the most is that everybody says yes to every idea.
Experience 2 sold-out nights of performances from Mohegan Sun. Fish, live in concert, starting Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 Pacific.
On Sirius XM's Fish Radio, Channel 29.
This is happening. I'm sitting at my standing desk, not necessarily looking at celebrity gossip, when Kevin bursts in.
The new homepage module is supposed to go live this month, Deirdre, and the dev team's backed up for weeks.
Kevin's solution is to sweat through his shirt. I hop on Upwork and hire a web dev agency with a flawless success rating. Because the new module will be getting done. And thanks to Upwork, this is happening.
Oh, you've got this under control.
Oh, Kevin. As a matter of fact, I do.
Upwork. Hire freelancers. Make things happen.
Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real natural hair back permanently. They're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who texts EASY33 to 85850. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. You wash it, you cut it. It's your own real, naturally growing hair. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text EASY33 to 85850. That's EASY33 to 85850.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Do you have a family? Would you like to help make sure they'll be taken care of if anything were to happen to you? If you answered yes, you probably need life insurance. Now, do you think life insurance is expensive? If you answered yes to that too, you definitely need to give AIG Direct a call. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. 1-800-700-9920. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how affordably we can help you protect your family. Call AIG Direct now for your free quote. 1-800-700-9920. You could save up to 70%. That's 1-800-700-9920. 1-800-700-9920.
Message and data rates may apply. Individual results may vary. Exclusions apply.
But hey, I'm buying a huge flat screen TV so I can finally see it without my glasses.
Why not just get LASIK at the LASIK Vision Institute? That's what I'm doing.
My glasses and contacts are a pain. I'd love to finally get rid of these, but who can afford LASIK?
You can. Because the LASIK Vision Institute is offering dramatically low prices and an absolutely free consultation. Just text CLEAR22 to 350350. The LASIK Vision Institute has already performed over 1 million procedures. They use the latest FDA-approved LASIK technology that helps the majority of patients achieve 20/20 vision for a fraction of what others charge. Better vision, better value. The LASIK Vision Institute. Make this the year you finally get LASIK. For a free consultation plus an extra 20% discount, text CLEAR22 to 350350. You'll see for free if LASIK is right for you. That's CLEAR22 to 350350.
We are back with more best of Jim Norton and Sam Roberts.
Yeah, good morning. Got my gaffer tape still on my microphone.
Good.
Looking good. Look at that. No movement. No movement. It's fixed.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Now let's see if anybody takes it off.
If they do, it's going right back on. We got a couple rolls of it. We get no problem. No problem whatsoever. And if this does get removed, I'm going right to the authorities. I'm going to find out who did it. I'm going to get Agent Penis on the case, and he's gonna help me.
Yeah, Agent Penis.
Agent Penis is going to be on the case. And I don't mean local. I mean Agent Penis of the CIA.
Yeah.
You know, I'm serious about this stuff.
I'm trying to find the story.
I got it. It's my favorite thing ever. Agent Penis. Apparently, I guess there must be an Agent Penis at the CIA, because why would anybody make that up, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's too silly a name to make up.
So, and I can't believe they arrested this woman. A woman, she got arrested after 4 attempts to sneak into the CIA headquarters to speak to Agent Penis. She kept going up and trying to sneak in because she had some kind of Agent Penis meeting that she had to have.
Why Agent Penis?
Because he's important.
That's his name. That's his name his mom gave him. The criminal complaint described the May 3rd incident involving Jennifer G. Hernandez, 58. She made it to 58 years old with this kind of nonsense in her head. 58 from North Carolina. Upon arrival, the defendant provided her Iowa identification card, requested to recover her North Carolina identification card, and requested to speak to Agent Penis. Yes, I'm here for my
his code name,
my North Carolina ID card, and also is Agent Penis here?
She wanted to speak to her recruiter,
right?
And she knew to come here because her phone was off. She's obviously just nuts.
What?
She returned via a Lyft vehicle, trying to meet with her recruiter, Agent Penis.
Well, of course, Agent Penis got her there. It says the CIA police officers had encountered the defendant on several recent occasions and had cited her for trespassing on the prior event. It sounds like they give her a trespassing thing because they don't want to make a big deal out of it. They're like, okay, we'll give you a trespassing charge, but you just go.
Yeah, because Agent Penis is busy. I mean, he doesn't need people bothering him.
You kidding me? CIA is Agent Penis. They should make a Marvel series of that. Agents of Penis.
Now, I want to know, is she lying, or did somebody recruit her? Like, did somebody online convince her of this and get her to send a bunch of naked photos?
Yeah, maybe she's been having an affair with somebody in the CIA that really is an Agent Penis. And the guy's like, how crazy is she?
She sounds like a nut.
Right, nuts. Or it's just some random dude online.
That's
He's
what
like,
I'm saying,
I work at the CIA. I'm Agent Penis, and she's so loopy.
Who is not Agent Penis?
That she went to the headquarters to talk to him.
What a great code name,
Agent Penis.
This is one of those rare stories where it gets funnier every single time you think about it.
Right. The more, because I'm sitting there like all last night, I was thinking about different scenarios.
Agent Penis.
Agent Penis. Like, and the mindset that if she is making all this up, which I believe every word that she says, she seems very, very credible to me.
She certainly does. Who would lie about that?
Exactly. But if she is making this up, who goes there? Who goes like, well, yeah, the agent sent me. Agent who? Agent Penis.
It's his code name. My phone's off, so I knew Agent Penis must need me to come in from the field.
Can you imagine being the agent who stops her and says, like, who are you looking for? And he hears Agent Penis?
He's recruiting me.
What?
Just being stone jaw, like, I can't laugh. He's what they call on the internet corpsing. He just cannot laugh.
Okay, ma'am.
Which agent did you say that was?
Agent Penis.
Agent Penis? A penis. Agent Penis.
It's his code name.
Obviously, it's his code name. Whose code name is that? Agent Penis.
And I know he wants me because my phone's off.
Yeah,
that's the signal for me to come in from the field.
My phone is out of juice.
Psycho.
Usually when my phone runs out of battery, it's because the agent wants to see me. I'm sorry, ma'am. Which agent did you say that was? Yes, Agent Penis.
Codename Agent Penis.
What a code name.
What
huh?
a great code name.
It'd be the best. Yeah, it says on April 22nd, she walked into CIA headquarters through the main vehicle entrance and was stopped by a CIA police officer. May 1st is when she returned via Lyft, trying to meet with a recruiter. Yep. And then May 2nd, she showed up again from an Uber. CIA officers alleged that she stated she wanted to speak to her recruiter and that she knew to come here because her phone was off. She was again told to leave. So then the 4th time, on May 3rd, she finally goes back and they're like, look, who's your recruiter? And she's like, well, his code name is Agent Penis.
And they did at one point walk her to the bus stop and wait. Like, they really tried to not arrest her because they know she's obviously a nut.
Right.
And they're like, what are we going to do, arrest this girl? She's just irritating.
Yeah, just go away, lady.
A 58-year-old woman asking for Agent Penis at the CIA office. Some fucking secretary has to deal with that.
Yeah.
Some front office lady.
Yes, office. Do we have an Agent Penis that works here? We have a ma'am. We have a woman out here. She's looking for she's looking for Agent Penis.
Well, she was asked to leave, and she said, she declined to board the bus.
She did,
and she stated, "I am not leaving." She said, "I am not leaving." And at one point,
comedy.
What's that?
Oh wait.
Yeah, sitting in the lobby. Yeah, no. Oh wait. Well, it's gonna be a while. Oh, I'm fine.
Agent Penis is very busy.
At what point she said, "Do you really think I'm gonna leave?" Like, she was there for the long haul,
right? Because she knew that for whatever reason, the CIA was trying to stop her from seeing her recruiter, Agent Penis.
Yeah, she should probably have some psychological evaluation.
You think so?
Yeah.
That is the type of thing that probably brings life into a humdrum day, doesn't it?
You think they're all talking about it at the agency?
Oh, my God.
Agent Penis.
Agent Penis. They're trying to... Of course, one of them... You know what? I think she's talking to you.
Yeah.
Whichever the CIA agent that is promiscuous, whichever gentleman likes to get around, they're all calling him Agent Penis. I guess the lady was looking for you, Agent Penis.
Or at least one of them will walk up to the front and go, I understand someone was here asking for me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Bill,
It'll happen at the first... It'll be mentioned once in the meeting. We're obviously all here for a weekly meeting to discuss Agent Penis. They'll all laugh and then move forward.
That's right.
And some guy will try to call it back later at the end, but it won't get a laugh.
Somebody will show up in October with an Agent Penis outfit on.
And we got it.
It's like, yeah, dude. I mean, it's
done.
There's in May. What are you doing?
Yeah, your AP pin is not good. It's too subtle.
Remember the woman?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
P stands for... Yeah,
done.
we got it. We got it.
Yeah.
It's over now. I would love to be there for the callback guy.
Oh.
Hey, Agent Penis signing off. What? Yeah,
the guy who ruins it?
Yeah, we got it. Yeah. You just wanted to tag on to hit that other guy's laugh. Oh, I love it. I love it. I want to know what... I'd love to get into these people's heads. I want to know what this woman thought was going to happen. Like, how does this
what
play
led
out?
to this? Because she did transport herself there. What led to this? Like, how fucking crazy are people?
She got herself there 4 times.
Yeah.
Clearly, she thought this was an emergency.
Yeah.
Agent Penis needs to be spoken to.
She was needed.
Yeah. Agent Penis is, her phone's off.
Yeah.
How did she get to there with an Uber if her phone was off?
Good call.
You know?
A Lyft.
Or Lyft, whatever. Yeah, she took Lyft once and then Uber another time. Maybe the 4th time is when she said her phone was off.
Oh.
Maybe she walked or something.
She knew, yeah.
Yeah. And she was like, oh. Before I thought I just needed to go to the CIA. Now I know. Agent Penis is calling.
She applied for employment. And her recruiter had directed her to come to the headquarters.
She says. Is that true or is that what she's saying?
That's her claim.
Okay, so
I don't see her being a viable employment candidate.
Do you think that maybe when she says that it may not be 100% true?
In her mind, it is.
In her mind, it is.
Oh, she believes it. Yeah, I
Yes.
don't think she's lying.
No.
She believes that she has a job interview and that her recruiter Agent Penis has informed her to walk in through the vehicle entrance.
Of course. Of course. How else would you get in?
Would you love to know who pranked? If this was a prank, if someone actually convinced her that he's the CIA.
Dude, that person is just like, oh my God, this is actually happening. Now they're hiding. Because at first it was funny, and now it's a big news story, and the CIA is involved, and they're like, oh no, this is way too far.
Whoever they are, they're a god.
Yeah, of course they are.
Would you like to convince someone to go to the CIA and ask for Agent Penis?
Tell them Agent Penis sent you. They'll know. And then you forget about it for a few days. You pick up the newspaper and you go, Oh my God. She actually asked for Agent Penis.
She actually went 4 times.
This happened.
What a blithering idiot. What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, don't you just have to lock somebody up? What are you going to do? Are you going to trust family members to keep them in their house? Like, there has to be something that keeps that person under lock and key. Because clearly they're not listening to reason. They're sitting there, going back time after time to the CIA at 58 years old, because they think Agent Penis is looking for them.
Excuse me, what an ass. Like, they don't want prisoners voting, but this woman is allowed to vote.
Of course she is. She's going to do a write-in. You know who she's going to do a write-in for?
Yep.
Who do you think?
Probably an independent.
Into Penis.
Mr. Penis.
Yeah.
Not Agent Penis.
No, Mr. Penis. Candidate Penis. Agent Penis. So stupid.
This really sounds like something that we'd have Bobo try to do.
Yeah,
10 years ago.
Agent Penis.
Agent Penis.
I can't believe that worked.
Funnier every time.
Yeah.
Did you laugh when you read it?
Oh my God. Agent Penis?
How do you know? I'm
here to see Agent Penis.
I am
What a fool.
I'm literally living my dream life right now professionally. I'm talking about hosting a morning radio show and working for the WWE. I might consider giving it all up to be a secretary for the CIA if I knew that I would get to be there the day that somebody came in and asked for Agent Penis.
Yeah, it really would be. It would be worth losing everything.
To be there in the flesh, to be there in person when that incident actually happened. I mean, my God. I don't think it gets any better than that.
No.
Especially because you get to see the look on their face and you get to see that they're serious. They're not, it's not a joke. It's not to them, this isn't like wacky news story of the day. They are actually, they woke up that morning going, oh my God, I need to speak to Agent Penis.
And you're not allowed to drag U.S. citizens out into the back and put them out of their misery. You have to just...
Unfortunately, you're right.
Yeah, you're not permitted. There are times where the state should have that power.
You think so?
Yeah.
At times, like Agent Penis times?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they should just do what's necessary.
Have you ever gone on a date and used codename Agent Penis for the person you're going on a date with?
Not yet.
Not yet. But
you can bet I'm going to.
You're going to start staying at hotels under that name?
Yes, that's my pseudonym. Well, not my that's a fake name. I always use a fake name in a hotel. Agent Penis.
Agent Penis, yeah. You don't want anybody finding out where you are. Or you could dress up you and your date like Mulder and Scully. And yours says Scully and hers says Agent Penis on it.
Penis. She got booked into the jail, and I imagine she'll be released.
She will be released back into society. And, yep, the rest of us are going to be able to deal with her just fine. Let's go to Steph in North Carolina. What's up, Steph?
Hey, what's going on, morning, boys? The truth is out there. You think these CIA guys are going to be, every time they go into the bathroom now, Agent Penis, greeting each other every time they go in there?
Oh, right, yeah, one guy I was in the bathroom having a meeting with Agent You-Know-Who.
Right, yeah. Hey, guys, I'll be right back. I just have to go meet with Agent P.
Yeah, Agent Penis and I.
Yeah, is there a description of the agent? Can you describe him for me?
Yeah, I think it's endless. I think that there will never be... there can't be that many jokes that go through the CIA. This seems like a dose of humor that they desperately needed.
Tom in Westchester is probably right.
What's up, Tommy?
Hey, she's not looking for Agent Penis. She's looking for Asian Penis.
That might be it, yeah. I'm looking for an Asian Penis. Did you say Agent Penis? Yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever. Just get me, if it gets me in, yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
What a boob.
Why? She got recruited to the CIA. How could she be a boob?
Takes a lift and tries to walk in through the vehicle entrance. Goddamn idiot.
Well, she knows an agent.
Told her to walk in through the vehicle entrance.
Let's go to Kevin in Utica. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, Sam, Jim.
Hey.
You sure this wasn't Rich Voss? Didn't he say one time that he liked to tell people on the golf course that he was an agent for the CIA?
No, buddy. What that fool said was that he was an FBI profiler.
That's what he said. Yeah, and he's not going to... I mean, profiler penis is way too much of an alliteration.
And he's too stupid, like, to be a profiler.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why? You don't think he's observant enough?
No, but he doesn't speak like he doesn't speak like an educated man.
So you're saying that he would say, I'm an FBI profiler and fool nobody?
I would love to have spoken to the other people who he said that to.
Mm-hmm.
Did you believe that? No.
Of course I didn't. He's clear.
His hat's backwards.
Yeah. He looks like Steve Buscemi saying, hey, fellow kids.
I profile for the FBI. That's something in high school you pretend you're going to be someday.
Right. Not really knowing what it is. It just sounds cool.
Yeah. I'd be a good profiler.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
How so?
I just sense things.
Like, what do you sense in here right now?
Your disgust for me.
Oh, okay. You actually would be quite a good profiler. Let's go to John in Massachusetts. What's up, John?
I was wondering if she was asked how many times she asked if Agent Penis was coming.
I mean, it would be endless. Yeah. Before I go, is Agent Penis coming? Is Agent Penis coming?
You know what Agent Penis' problem is? He's soft. Not good for the Bureau.
That
Agent Penis, he stands tall.
That's right.
We'll be back with more Best of Jim Norm. We'll be back with Best of. We'll be back with more Best of Jim Roberts. We'll be back with more Best of Jim Norton and Sam Roberts.
It's down to this. U.S. wins. They're out of the final. One game to decide if the United States women can retain their World Cup title. Moran setting it in there. It's the USA against the Netherlands. Sirius XM FC 157 is your home for pre- and post-match coverage beginning Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern with live play-by-play on Fox Sports Channel 83. Don't miss the Women's World Cup Final on Sirius XM and streaming on connected devices and speakers.
Which 3 U.S. presidents love Boll and Branch sheets? I'm not in the business of sharing state secrets, but I can tell you this. We're offering 20% off everything we make during our Stars and Stripes sale. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen, founder of Boll and Branch. Our 100% pure organic cotton sheets are breathable and cool. They start out soft and get softer and softer over time. Right now, only during our Stars and Stripes sale, these $1,000 sheets start at just $160. You get 100 nights to try them out, but you'll only need one. Even if you already have our sheets, try out our award-winning pillows or our world-class new mattress, rated #1 by Gear Patrol in 2018. There's never been a better time to get something for yourself or someone else than during the Stars and Stripes sale. Shipping is always free, and for a limited time, get 20% off everything at bollandbranch.com. It's spelled B-O-L-L and branch.com. Go right now to bollandbranch.com.
Home prices have gone up by 50% in the last 6 years. However, it seems values are peaking. You've probably also heard the Federal Reserve has raised the Fed funds rate 4 times in 2018 alone. But mortgage rates have actually dropped by 0.5 point since late last fall. Maybe it's time to put that equity to work, like paying off very high credit cards, student loans, or remodel your house. Hi, I'm Wesley Hoagland with Westland Financial. Let us put you in a position to do any of these things with no closing costs. That's right. Nothing's rolled into your loan, whether it's conventional, FHA, or VA. Will pay your title, settlement, lender, and recording fees. Or maybe you just want to refinance out of your mortgage insurance. All it takes is a 5-minute phone call to see how we can save you thousands of dollars a year. So call Westland at 888-615-3669. It's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. Call us at 888-615-3669. That's 888-615-3669. 888-615-3669.
Lennox Financial Mortgage Corp. DBA Westland. NMLS 3304. Not all loans apply. Equal housing lender.
Welcome to the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Unbelievable!
Stars shine bright.
And it is all on display tonight
as the best in the majors come together to celebrate the Midsummer Classic. Live from the home of the Cleveland Indians.
All right, let's do this. They're going crazy at Progressive Field.
The MLB All-Star Game, presented by MasterCard. Tuesday at 7:30 Eastern on Fox and ESPN Radio.
It isn't always easy to decorate your own space. We get it. With so many choices in home decor, colors, patterns, and sizes, it's hard to decide, especially when you're on a budget. At RugsUSA.com, we're on a mission to make redecorating easy and affordable. We've got area rugs and lighting to suit every design need and budget. Whether you're mad for Moroccan, love coastal cool, or feel a pull toward Persian, still not sure which one to choose? We'll show you how it'll look in your room right on your phone. Simply go to RugsUSA.com, select a rug, and use the See This Rug in Your Room feature. Even if you still can't decide, we have you covered with our 30-day risk-free trial with both free shipping and free returns. At RugsUSA.com, we believe that just the right rug turns any space into your special place. Come see why over 1 million people have trusted us with their home decor needs. Go to RugsUSA.com and use code SAVE15 for an extra 15% off sale items today. That's promo code SAVE15 at RugsUSA.com.
We are back with more Best of Jim Norton and Sam Roberts.
Hey, welcome back.
Thank you, Mateo.
He's so great. I love Mateo.
Let's bring in Sean Evans.
Of course, Sean Evans from First We Feast's Hot Ones on YouTube, but I don't even have to tell you that.
Yeah,
I mean,
people know
the
who he
show
is.
is so big at this point that...
Here, Jim, got your present.
Oh,
you
thank
know,
you.
It
How
goes
are you,
without
man?
saying.
Good to see you. Nice to
What's
see
going
you.
on, Sean?
Chilling. How are you guys doing?
Good. Welcome to the show. It's amazing that did you ever have a desire? Because before you did Hot Ones, you were a reporter, like you were a journalist, and you were doing interviews and everything. But did you ever have a desire to be like a host type, where this is my show?
Yeah, I mean, I was a broadcast journalism major and grew up watching late night shows, Loveline, Howard Stern. So there was always a part of me that thought maybe I could do this if ever I got the opportunity. But then, as you guys know, it's hard to get those opportunities. It's not like you just apply for that job. But backed into it by kind of just taking advantage of every little assignment somebody gave me, and then it's sort of ballooned into this thing. So in a lot of ways, like I have right now, everything I've kind of wanted to have and work with people that are amazing. So in some ways, that's true, definitely.
Getting the opportunities is hard, but the beauty is when I've gotten them, I've failed. So it's always nice to make something out of it.
Right. That makes you feel better because you realize a lot of people stress about getting opportunities. For you, it doesn't matter if you get them or not.
No, it doesn't matter. So when I don't get them, it's not. Look, this would have been done already anyway. It's 2 weeks. I would have already fucked this up in the pilot. So how many things had you done before this? Because this is like so successful. Were there other ones you did that just didn't work?
No. Well, it was usually just sort of straight Q&A interview stuff, just packaging these digital interviews just over and over and over again, doing stuff for print, whether it's like digital or magazines or whatever. But this definitely blew up. But it wasn't like this straight out the gate big hit. Like our first couple of seasons, it was really a struggle to get views, and sometimes I was like, wow, I'm really eating a lot of spicy stuff for
no reason.
For no reason at all.
And it's probably really difficult to get. I mean, now it's easy to get guests, I would imagine, because you're doing millions of views. But when you're not doing millions of views and you're just a guy, you do.
Yeah, you basically have to trick people. And early on, that was the thing. We would just show up if Complex is doing a cover shoot with an artist like Tinashe or something. We would just basically crash that shoot and then say that we have this add-on. We have this show where we eat chicken wings during the interview. Would you be interested? And then we were able to get a lot of people to just fall in that way by just going behind other people doing things and collecting those crumbs and then just sort of making this show work. And it is a lot easier to book now, but there is that caveat of having to eat scorching hot chicken wings, which does turn some people off.
It still stops some people?
Yeah, I mean, 50 Cent, for example, that's somebody who I think was made in a laboratory exactly for our show, and I can't get him to budge. He
doesn't want to do it, or is it the wings he doesn't want to do?
It's, whatever. It's muddy. You don't really know that situation. But like him, for example, but there's these white whales that we're always trying to catch. And even I think YouTube has a certain, whatever. If you're an established star, maybe even think of that. Oh, I'd rather do Fallon or Colbert or something. Even
it's like the podcast thing that people still are kind of attached to, not realizing that YouTube shows and podcasts are doing the same numbers, if not better.
Smoking some of those shows.
Yeah.
So, but I think that people are starting to understand that more and more. And then that has all happened as the show's blown up. So we've definitely benefited from that.
So you do like, what's the pepper that they said you ate that's like the hottest pepper?
The Carolina Reaper.
That's the hottest one?
Well, what's funny about these pepper guys is they're all like architects that are trying to make the tallest building, and they're highly competitive, and they're all over the world, and they're all engineering these crazy peppers. So the Carolina Reaper pepper was the hottest pepper forever, and then some farmer in Wales did like the Dragon's Breath chili, and then the guy who grew the Carolina Reaper, who also grows Pepper X, which we have in our 10th hottest sauce, he basically had this war chest, and he was waiting for somebody to like dunk on him so he can dunk on him back.
Oh, he was ready.
Yeah, he was ready for it. And maybe he is for generations and generations to come. Like, who knows what's in the war chest? But it's same with like all these guys. They're all like mad scientists.
Well, can this guy actually eat the peppers that he makes?
Yes, like a snack, like it's canned.
Oh, he can,
He'll
yeah.
just pop it up like it's popcorn, catch it in his mouth.
How does science determine which one is the hottest pepper? Is it just reaction, or is there a way to actually tell?
So there is a Scoville scale, which is a measure of capsaicin per unit or something. So they can actually quantify it on a scale like you would voltage or whatever else. So
for those that don't know, I mean, Hot Ones obviously is Sean's show that's on YouTube, and it's Sean, and he sits down with a celebrity and they eat 10 chicken wings that are progressively hotter and hotter as, you know, you do this like extremely well-researched interview, you know, that people are struggling to get through because by the time they get to wing number 6 or 7, everybody is tearing up at the eyes and everything. You, though, you come from this world, like we said, of journalism and reporting. So the interview part was something that you were doing before you got here. But now, like Jim is asking you questions, you're kind of expected at this point to be an expert on hot wings, as if that's the passion. But you were not a hot wings guy before.
No, or even hot sauce. You know, It's not like I had this ability to eat super spicy food and then was like, this needs to be a show.
Yeah,
you know, that was never the thing. We were just trying to solve for a problem. Like, celebrity interviews are boring. How do we make them not boring? Or solve for that hot sauce. But that has definitely happened, and we've seen the craft hot sauce thing explode because of the show in a lot of ways and going mainstream. And now I feel like every time you pass a fast food restaurant, you'll see some new spicy fries or spicy chicken thing. And so it's crazy. I always thought people would be more interested in the interviews and like what comes out of it. And people just want to talk about hot sauce and wings and take me out for wings all the time. That's just what's happening.
Has anyone thrown up doing it?
Yeah, we've run the gamuts. We've had people spit in buckets, half pass out, sleep in the green room afterwards.
Who slept in the green room?
Coolio slept in the green room afterwards.
There may be other
he might
reasons for
still
that.
be there. He might still be there.
I don't think that was the wings.
But it was funny because we used to do the show actually like a block away on 50th Street, and it was in the middle of an office. So you'd always have people responding to emails and stuff, and then Riff Raff in a peach suit would like throw his shoulder through the door, make a sprint for the bathroom, and I'd have people talk to me like, I came out of the stall and saw Riff Raff just dry heaving into the sink. So those are the stories that
it does make people sick.
Yeah.
What do they drink? Milk,
water.
Well, that's like the lifeline, though, right?
Right. Ice cream. People, Tyra Banks brought ice cream. We've had Charlize Theron delivered white rice to the suite that we were shooting in. You know, everybody has an anecdote. Gordon Ramsay recently stopped by Bristol Farms before the interview, picked up lemon juice, lime juice, donuts, everything.
The Gordon Ramsay one was great because Gordon Ramsay was the first, and this is something that I think about when I'm watching the show, and I haven't seen every single episode, but I think Gordon Ramsay was one of the few that pointed out that the wing, he was complaining about the wing itself.
Right.
Like, not the sauce. He was like, there's no meat on this bone. This is an awful chicken wing, which is the most Gordon Ramsay thing he could do. You know?
Right. And we expected that. I had a lot of anxiety about it the night before, you know?
But is he was he before that one of those white whales?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, right when we put up the first episode, we had all the, in the comments, from episode 1 until we finally got him, the top comments would always be like, get Gordon Ramsay, get Gordon Ramsay, get Gordon Ramsay. And then that bled over into my real life. I'd just be walking the streets, I'd be in an airport, and people would be like, when's Gordon Ramsay? Hey, chicken wing guy, when's Gordon Ramsay going to be on the show? So I felt like there was an albatross around our neck forever. And then we finally got him, and I think that he understood the same pressure because he was getting the same stuff if he sent out a tweet, when are you going on Hot Ones, whatever, and eventually the whole world pressured us into that room.
Well, you guys had to be happy with the way it came out. I mean, I was looking at
How
it
many
last
did you
night.
get through?
I think he did them all.
He did them all.
He did them all, and it's done 30 million views.
Right.
So, I mean, it's really tough to say that it didn't succeed on every level, right?
It did, and you know, sometimes we know a hit. It's like a singer that goes into the booth and knows when they have a hit. Sometimes we walk out of that room and we know that went well, and we knew there'd be ridiculous expectations for it. And we threw the kitchen sink at him, and he was such a good sport. And when we walked out, we're like, that was really good internet.
How are the interviews too? Like, 'cause I know you like to do the interviews. So, like, do people tell you more? Because sometimes celebrities are fucking weird with giving up information. They don't want to talk. Oh, it was a fun project. Do you get more out of them because you're doing something else?
I think that you're trapped on the show, and then every person who does press, whatever, they do the rounds. As you guys know, there's this PR-driven flight pattern that everyone's kind of in. And I think that the wings are disruptive and stimulating, and then you're stuck on this show, and you're probably not thinking about your guardrails when you're eating some of the hottest chicken wings in the history of the world. But at the same time, I think that we're not even that kind of show. Like, we're not really trying to poke the bear all that much, because
it's not a clickbait show. Really,
right.
I mean, what's great about the show is that there's less pressure on you to get something newsworthy, because the headline is, watch this big celebrity eat these really hot wings.
Yeah. Right. And I think the secret of our success has been in combining those things, because you already have this ridiculous spectacle, super famous people eating scorching hot chicken wings on the internet, and then hopefully combining it with this career spanning thoughtful interview. When those two things go together, I think that's why the show has lasted now 8+ seasons, 150 episodes.
How long in between each wing do people usually wait?
It varies person to person. That's what's kind of crazy too, because it's a revolving door of guests, and then everybody handles spicy food differently. If we all went out for curry after this, Jim, you might get through it no problem. Sam, you might be sweating your face off. I might be puking in a garbage can next to me. So, we have some guests come in and they're like, it just wasn't hot enough. And then some guests just be on like death's door. So it's a big range.
Did that pepper, when you ate that pepper, what did it do to you?
It was like giving myself food poisoning for 12 hours. It was insane. It was so stupid. And then I swore I'd never do it again. And then I did do it again with the same dude, Chili Klaus. But I remember that first time I did it, I was like, something is seriously wrong. I went to a cab, stopped at a CVS, just bought a whole gallon of milk, and then I went on my couch, cranked the AC, put on some basketball shorts, and I would just be dumping the milk in my mouth and then just holding it in there till it was hot, and then I'd spit it out and would just do that for hours.
So can it do anything really fucked up to you, or is it just unpleasant?
I can do something fucked up to you. I mean, sometimes I see these headlines because our fans always tag me in them. It's like, Wales man chokes on scorching hot pepper and scorches his lungs. Whatever. Like every bizarre. I'm just making that up, but every bizarre.
I'm so stupid.
Yeah, you
and
really
gullible.
got lost in the story.
I'm 50, he could have said anything. Genitals fall off. Oh, terrible!
Spontaneously combusts on hot peppers.
Troy, can you find that Wales man?
Out of my asshole.
I need to know more.
You got to have him on the show. So whatever. There are some things, but I went to a doctor recently because I was somewhat worried. It was one of these things where I didn't want to go to the doctor because I'm like, they're going to tell me I have 100 ulcers and that if I do one more show I might die, and then just take away my heat. So I'm like, I'm going to strike while the iron's hot mode. I can't have a doctor doing that to me. So I guess I just avoided it forever. But finally I was like, all right, I'm going to be a responsible adult. I'm going to go do this. They hooked me up to everything. I was like, every blood test, every scan, everything that you can do, and they hooked me up. And then my doctor called me up. Totally clean bill of health. So my numbers are outstanding across the board. So maybe they're making me stronger, these wings.
Now, do you go out of your way to eat healthy outside of this because you need to maintain yourself so that you can do this?
Yeah.
So this is a lifestyle at this point.
It is.
Yeah.
And you have to think about that. And even the way the travel goes and whatever, I think you have to take care of yourself more. So people always think that I want to eat wings all the time. They want to take me out for wings. I'll go to this hot sauce expo and everyone's like, this is the devil's blood. You have to try it. Everybody thinks that I'm just trying to up the ante every time I turn a corner. But when I'm not working, it's a lot of juice. It's a lot of cereal. It's a lot of just taking it easy.
Yeah, I'm sure the last thing you want to eat is wings. That's all you eat. Who the fuck wants to eat them?
If I'm off the clock, I don't want to eat wings. Let the record show. I like to put that out in the world.
But people always, it's like me, they want to tell jokes too. They're like, dude, try it. No, trust me. I know a hot wing.
Right.
Or, comedians that'll bring a beer on stage or whatever, and then everyone wants to buy them shots.
Yeah.
It's like that. I have that existence.
Well, they're secretly hoping for a meltdown. That's why they buy the comic shots, because they're hoping that you get drunk and fuck up, and it's a great, they're hoping for a Michael Richards set.
unless you're Bert Kreischer and you just say yes every time.
Every time.
Buy you drinks and then you go,
okay,
yeah, we'll do it, yeah.
That's a good Bert.
It really is, right? Yeah, but that's when drinking is a part of your thing. I guess it just doesn't affect you. And if you get drunk, it's like, all right, well, that's just Bert's. That's Bert's thing.
That's Bert's thing.
Yeah. Who got sick the fastest, or who had the worst reaction to it?
Well, Eddie Wong famously started in reverse order to just subvert the form, and that was a mistake.
That's
He'd tell you
cocky.
now.
That's
That is
cocky.
cocky.
Yeah.
It is cocky. So he started at 10. So that was a crazy shoot because it was like we fired up the cameras, and usually it takes a while before people are like, ooh, and then you see the sort of step-by-step gradual evolution towards that. But Eddie started with the first one, so it was like we fired up the cameras, introduced him, then he's eating the hottest camera, and all of a sudden he's doing laps around the studio asking where the bathroom is, sweating his face off. You know?
Wow. So he thought he'd try to get it out of the way and then work your way into something a little easier. I get
like
you
building
thinking
the tolerance.
different.
Yeah.
and it didn't work.
It did not work at all.
So what was the episode when you knew we are really onto something? This isn't just a hobby. This isn't just a side thing. Like, this is going to be big.
Right. Well, like I said in the beginning, when it first started out, maybe we'd wake up, it would just have low view numbers, but the people who watched it liked it. That's how I knew if we get more people in the tent, this will be a big show.
We're onto
because
something, yeah.
we keep the same people week over week over week who are like, this is going to explode. This is the best show. So that really fueled us early on.
Mm-hmm.
And then the first episode that we ever did where we woke up in the morning and it was 5 million views, #1 story, trending, blah, 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 was when we had Key and Peele in. And that was just something that worked, I guess. They were doing press for Keanu, I remember. We crashed the junket, shot with Key and Peele, put it out, and that was the first episode that just totally blew up and then helped us level up, and it's kind of just been a runaway train since then.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Do you have any, I'm not going to ask you for names, but do you have any, you said when it's like this is internet gold?
Yeah.
Do you have interviews that you've done and the whole thing's over and you've gone through all the wings and you're like, that was a dud? What are we going to do with this?
I mean, it's happened a couple times. Famously, if fans are thinking, like, if a fan was in here, they'd talk about the DJ Khaled episode where he only ate 2 or 3 wings and then bowed out.
You're like,
He bowed out. He didn't do the interview, or he left.
He stayed there, but he's like, I'm not eating any more wings. And
you're like, DJ Khaled, like the whole point is so you could do your catchphrases and eat very hot wings,
right? And I knew
be in your tracksuit.
I knew right away that it was going to go that way because when he came in, he's holed up in the studio and he was just crushing slices of pizza. So I'm like, why is this guy eating pizza before we're about to eat 10
Yeah, why? Is he trying to coat his stomach?
I don't know what the move was. I don't know if it was a strategy or if he was hungry or what.
Just wanted some pizza.
But then he bowed out. But to me, I really like that episode because it's such an outlier and it's so strange from a viewing experience perspective than like every other episode. So
I mean, it does say a lot about
like it, but
it says a lot about DJ Khaled because most people try to come on and impress you and impress the audience and want to be the ones that go far. DJ Khaled is so impressed with himself.
He was like, fuck all that.
Yeah, he just doesn't see the need.
Yeah. Which I almost respect. Yeah. Yeah.
So you have to eat the whole wing or just part of it?
It varies,
Are you strategizing?
I'm just curious.
How you handle
For
something
us,
like this?
Yeah, we're not like the Olympics. I think that if we started putting strict rules on it and hitting people with like the house rules and then introducing them, and it would get like competitive and weird.
Sure.
And then like who's the referee that's like, that's not enough of the wing to qualify.
Yeah.
So for us, and people are all different. Some people, we've had guests that are 70 years old and stuff. Like, I wouldn't even feel good about them crushing.
Who have you had on those 70?
Jeff Goldblum, Al
Jeff
Roker.
Goldblum is...
That's depressing.
Jeff Goldblum is a young 70, though.
He is
That's
a young
crazy
70.
that
He's a
Jeff
spry
Goldblum is 70.
Yeah. Looks
Wow.
great for
He's
70.
a fascinating guy.
Sharp, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for us, whatever, if you take a bite, you take a bite. If you clean the wing, the audience seems to respect that more. And
Yeah,
some
I mean,
people
I
understand
do.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do like the people who come in who don't know anything about the show and are just like, I'm going to crush all these chicken wings. I'm cleaning them all because they're taking it as a real challenge.
Uh-huh.
But if somebody comes in and they aren't like that and they're just giving the interview, biting and still struggling, if you just take a bite out of that hot sauce, you'll really feel it. So to us, it's not that important how much of the wings
You don't care. It's more the reaction and if they're trying to do it.
Right. I think that if somebody nibbles and they're like, I'm cool, I'm chill, this is fine, blah, 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 it's not even hot, then that to me is kind of lame. But if they're at least trying, I'm cool with it.
What's an acceptable, you said after 3 is no good. What's an acceptable amount to get through where you're like, all right, this is a good interview, even if he can't do any more?
To me, it varies person to person. So I think that if you commit and you try and you're into it, if you bow out at 6 or 7 or 8, we had Lil Yachty on the show and he'd never had hot sauce before in his entire life. That's what he said in the intro. And he's like, I want to be here today because I've never had hot sauce in my life, and this is how I want to do it. Which I think, like, one of our commenters compared to trying to learn how to swim at Niagara Falls. And so he went in and he actually made it to 8, which is further than most people who bow out in the show do. So to me, that was an awesome performance by Lil Yachty. You know, you can't. You can't mark him down on
Probably
that.
burns your lips. That fucking burn you get on your lips when you eat hot sauce. Oh.
And imagine experiencing that for the first time on a show under camera lights in front of a crew. You know,
with
It
the
must be a
hottest
bizarre
of hot
experience.
wings,
the
right?
hottest chicken wings in the world.
Now, when Lil Xan went to the hospital and said it was for flaming Cheetos, did you hear that story?
I did hear
He was
that
eating all
story.
the flaming
Definitely got
Cheetos,
tagged in that.
and he
Yeah.
went to the hospital. Are you going like, this is not good for business? If people are going to the hospital for eating flaming Cheetos, what is this going to mean for wings?
I immediately was like, this story's fake. You know, nobody
Yeah.
goes to the
No, they
hospital
don't.
for flaming hot Cheetos. And I think it's semi-soft, right?
Uh-huh.
A bag of flaming hot Cheetos.
Not a big deal.
I don't care where you're at. If that sends you to the hospital, that's
No.
on you, I feel like.
Yeah, you just felt unpleasant and panicked. That's what that is.
You think
just
that's what
feel
that was?
like, yeah.
Yeah.
You got a little tummy ache and you're like, get a doctor.
Plus,
I
your
feel
name's Lil Xan.
Right.
So, what? Xanax, cool, but
Flaming hot
flaming
Cheetos?
hot Cheetos, that's what puts you in the hospital?
Part of me feels like he did not go to the hospital and Flaming Hot Cheetos decided to pay for a story to break, and
That's what I
everybody
think.
went with it.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
Oh, you think that was a thing
think-
by the company?
Yeah, that was a windowless room filled with cigar smoke, Illuminati situation.
Yeah. Who's been the most competitive on the show? Like, who comes in and you're like, you need to relax because
You
it's
know-
just me and you here. You don't need to be like this.
Well, athletes all have
yeah.
the same mentality. Every time we have an athlete on, they always have that. Even
Play to
we
win.
had, I think next week's episode is Jimmy Butler, and even when he took the milk, he's like, "How much milk do I drink?" You know, they're very serious about.
don't wanna break the rules,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're very serious about the rules. And then even you see it in their face, they're like, 4 more. You know, it's like they're in the weight room. It's like they're like, one more set.
There's a
one more
goal.
set.
There's a way to achieve the goal. There's a way to pace yourself. Yeah,
And there's mentally a way to hack that, I guess, for them.
yeah. I'm not competitive. Like I just give up quickly.
You
Like,
would
in
if it got-
man to man competition. You know what I mean? If I see the guy and he's bigger than me, I'm like, congrats.
I understand that.
you got this. So if you're sitting there, you would be the DJ Khaled of this. If you're like, you know what, this isn't as
Yeah,
pleasant
Jim,
as I
how
thought.
would you
Nah.
approach it?
I would. I don't know. I mean, I would try to do more than 3, but I don't know. I mean, I
But
would
maybe not.
No, and if I just puked, I puked. But I mean, I would prefer not to puke.
Right. You
But
think
would
you'd
you
puke?
go
It might
full
happen.
throttle?
Really?
I don't know.
Are you not good with spicy food?
I don't know. I don't know if I am or not. I know I got a very sensitive stomach. I'm very bad on planes. I get motion sick. I won't eat sushi before I fly because I'm afraid of getting queasy. I
In
hate
the
being
same way,
queasy.
in the same way that athletes are competitive, comedians are neurotic.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
That's what I've noticed with the wings.
Now, would you try to do, Jim and I, we won't spoil it for anybody. We filmed a certain television show that takes place in a bar that needs help recently, and we did have to work around the fact that Jim doesn't drink. So we had to figure
Sure.
something out.
We told them when we arrived. By the way, we're doing a bar
Oh,
show.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
drink alcohol.
We didn't tell
And the guy gets on the headset. Fucking pussy.
We didn't tell him in advance, no. But would you try to say, like, look, I'm kind of on a health kick right now. I don't really eat wings. Is there something else?
No, yeah, just
maybe do like a deep fried cauliflower.
celery on the spices. No, you got to do it to show it, but I don't know how many. I don't know. My stomach can be at times very tricky.
It can.
It can. Yeah.
Oh, I hate to hear that.
Yeah, dude, right on the bowl.
But would you go full throttle? Would you push yourself?
Yeah, I
to
would
that
try.
limit?
Of course, I mean, I don't know how many I could do, but I would try. I wouldn't want to be lame.
Yeah.
It's like you don't want to be. But I'm not an athlete either. I say to the surprise of no one. There's no reason to say that, but I wouldn't be able to regiment it. Like I'm going to do 6. I'm going to do 8.
Right.
Those guys have the ability to push themselves beyond where I do. That's why they're athletes.
As successful as the show is, do you get are there any points where you get worried, like, oh my God, like all they need to do is just get some guy who can ask questions and eat hot wings. They're going to replace me. Or do you realize, the fans watch the show because I'm the host of the show. Like, do you have that confidence, or are you like many of us that go, I'm very replaceable and they're going to figure this out soon?
It's a little bit of both, where I think that anybody that's doing something in entertainment, you always feel like you're going to lose it
Yeah.
and never get it back. But I also think this is my baby. I'm obsessed with the show and have been since the beginning. And
I mean, that's pretty clear when you look at how it's like branded and how kind of big and beyond just a YouTube show it's gotten.
yeah. And
Yeah.
I think that, whatever. If somebody wants to eat these scorching hot chicken wings and commit to the show like I do and then make it a better show, then I would just tip my cap to that. But I don't think it would happen.
You'd pull a Jim Norton and bow out?
I'd hand over the reins. But to me, whatever. I've had such a freakish drive with this show, and I've been with it since the beginning, and I know it, and I know the audience, and the way that I spend almost like every waking hour, whether it's travel, whether it's research, whether it's doing the show or in post, the way that I just helicopter parent this show and the way that I've committed to it, and I do have confidence in myself as a host and interviewer. I'm not worried I wouldn't worry about that. I don't think anybody would make it a better show, honestly.
What are you a fan of? Because you have athletes, musicians, actors, wrestlers, comedians. They've all done it, and every interview is heavily researched, like we just said, and none of it comes across like you're not informed about the person that's on and what it is that they do. But what kind of those categories is, okay, we're in my wheelhouse. This is a layup.
Well, I think that part of what's made the show work is that I have a hobby with walking a mile in someone else's shoes. So to me, the process is a hobby, and the hobby, it's both ways. Where I like, if we're going to interview someone and I know a week in advance, I like that. I'll listen to their album, I'll read their book, I'll watch their shows, I'll listen to their stand-up, I'll do whatever and totally immerse myself in that world for as much time as I have before the interview. And I actually enjoy that. I would do that for free, and did do the show for free for a long time. But so to me, that is whatever. I'm into the process. I like hanging out by pools when I'm in LA. I like going out. I like hanging out with my friends. I watch a lot of college football, hype for the tournament. I have those sorts of interests and hobbies. But to me, I just do love the process of the show. And then just being intellectually curious has made the show. I think that's what's made the interviews so authentic in that regard.
What made you want to do journalism at all?
I think about this sometimes, but I just started out by listening to the radio. So even when I was in junior high, I'd have tapes of Howard Stern. I'd listen to Loveline constantly. Every night I'd go home. I'd leave parties to go listen to Loveline. And I think part of me just wanted a radio show or wanted to be like those guys. My dad, he'd watch Letterman every night. When my mom was out on work trips or whatever, I could stay up late and watch Letterman with my dad, and he would explain the jokes to me every time the audience laughed. So I think that there was all that combined with, that nature nurture mix, and I think that's why I pursued it. I wanted to do broadcast journalism because I wanted to make videos on campus and have it go towards my degree, and then took off from there.
What did your parents do?
My mom was a paralegal. My dad's a judge.
Oh, wow.
So when this show starts, obviously it's not the thing from the beginning, but when this starts to become the thing, how long did it take these people who have these high esteemed professions to process the fact that the majority of their son's income is going to be coming in from the Hot Wings show?
Yeah. Well, it's a weird thing because my dad doesn't watch YouTube, so to say I'm moving to New York to be on YouTube...
Right, because your dad's sitting there watching Letterman, you're like, I'm going to have my own show. He's saying, what channel is it on? And you're saying...
The internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, the computer. Watch it on your phone, Dad.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. The thing that anybody can have a show on, I'm going to have a big show on that
I'm going to have a show.
Yeah.
And then, so he was it was a bit of a head scratcher maybe, but he was super supportive. And I think once we started getting people on that he knew, like Ricky Gervais, for example, then he was like, oh, this is kind of cool and this is awesome. And then, when I was on Colbert, because he was such a Letterman fan, to be in the Ed Sullivan Theater and have Colbert spitting milk on the stage at the Ed Sullivan Theater, I think that was validating for me and him.
And how crazy is that to not only, it's validating enough to be invited to be on Colbert's show, but he wants to do your bit on his show. Yeah, we've created a monster here.
I think of it as ludicrous. It's completely ridiculous. This dumb idea that we had to see it grow the way it has, and that was such a milestone for us. And then I remember just the way they have a food artist displaying the wings and how it's so. Those shows are really like a Swiss Army night. The way that everybody's working together. It looks great. It's like a kitchen in a 3-star Michelin restaurant or something, the way that everybody's moving around. So even when they were laying out that table, the way that the band was playing when you walk by, and then we just walk to this table and eat scorching hot chicken wings on CBS. It was ridiculous. It was insane.
Is your father like a no-nonsense guy?
No, he's got a good sense of humor. And I think when you're a judge, I think it makes you, because people are always like, oh, could you never get away with a lie, blah, blah, blah. But I got away with like a million things, sneak out of the house, like whatever, all the time. Because I think maybe when that's your 9 to 5, maybe you kind of want to just go home and get your ass kicked by your kids and stuff. You know, you don't want to be regulating all the time.
When you were a kid, like, are you like not worried about getting arrested because your dad's a judge?
Well, I think that I was just good at avoiding that detection. I think I was I'm moving in the shadows or whatever. But the funny thing is that friends would call me all the time. You know, when they got like scooped up with something, or they'd be like call in the house and be like, hey, can you ask your dad, but kind of not say it's me, you know, in these roundabout like drinking tickets, caught with weed or whatever. They'd always call my house to ask for legal advice.
Would he help?
Yeah, he'd kind of be like, you know, just casually. Yeah,
if he knew the guy.
Yeah.
Did you ever want to do law?
No, never. And my parents didn't seem to want me to either.
How come?
I don't know.
They just realized that it was hard work and probably isn't going to pay off, so skip it.
They never pushed in any direction that way. They were just they were chill about it.
I wanted to be a lawyer. A comedy first, but then I was like, that's never going to happen. So in high school, I kind of wanted to be a lawyer. After Injustice for All,
you know,
watching Al Pacino, I'm like, that's like a great job.
But you know what's ironic? You graduating from law school probably has less of a chance of happening than having a career in stand-up.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, that was pointed out to me quickly when I dropped out of high school. You know how it is, rehab.
Yeah, my parents, I mean, they were, you want to think it's supportive, but I know, I looked on their face when I got into Syracuse, the shock that was on the face of both of them, and they're, well, yeah, you got to go, let's go. Like they realized Syracuse is going to figure out that they made a horrible mistake here.
It's clerical error.
Why would you get into this school? Yeah, they sent me away. So it was probably the same thing. They were like, yeah, you know, this law school thing, it's not for you.
Yeah, or not, you know, you don't need to.
Right.
So what did you do in journalism? Besides, I know you wrote for was it travel?
Yeah, so that was my job after I left, after I graduated college. I ended up working at this agency that it's not super interesting, but like out of market advertising for destinations. And I was in Chicago. So I worked for the Chicago tourism agency where we do, if you ever go on a subway and you'll see like visit Montana or whatever, and there's like a picture of a buffalo or something. We would do that, but for Chicago. So I was doing that, but then on nights and weekends and basically all my free time, I was just doing freelance articles, like just keeping my eye of the tiger, interviewing like local chefs or athletes, whatever. If somebody wanted to do a Derrick Rose feature or whatever, I might be like the local guy who would do that. So I was just doing that. Ended up doing some stuff in New Orleans for All-Star Weekend where we had all these cool interviews lined up, and it was right when Complex launched their YouTube channel. So they were like, hey, can we just send cameras because we need to start uploading videos, so can we put these interviews on camera? And I didn't have any big dreams or anything. I was like, yeah, that would be the coolest thing ever, to just have a 2 Chainz interview on YouTube. I thought I'd peak there, and that would be the coolest thing that I did. And then they liked him enough.
It's still pretty cool.
It is cool. Yeah. And then they liked him enough to offer me a full-time job, so I sold all my shit. I quit my job, left Chicago, I was in New York 30 days later, and that was almost like 5 years ago to the day.
So when you're writing copy, you're a copy editor for these travel, but you have to get people interested in like one quick shot, right? You have to write. So what do you write for Chicago that makes people go, fuck, I want to go there?
Well, the key is to just go to Millennium Park, take a picture of that bean thing, and then just be like, you're home now or something, and then just put that in an airplane magazine, and then you're good to go.
So, and you did some that they rejected, where they were like, that's a terrible, no one's going to come here because of that?
Yeah, but what we used to do, I think, is
Chicago, they rioted. No,
that's not going to help us at all.
I'd make whatever we do. Basically, what you do is you do like 10 different versions of the same thing, and then throw them up there, and then have somebody pick one, and then you feel like you have your bases covered.
Okay, so you've done a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
I would just show the Willis Tower. I mean, the Sears Tower. That's just kind of what I like about Chicago.
Look how tall this is.
Yeah, fucking high, right?
Yeah.
I
You
love
go to
those.
the top.
Did you ever go to those those glass things where you look down?
I can't do that. One of my earliest memories is going to the top of the Sears Tower, back when it was called the Sears Tower, and taking that view in. I do remember that, and I must have been like 3 or 4 years old at the time. But I never went in any of those boxes. I don't think I have the stomach for that. Stomach for hot wings, not for that.
I thought it would be fine. I went out because it's a glass box. Like little kids go in there. Everybody does. And it wasn't until the minute you were there. It wasn't until the minute that I stepped in, and I like collapsed. Like I could not.
Your knees started shaking.
Everything.
Your stomach dropped.
Everything. I had to hold on to everything around me.
But you did step out.
Yeah. I did really quickly and then right back in. It was really embarrassing.
You realize how much it would suck to fall that far. I read something about a guy who jumped off the
I
stairs.
had actually figured that earlier, that if I were to
did,
fall
but when
from
you're
the top,
seeing
it would suck.
when you're seeing it, it's like I had read something where a guy had jumped off one time, and Chicago was so windy, and it took him like 12 seconds to fall because the wind was so horrible.
Just try to think about something else on your way down.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of as I was sitting there looking down.
That it would take like 12 seconds. That's crazy.
I love Chicago.
Yeah.
It's such a great place. I know I'm talking about suicide. You have a fun show.
Did you have you had anybody that's done the show, maybe even early on, that kind of complained about it after? Like, I didn't want to do it. Why?
It's actually surprisingly, shockingly, usually a very positive experience. More so than anything else I've worked on.
Mm-hmm.
I think people think celebrities might be, they're too whatever. They're going to turn their nose up, but I think most of them are just normal people that are like, I'm killing these wings. They'll push their team back a little bit sometimes. And like, do you need water? And they're like, no, I'm in it. I got it. So even afterwards, and what's crazy is it becomes this weird clubhouse where now even I'll still be in contact with people that have done the show. A lot of people, actually. So I think you end up building it it's like a buddy cop movie every episode.
Isn't it amazing what you have to go through to get to certain people? Like, entourages are very funny to me. Like, you travel with 1 or 2 people. Some people literally walk around with 7, 9 people.
Yeah.
Makeup people, the trainer. And there's so many people to get through to get to that one person. And then when you're sitting with them, they're just like, let's do it.
Right.
They're usually easier to deal with.
That's what I find, too. Even when we're trying to pitch people or whatever, sometimes I'll talk to somebody like, we've been trying to get you in here forever, and they'll be like, what are you talking about? I've been wanting to do this show. And you just realize there's gatekeepers that hold it up.
Crazy?
It is crazy.
And,
I mean, you want to think, and it never happens, but I feel like if I found out something like that where a person was like, I've been trying to do this forever, and I go, I have no idea, I'd be furious at the gatekeeper, right? Like, I at least want to be able, if it's a no, let me say no.
I always think that about publicists. I feel like that's like the most worthless job.
Yeah.
In this place. Because if anything, the bad ones are automatic vibe killers.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm going to pop on a publicist in this calendar year. I'm saying that right now.
They can be very difficult because there's a time where it's not reasonable what they're saying. Like, no, we just want to do that. And they're speaking for the artist, but it's like, I know you're not representing that person. Right.
They don't know we're even having this conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you'll be like, I host this show. Trust me. I know what people want to hear, what they want to know. And it's not anyone's goal to make anybody look bad.
Isn't that weird when like a publicist won't realize, no, the way this is going to work is when we all look good. And I'm going to make them look good. That's the whole reason they're here.
And it's all based on chemistry, whatever. This is like the first time that we're meeting today. And we have to create this fire between us, this chemistry between us. And then when somebody comes in and just messes up the vibe, it even messes with that. So I'm like, if you would have just stayed home, this would have been so much better.
Yeah, because they interfere when they necessarily should. What do they do to you? They start telling you, like, he doesn't want to talk about this, or she doesn't want to talk about that, or don't mention the divorce, or whatever it is.
We don't, whatever. If somebody
he doesn't like wings.
Yeah, he has a sensitive stomach. Could you just interview him and then send him home? No.
Yeah, I think that with us, the guardrail thing usually isn't a major issue. And usually if it's something about family or relationship or whatever, you should just respect it if you're going to have your guests in anyway. But the things that I'm thinking about is early on, especially, I remember one person came in and they were like, this isn't a phoner, blah, 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 like that. Big star, and they didn't even know they were going to be eating chicken wings that day.
They thought it was a phoner?
Yeah, they thought it was a phoner.
Fucking asshole.
And then we do our due diligence because we always want people to know what the deal is. You're eating scorching hot chicken wings.
Because otherwise you're going to set the whole thing up. They're going to show up. This isn't what I thought it was. I'm leaving.
And then they dip, right?
Yeah, and you're screwed.
Have you had anybody dip? I just used your term. I've never said dip before.
You sounded really cool
What a
and young.
shitty chameleon I am.
But then, and then too, she's walking, and with Hot Ones too, we do this career spanning interview where the plugs up front, the plugs in the back. So we have it set up to where, we have a lot of space to play, and you'll always know that you'll hit your talking point, and we deliver this big, long 25-minute interview to the world without commercials, and everybody's happy. So, but I remember she's walking around. She's like, why isn't he talking about the movie? What is that about? Like that. And I could hear her. And like, you know what I mean? It's just messing everything.
It doesn't work that way.
Thank God for that room right there and Travis in there being our gatekeeper, because he tells us, and it's happened multiple times, where we're having a conversation like this, right? Where we're not necessarily talking about the project, But within the conversation, our audience is becoming interested in you, and we're gonna mention why we're all here. But the publicist will be in there talking to Travis and going, yeah, they're not talking about the project. Are they going to bring up the project? They haven't mentioned the... Yeah.
Right. It's like, you stupid asshole. What do you think? Everybody wants to hear an actor go, yeah, the director was fun? Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Right. 15 more minutes of that,
They're
please.
not talking about the children's
Talk about the
book.
pranks you pulled on set. Fucking dickhead. The publicists are the worst.
It is the worst. The worst.
Because they don't understand that, like, if people are interested in you, they'll be much more interested in what you're talking about and what you're selling because they like you.
Yeah.
And part of you being interesting is just having a conversation or whatever it is.
100%.
And the bad publicist really, a good publicist stays out of the way. A bad publicist
Or sees the vision. Some of them are good. I'll say that. Some of them are good.
Sure.
Maybe they'll see the vision and understand that and know that and support that. And then some of them don't.
I've had this in the middle of an interview. Where
Okay.
they'll walk up and they'll go like, and they put the paper down. And it's like, what the fuck are you? Would you do that if he was on Conan?
Right.
Would you walk out?
Right.
Yeah. But good publicists know that most publicists are bad. So, like, they'll hear this conversation, and a
They're
good
probably
publicist will be
nodding
right
along.
on.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yep.
By the way, you brought me a gift. Thank you.
What's the
I
gift?
did.
I don't know. I didn't know.
I brought you
Open
some
it.
T-shirts. I brought you some hot sauce.
Oh, thank
Oh,
you.
that's very exciting. Yeah.
I'll try it.
Just take a swig.
No, I can't. I have to fly. I'm not doing it before a plane.
Smart.
Yeah. It will actually get sick.
Yeah, and nobody wants to be on a plane with those kinds of issues.
You're already bad enough with your gut health on a plane.
I know. As soon as we're
Hot
done with this
sauce
interview, I am
farts.
going to shit for 20 minutes. I'm going to run upstairs and shit like an animal.
Is there anybody that you've had on, or maybe even haven't had on, but interacted with, where they will come up to you at this point and go like, they're not that they're just saying I'm a huge fan of the show, but you can tell they actually are. Like they're citing references. They're talking about favorite episodes where you're going, holy shit, you're a fan of the show?
Yeah, that happens all the time. And when it started to take off, you know, I'll always know because sometimes people walk in and I'm like, hi, I'm introduced. And people be like, I know who you are. I've seen every episode. Like T-Pain came in and he's like, episode 61, you know, because he's like seen every episode. It's funny that you brought up Bert earlier because Bert was our first real famous fan who was tweeting out every episode. And
well, Bert's like so great because no matter how famous he gets, he's a fanboy. He's a fanboy. Before he's a comedian, before he's a famous guy, before he's a fanboy.
Exactly.
And it's the best.
Right. So then we've had that whole thing. I'm trying to think of other Tom Segura.
Yeah.
You know, I've been fortunate enough to keep a relationship with him going after this, and kind of a person I'd go to if I needed advice on something. So that's all been so awesome.
Yeah, it's amazing that you start to create networks, right?
And it's crazy how the network just sort of like, I feel like it was just all underwater and then it just starts to float and then you just see how it's all connected.
You're just here now.
Yeah, exactly.
So you want 50 Cent is a guy you really want. Who else is somebody that you're dying to get on?
Well, the fans, I feel like they've gone from Gordon Ramsay, and then once we cross that off the list, have now brought out other names, you know? So I feel like I'm always just chasing my own tail, trying to satisfy the audience. Right now, big names are Elon Musk or The Rock, or, you know, so those names that pop up all the time.
I bet The Rock
The
would
Rock,
do
you
it.
might get the
I bet
Elon
The Rock
Musk
would
after
do
that
it.
pot smoking thing on Rogan. I don't see him doing anything else risky. But
Yeah, I don't see Elon Musk doing a whole bunch of YouTube shows anytime soon.
I think
Especially if you were like, you know, we like to smoke weed when we eat wings.
yeah.
Oh yeah, me too. What's this? Like a marijuana cigarette? Yeah.
But I bet
Elon.
he would take the joint, though. I bet he would still take the
He
joint.
still
Yeah.
would. He wants to be cool. He does. But I wouldn't be shocked to see The Rock pop up on that show.
One time, because we've been pursuing him forever, one time I got a note that was like, would Sean be open to eating grilled salmon strips? And I was like, we're close, because that had to come out of his mouth.
Yes.
You know? So I feel like we've been close.
well, would you do it?
Yeah.
For The Rock?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody comes on and they're vegetarian or whatever, we'll get vegan wings or.
Oh, you've done that before?
Yeah, so we'll meet people halfway on whatever dietary thing they have. It's really about the sauce, so the vessel isn't that totally important.
Grilled salmon strips will be just as hot as chicken wings.
Yeah, grilled salmon strips soaked in hot sauce just as much, and then I guess you do that for The Rock. You know,
But for The Rock,
I
to
would
do it.
say,
yeah,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with The Rock's fucking Instagram.
It's the best.
Dude, every Sunday he has a cheat meal and sushi. That's my goal in life. I want to eat sushi
You
with
see
The
the
Rock.
squats he was doing yesterday on Instagram?
No.
Oh my God.
Ew.
What do you mean?
Just the way you said it. Wasn't that kind of homoerotic?
It wasn't homoerotic.
I was talking about his sushi. Did you see his calves? No.
Well, sorry that I'm not watching his food porn. Oh, look at the meals he gets to have. Look at his cheat
I
meals.
want to have sushi with The Rock.
Well, I want to do squats with The Rock.
You want to?
There's nothing wrong
You
with
want to
doing
do squats over the Rock?
First of all, The Rock would be doing squats over
bet
me.
he would.
Yeah,
that's how that would go.
No, he had like a ton of weight on him and chains hanging down and everything. His calves were. I mean, look, whatever. You obviously prefer the sushi pits.
Would you go to him? Would you go to the Iron Paradise and do it if you wanted to?
What's the Iron Paradise?
Oh, we should know if you're a fucking fan of The Rock.
Whoa.
Why are you being so hostile?
Do you know what the Iron Paradise is?
I do not.
That's his portable gym. That's where he works out all the time.
Is that where he brings it on set and everything?
So like
Yeah.
on the movie lot, he just dropped the Paradise on?
They had that. I'm sure they build it for him wherever he goes. He has to have a gym, and he can't just go to the gym. He's The Rock, and probably he has very limited time to travel.
Yeah, I would say if Mateo Lane can't go to hotel
Right.
gyms, The Rock probably has issues.
He may have a 4 a.m. before he shoots, or 11 at night when he's done. Who knows? Whatever his schedule is, but he doesn't want to have to worry about that. He wants to just walk in, work out, and go.
Yep.
Yeah. You're just sucking up to The Rock because he watches comedy Netflix specials on his Instagram.
I know he does, but the bottom line is I want to eat dinner with him. I've never met him.
You
We've
haven't?
talked, no, but I've never met him.
He is. It infuriates me, but he's a Jim Norton fan.
Well, maybe we'll eat together one day.
Well, listen, if anybody hasn't checked out Hot Ones yet, I mean, I'm sure that you're aware of it. If not, it's on YouTube. First We Feast is the channel. But just look up Hot Ones. What is Shaq the newest one?
Shaq is the newest one, and then we have Theo Vaughn coming out on Thursday.
Theo's great. Theo's great.
Yeah, it's a really good episode, so we're hyped for that one.
And then do you announce in advance any other guests for the season?
Well, it's just fans are kind of suffocating, so if they know a guest is coming down the line, then they'll just spam the current interview with like, where is Theo?
Oh,
Where
yeah.
is
I
this?
see.
Where is that?
I see.
But we got Theo Vaughn, Jimmy Butler, and then 2 more episodes in this season, and then we'll start right back up again.
How long do you take a break between seasons?
Like 20 minutes. I mean, like maybe 10 days.
Feed the beast, right?
It's been so crazy. I mean, we started this show a little over 3 years ago. Now we're 8 seasons, 150. Like we're nailing every Thursday at 11 a.m. for basically 3-4 years.
And you
straight.
love doing it though, so it's not like work. Like it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get a little bit, it starts to weigh on, a
Sure.
little bit because of all the travel. And then sometimes the way the show works, maybe we have a big bank where we've done a lot of interviews and banked them. Maybe sometimes we got to catch up. So then
Sure.
you just start stacking them all in a week, traveling all over the place.
Do
That
people
gets a
give you
little
shit suggestions? Like, do you know what to get? You want to get the Queen. Get the Queen if they want to do it.
crazy. I have a hard time even looking at my Twitter, but yeah, obviously the Queen or just ludicrous requests all day, every day.
Are you going to do a wings restaurant? I mean, that's the move, right?
That is the move. I
a
think.
chain of wing restaurants. That's
that's aspirational.
Yeah, I would say Hot Ones, whatever, like fast food wings.
Let's partner.
That's it. So layup. I got all the connections. No problem. I go to Chipotle at least twice a week, so it should be fine.
Okay, cool.
I know what I'm
Fast
doing.
casual. Yeah, you know. You're
Fast
down.
casual. That is the term. Did you see NBC had this? I can't believe you just said fast casual. NBC had this reality show that lasted 1 season.
I love where you're going with this.
Did you? Travis and I, up to this point, I believe we're the only 2 that watched it.
3.
Yes, it was America's Next Great Restaurant or whatever
All
it
these
was
guys
called.
trying to make a restaurant, and they
Yes.
had the Chipotle
Yes.
guy. And then what he would always say, whenever he made the rounds, because they're giving feedback, the judges giving feedback, he'd always be like, "Have you tried a fast casual?" All he knew was Chipotle. So all of his advice would be Chipotle related.
Of course
he
it
would just
would.
be like, "Have you tried serving this as a taco?" Or he would just
Every
everything
time.
was his only point of reference to everything is just what he'd done with Chipotle, and he was so just laser focused. That was just what he knew.
Why didn't
That
this show work?
I mean, I loved it. They
thought it
lasted
was
the
a
whole
good show.
season.
I thought it was a good show.
I think that the final 2. I mean, I remember Soul Daddy was the one that won.
And I think that the restaurant lasted like 20 seconds.
Nothing.
Yeah.
They opened it
went
down
under?
at the pier. They
Chelsea
opened one.
Pier?
Yeah, Chelsea
Okay.
Pier here in New York. Yeah, it did. It lasted no time at all. Nobody was
one
interested.
lunch service, and then it was folded. Yeah.
It's you'd think on a show like that, like if it were a big show on Shark Tank, for example, even the businesses that fail succeed.
Right.
Like they don't get a deal, but the show is so big that they still succeed as a business. But not one restaurant from that show succeeded. Joey's
No.
Balls or whatever the meatball place
yeah,
was called.
Joey's Balls, yeah.
Yeah.
It was, that was the kiss of death being on that show.
More best of Jim Norton and Sam Roberts on the way.
The Jason Ellis Show.
60 seconds has begun. Go.
Get the microphone in your butt.
Tell me you didn't have enough time to get ready to fart.
Listen, let's poop.
Oh no! Wait, you just shit yourself?
I didn't. But if I go,
Try
if I follow
it.
through
Come
with this,
on,
I'm
man.
gonna
You gotta do it. How much time has he got? Oh, he's bowing down and he's punching himself in the butt.
Oh, he's doing his trick.
Oh.
Live, 5 p.m. East. Replay at 5 p.m. West. And on demand anytime.
It's July 4th week, and winning fantasy football players start preparing now with Fantasy Sports Radio. Touchdown! Be a fantasy football champion by learning from the best analysts, like the guru John Hansen. Mornings at 7 Eastern.
There's no reason to draft a quarterback early.
Pro Football Focus grades every player weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern. And weeknights at 7, get expert advice from the football diehards. Fantasy football titles are won by listening to Fantasy Sports Radio. Sirius 210 XM 87.
Which 3 U.S. presidents love Boll and Branch sheets? I'm not in the business of sharing state secrets, but I can tell you this. We're offering 20% off everything we make during our Stars and Stripes sale. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen, founder of Boll and Branch. Our 100% pure organic cotton sheets are breathable and cool. They start out soft and get softer and softer over time. Right now, only during our Stars and Stripes sale, these $1,000 sheets start at just $160. You get 100 nights to try them out, but you'll only need one. Even if you already have our sheets, try out our award-winning pillows or our world-class new mattress, rated #1 by Gear Patrol in 2018. There's never been a better time to get something for yourself or someone else than during the Stars and Stripes sale. Shipping is always free, and for a limited time, get 20% off everything at bollandbranch.com. It's spelled B-O-L-L and branch.com. Go right now to bollandbranch.com.
Undisputed on FS1.
Are you ready, Shannon Sharp?
I'm ready to talk some football. He can run through tackles too now.
That was all guts.
The Cowboys is your squad. You got to ride with them.
You're talking big and bold, but you won't put the do where your mouth is.
Don't let me finish. No mercy.
It's too early for this. You didn't deal with my point. Digging yourself a deeper and deeper hole.
Anything else you want to know? Skip Bayless.
Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern to noon on FS1.
This is happening. I'm sitting at my standing desk, not necessarily looking at celebrity gossip, when Kevin bursts in.
The new homepage module is supposed to go live this month, Deirdre, and the dev team's backed up for weeks.
Kevin's solution is to sweat through his shirt. I hop on Upwork and hire a web dev agency with a flawless success rating. Because the new module will be getting done. And thanks to Upwork, this is happening.
Oh, you've got this under control.
Oh, Kevin. As a matter of fact, I do.
Upwork. Hire freelancers, make things happen.
What if we told you there's a quick, easy way to get rid of the daily hassles of contacts and glasses? And even better, what if it could cost as little as $250? Well, it's all true. All thanks to LASIK Plus. Now, for a limited time only, LASIK Plus can help fix your vision for only $250 per eye. With over 1.5 million procedures performed, LASIK Plus will recommend the best treatment for your nearsightedness, farsightedness, or astigmatism for our lowest price ever, $250. Check out our reviews online and see for yourself what real patients are saying about LASIK Plus. To schedule your free LASIK exam, call us at 844-343-2020 or visit LASIK250.com. That's 844-343-2020 or visit LASIK250.com. LASIK Plus, you won't believe your eyes, or our amazing $250 LASIK special. Results may vary. Restrictions apply. See details at LASIK250.com.
Tired of opening your closet and never finding what you want to wear? We can help. Stitch Fix is a personal styling service that matches you with your own stylist. Someone who listens to what you love and delivers the best clothes for you right to your door. With Stitch Fix, you'll get to discover new styles, new brands, and new looks to fit your unique shape and your budget. Discover the stylists and styles that work for you at StitchFix.com. Personal styling for women, men, and kids. StitchFix.com. Personal styling for everybody.
Sirius XM, Channel 103, Faction Talk.
The energy of Fish shows is so cool because of the fans.
You can tell they're having a great time up on stage.
Fish's epic 2019 summer tour rolls on.
So incredibly happy to be here.
And the only place you'll hear their Connecticut shows this week is on Sirius XM.
The thing that I like the most is that everybody says yes to every idea.
Experience 2 sold-out nights of performances from Mohegan Sun. Fish, live in concert, starting Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 Pacific.
On Sirius XM's Fish Radio, Channel 29.
Did you know that your teeth move as you get older? And if you want to get your teeth fixed, the last thing you want to do is wear braces, not at your age. That's why I'm happy to tell you about Candid, the clear alternative to braces. Candid has an orthodontist who is licensed in your state create a treatment plan for you, even as a 3D preview of what the final results are like. And Candid only uses experienced orthodontists. Once you approve your 3D preview, Candid creates custom clear aligners that will be sent directly to you, which means no hassle of having to go into an orthodontist's office. Candid costs 65% less than braces. You can save thousands of dollars and have straighter, brighter teeth in an average of just 6 months. You're one step away from getting straighter, brighter teeth. Learn more at candidcode.com/TEFT, TEFFT. Use the code TEFT to get $75 off. That's candidcode.com/TEFT. Use code TEFT for $75 off.
What would you do if you knew there's a place where you could learn skills designed to help you make the right moves in the financial markets? Skills that could help you direct and protect your financial future. At Online Trading Academy, we know hope is not a strategy. Education is. We'll introduce you to real trading and investing knowledge that could help you generate income and grow your retirement savings. You'll learn about how the markets really work, the biggest mistakes investors make, and strategies designed to help you think like the professionals. A good economy is the best time to prepare for a downturn. Call Online Trading Academy at 877-384-TRADE to learn more. You'll get 2 free tickets to a class in your area and receive our Professional Insiders Kit just for attending. That's 877-384-8723, 877-384-TRADE, or visit otainvest.com/SXM. That's otainvest.com/SXM.
Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee the past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
Thank you for calling.
This is the inside of an automated answering system, your small business lifeline to the outside world.
Your call is important to us.
Miles of wires and circuits working in concert to answer and route millions of calls flawlessly.
Please listen carefully as our menu has changed.
A miracle of telephonic innovation, except for one thing. It doesn't give a about your callers.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
What are you really saying to the customers who can't reach a real person? Rediscover the lost art of human interaction with Ruby, the team of live receptionists who set you apart from your competition by handling all your calls with the perfect mix of friendliness and professionalism. Try Ruby free for 14 days. Visit callruby.com, or better yet, call us 844-900-RUBY.
Experienced truck drivers. Are you searching for a company that will let you pick the kind of driving job you want? At Schneider, professionals personalize their careers by choosing from 38 different types of driving positions. That means a better career to fit your lifestyle. If you want even more choice, Schneider drivers can also choose from over 50 unique dedicated accounts. Enjoy experienced driver pay, the respect you deserve, and choices that only Schneider can offer. Find out for yourself at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
We're back with more Best Of. Jim Norton and Sam Roberts.
Judd Apatow and Pete Holmes promoting season 3 of Crashing. I've been seeing posters for it in the subway.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
Seltzer.
Hello, sir. Good to see you. Yeah, I've been seeing you
guys?
floating. It's a great poster they gave you where you're kind of just floating in there.
Harnessed.
Oh, you were
My
harnessed?
mother was like, "Were you jumping? What were you doing, Petey? Were you jumping?"
How high off the ground were you?
About as high as it looks. But you know, everything in that photo is, unprofesh. Jimmy Nort with the adjust for the friend. They put in the shadow. They put in the spotlight. What am I, a guy who just found out Photoshop is a thing? You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it.
So you're not actually...
real.
I figured it was some kind of anti-gravity chamber that they shot the whole thing, and you're saying harness.
They go up in the vomit comets and actually
take a shot as you're plummeting.
Every year there's a moment where we go, what's the poster for Crashing? And I have to sit in all these meetings and go, how do I have a picture of Pete's head that makes people want to watch the show?
I have a head that makes people want to buy birth control. Or maybe mints.
Do you sit there and as it's like season 3 now, the show is a big show now, do you have to go like, well, we have to put a little bit more production value in the poster?
Well, it is a tricky thing because you go, most people drive by the poster. So the only way that you know it's the show is if Pete's head is really big.
Yeah, that's a Judd philosophy. Obviously, you think of the 40-year-old virgin, think of Knocked Up.
Yeah.
I see other friends that have shows and they do these posters where they're like one person in a crowd, and I'm like, your show's not big enough. It's got to be the name of the show huge, you huge, and the time huge. None of this like, you'll find us. No, you won't.
Yeah, but you know what?
Too many shows.
You're lucky
because
because
it's clear.
This is clearly your show. You know that people have had that conversation where they're the star of the show, but really it's a whole cast, and they go, what about just my face on the poster? And somebody's got to be like, it's not about you.
Well, when you have to put like 7 people on the poster, people don't know what the show is.
Right.
Yeah. We have that with movies. We're like, I think we have to show everyone or they'll be mad. But it makes the poster terrible.
What do you think happened with the Supremes? Do you think that they suggested that Diana Ross put her name first?
I get Artie has such loyal fans. I can't tweet about the show without 10,000 people, 10,000 being like, where's Artie? More Artie. Like, he'll be in the trailer and they'll be like, more Artie. I'm like, it's a trailer. It's like a taste of the show. Yeah, it needs to be more Artie.
Are you guys worried about him? Because everybody was tweeting like apparently like, all these, hey, get help, and like, recently, like, are you guys concerned?
Oh, when you said that, I was like, did something happen last night? This is the world of friends of Artie. Obviously, it's unfortunate, but yeah, we're concerned about Artie for sure. His nose looks awful.
Yeah,
and he's in pain and he's suffering.
He's he's trying to get sober, but fighting the good fight, and it's really hard. And for people who spend a lot of time with him, you get an up close look at the horrors of addiction.
I got a very specific Artie, though. So I'm not like maybe the best person, like Quinn or these people that have known Artie for like a really long time. Maybe you? Have you known Artie a long time?
For a while, yeah.
So I bet you would, you have more of a sense of the flavor. The Artie that I know, and I'm not just saying this to help his career, was very, very professional. I used to joke, I was like, I thought you'd be throwing up dry cigarettes by now. But he'd come in, he'd know his lines. Nobody's funnier.
Yeah.
He kills scenes. I've said many times, I think a big reason, wouldn't you agree, our pilot got picked up was because of his performance in the pilot, which he improvised. And at the end, everyone applauded like Nick Nolte in the fight. It was crazy. It really was. I've never seen, we've done 3 seasons now. No matter what I do, no applause. Artie got the crew to applaud.
Well, so he's interesting because he does, when he's functioning, he's great. Like, we would show up, he would do Howard, and I was doing O&A, and I would be getting here exactly the same time as him. And I'm like, he does heroin, and I'm not showing up 5 minutes earlier than Artie. We're getting here at the same time.
No, I know. He's playing with a pretty big handicap. Yeah. And he's still winning.
Was his nose like going through the process as you were shooting?
Well, you got to have a nose update. His nose was different,
right?
But it would be different every day. I'm not trying to be funny. It was a different nose.
But that's what I'm asking. When you're trying to do a show and you're like, well, we're not necessarily shooting the scenes in order, but your nose keeps changing.
From scene to scene, there was nose continuity issues. Again, not trying to be funny. It's just a fact, and my heart breaks for Artie. It's something that you'd sometimes have to, fix or talk about or
Or work around.
Or work it around.
It is a weird thing to have to work.
Shoot you from behind over the shoulder.
Do you talk about it on the show, or do you just try to deal with it behind the scenes?
We didn't talk about the nose on the show.
Yeah.
And, we tried to talk about what he's going through on the show. So last season we did a whole episode, and it was basically about Pete realizing how bad Artie's addiction is, and the fact that no matter how much he tries to help, it doesn't work, and it's really up to Artie to find the strength to do it. And Artie wrote it, he improvised and talked about it and was very brave about showing how painful his world can be. And it was a really important episode because, Artie was showing people like, this is awful.
Yeah.
And if I tell you the truth about it, maybe there's someone out there when they're in that moment where they might try something or do something, they might go, I don't want to experience what Artie's going through.
He wishes he could put it down more than anything.
Yeah, he always says it was the worst moment of his life was the first time that he tried heroin, that he wishes
because of what that would lead to.
He wishes he could take it back, and he says the second he did it, in his mind he went, I'm in big trouble. Second he did it.
But I think everyone feels that way about heroin, though. Most people, I'm guessing, who get hooked on it don't do heroin and go, this sucks. Like, it's probably amazing. There is a way to get off it, though. I mean, if he wanted to, there is a way. It's very difficult, but there is a way to stop it.
You also, it is a disease, that addictive personality mixed with the heroin, I think, is what we're dealing with. Just because, I'm just going to tell you, full disclosure, it was a Facebook video, but it was interesting. It was based on a TED Talk. They were talking about addiction and how
Facebook video based on a TED Talk.
So somebody,
that's like reading an article. You just said you read an article.
There's a Vine of it.
It was a 6-second Vine summarizing an article.
Yes.
But they were talking about the phenomenon of people that need painkillers, strong painkillers that are given Oxycontin and oxycodone and all those different ones. Oxykitten. Judd Apatow, shout out. It's a line from one of his movies. Anyway, they don't get addicted, and it sort of broke the myth, the idea that if you do it once, that you're addicted. So it's not just the magical substance. It is. Like, it's absolutely super, 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 super addictive, and don't just take my word for it. There's plenty of research on this.
So you're saying this video was letting people know if you don't have an addictive personality, try some heroin. It actually is fun.
I don't know where Pete's going with this. It sounds really wrong, though.
Look, science can't be wrong.
Yeah, I saw a Facebook video. Rich Voss was... Okay, makes sense. And Joe, we got to ask you, too. I have to ask you as a comedian.
Yes, please.
The tweets about Louis.
Yes.
That was...
Who? Louis Katz?
Can you? I literally didn't know about it until the next day because I've taken Twitter off my phone, and I saw one.
Have you?
Were you getting flack for that, or can you walk us through like just what happened there with your thinking? Was it?
Well, I think we all want Louis to talk about what he's going through in a way that is, inward searching, lets us know what he makes of it all, because there's so much to say about it. And that's, when someone says, I'm going to go away and try to think about this. I didn't look at it in the right way before. So when they return and they don't say a word about it, that's kind of weird, because that's what we were hoping that you would do, is say, hey, I kind of get it now. I'm trying to do right by these people. I'm trying to evolve as a person. So he's not saying that at all. Mm-hmm. He's just punching down at, kids who got shot at or whose friends died. And you go, what's your angle here if you're making fun of trans people? And I just thought to myself, I know we all talk about everything. You do it all the time. I've never watched you and thought like, oh God, but if you're the guy trying to say to the world, I hurt people and I get it. I get it. Your comeback material shouldn't be mocking kids whose friends were murdered.
Well, can I ask you though? I understand. Do you think, and this is just a question, that as performers, as comedians, we're working stuff out, punching up, punching down. I mean, everyone punches down once in a while. Carlin did it with, anorexia. Rich cunts don't want to eat.
But isn't it just the context? I think what he's saying is like, it's a heartbreaker when one of the best comedians that ever lived came back from this tragedy, and instead of addressing it like Pryor did when he lit himself on fire, he just came back and was like, okay, nothing's changed. We're like, motherfucker, things have to change. You have to show us change. It's not just important for you, it's important for everybody that's watching. There's a lot of scumbags out there that could be redeemed. But
that's not his job as a comedian. His job as a comedian is, again, I know what you're saying, but that's not our job as comedians.
I think you sort of lose that pass if you do atrocious things.
I don't even think you need a pass. Pryor didn't lose the pass. Pryor fucking pulled a gun on his wife. He didn't lose the pass.
At least he found a way to talk about it with humility.
But what I'm saying is Louis is working out a bit, and I might even say it was an offensive.
The bit is evidence that he's not taking the time to reflect. Isn't that heartbreaking? I'm not. Look,
I don't even agree with that.
I'm with you that he can talk about whatever he wants. Let's not take anybody's card away. So let's not be unclear about that. I'm just saying, when something like this happens, especially if this didn't happen to Louis, like let's say it was another comedian, I would be like, what's Louis going to say about it? Mm-hmm. I would look to Louis to laugh, to heal, and to find some catharsis through him. And he's acting like it didn't happen.
But Louis, maybe that's just whatever reason he's making that decision. I might handle it differently, or you might handle it differently, but he's handling it like that. But does that make him like less than because he's doing a bit that is offensive? Like it was an offensive. His job is not to teach a lesson. His job is to go up and be funny. Our job is not to have a higher motive behind a joke. We can, but that's not what we're supposed to do.
Isn't it two different criticisms to criticize for not addressing what you should be addressing? Because I do agree that Louis should be talking about this thing that we all know. And then
it would make his life easier, I think, if he did.
But then to be critical of the material that he's doing instead, that feels like it's two separate
I think it's all part
arguments.
of one organism, which is we all looked up to him He inspired us. He pushed us to work harder. He pushed us to think deeper. He represented something to people. And so when you come back from hurting people and what you're talking about on stage just hurts other people, we're allowed to say publicly,
oh, he's still hurting.
This is kind of fucked up.
How come no
we're
one
allowed to, we're allowed to, I mean, he doesn't have a right to not be criticized. It's not like he's in a bubble and we're supposed to be secretive about his act. He's on a public stage. He's getting paid. And so the opposite could be that you go, well, I'm just not going to say anything. But somewhere out there, and I know this is something that like a lot of comedians don't care about, somewhere out there, there are kids whose friends are dead and they're trying to get over it. And this guy they probably used to really look up to is shitting on them, saying, you're not interesting.
But
and it's helpful to them for someone to go, you know what, fuck that. I don't agree with what he's saying. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Louis should keep working on his act. But that crowd is kissing his ass so hard. And so much of that material is so weak and from such a demented point of view that why shouldn't he hear from certain people like, hey, Louis, you're kind of out of tune right now. And maybe it helps Louis for somebody other than that kiss ass crowd to go, this is
why are they a
you're
kiss
off.
ass crowd though? If they were just laughing at what they thought, like, hold on, he took something that was, he took the angle of being obnoxious. Louis is absurdist. The real point a guy is making, and again, I haven't talked to him about this, is hey, these guys were in this strategy, but why does that make them qualified to speak for us? That's a point of view that people do have, whether it's nice or not. He takes it to whatever degree and is vicious about it. He takes the mean angle on it. But Louis has always been. Hold on. He's always said stuff like, "I'm going to diarrhea shit in your mother's mouth." He was on a plane years ago tweeting about Sarah Palin, about shitting in Sarah Palin's mouth, about talking about her retarded kid. Like Louis
he deleted that though.
He did delete it, but everyone knows that that's how his mind works, where he'll take it to this absurdist, obnoxious, brutal point of view. He's always done that as a comedian.
But are we allowed to debate the value of that?
But why are people all of a sudden... Well, yes, comedians, though...
Well, because when you find out that Michael Jackson molests children, suddenly Pretty Young Thing means something different. Like the context of it all, like George Carlin was a good guy. So when he talked about how he wanted the world to be lit on fire, we kind of understood that his point was we all need to wake up a little bit because the world's going to shit. So he would root on all the negative. So
you're
saying there was a point to it.
It's the same
but Richard
thing
Pryor wasn't the greatest guy.
If Uber has like some questionable practice, remember when that happened?
Yeah.
We're all like, well, we're going to delete Uber. I guess they figured it out. There was nothing wrong with Uber. You're just saying like, well, we found something out about the practice of the person.
Are we allowed to debate it? I mean, part of it, you feel this with comedians that we're all supposed to not discuss the material.
Not true.
Like us talking about it, I think is great. What's wrong with us talking about it? I don't feel that you can't
discuss them. I'm not saying that. I had nothing against people who were offended by it or who thought the bit stunk. Of course, it's all fair. But as comics, to look at a comic working a bit out and act like we don't know what they're doing. Like a lot of times you work through different angles of a bit. This is not a finished piece you put out.
You're not thinking about the other part of it. And this is because, you're not tuned into it. I've done these benefits with shooting victims, right? So I've sat with like a parent who's like, my kid is dead. And she tells me the story about how her kid got shot for trying to, save his girlfriend. And I've met a lot of people who got over getting shot in Vegas and in all these places. I've looked into their eyes. And so it's not abstract. You're talking comedy theory. There are people, this isn't like, like a vague joke. He's talking about people whose names we know. We know Cameron and David and Emma. We know who they are. So give them a fucking break. At some point, I choose being a human being over like comedy theory. We could talk about everything. We're working on shit. Maybe tomorrow the bit'll get better. That's fine. But those kids are reading all about this guy they probably looked up to shitting on them.
Sure, but that's not his responsibility.
You know what? I got your back on this. I want you guys to get better. I don't give a fuck about Louis' joke.
So what other jokes should people like this? Now you're getting into an area of, because of course it was a real tragedy. No one's denying it was horrible or that it was disgusting what happened or the gun violence. Yeah, that's all very accurate. But I know people that have put guns in their own mouths. So should I not make fun of suicide?
I actually don't think it's about...
What would be your point of making fun of suicide? If you came at it from an angle of like, you're just weak, yeah, it might be fucked up, and someone might go like, yeah, that's a terrible joke. And why can't someone tell you it's a terrible joke?
They can say it's a terrible joke, but it's the idea that, well, this is a real tragedy, so he shouldn't be working it. Like, maybe that's not the final angle he will settle on. I don't know.
But those kids don't know that. It's out there,
So
right?
when you do a joke, you're only worried about the people who might be affected by the joke. Well, that narrows our corridor a lot.
But should I tweet, hey guys, I think Louis is going to adjust his angle. So don't worry about the fact that even though you almost died, he says you're uninteresting.
No. But let me ask you, when you do a movie, and I know you improv a lot in film, you like, which is great because you allow people to improv.
Sure.
Would you want all of those dailies released as the finished product? Like, for instance, I'm sure people have said things, whether it was on the set or in a film, improving, because you allow that were tasteless or that were rude or that didn't work in the scene. Would you want all that to come out and have your final product judged on these moments that may or may not have made the final cut? This is a work in progress.
I know. But you could say that forever. We all work on our acts for a decade. But he is in a public place. He is being paid.
But that's why I don't think it's about the material.
But it was illegally uploaded. It was not meant to be for public. It was meant for that audience.
I agree with what you're saying, and I think one of the things that's important about stand-up is if you did that joke, I don't think it would be as big of a story. You know what I'm saying? What we're dealing with, and you're right, it's not his job, but whether or not he likes it, he's sort of representing something. How are men going to respond to the Me Too movement? How are they going to respond when they were, caught or confessed to doing something? And a lot of people are picking up messages on that, whether or not it's his job and whether or not he likes it. So I think what you're hearing is some of the disappointment that the hilarious, unbelievable comedian Louis, when it happened, when it came out, I was like, in a year, he's going to get on stage and he's going to blow us away. And instead he's doing this. If Rock did that joke, I'd be like, yeah, I'd be here screaming, red in the face, like it's his right. You're absolutely right. I've said things riffing in Judd's show where I'm like, don't release that. And it was fucked up that somebody did release this, and it's a violation of the artistic contract. I understand that. I'm just saying, whether he likes it or not, what's egregious to me and worth discussing is how Louis, as a representation of the whole thing, is not using it as opportunity for healing and redemption. I understand he doesn't have to. You can say that all day.
He's just a comic who fucked up. He's just a comedian who fucked up. I'm not saying it was right or not in poor taste or that he should have done that, but people are acting like he has this responsibility.
I'm not acting. I'm wishing he would look at it like a responsibility.
But people aren't.
He doesn't have to. You're right. He can be an asshole if he wants to.
But he's always taken that angle as a comic. That's what I'm saying. It's not. This is not new for him as a comedian.
That's what I'm saying about Uber.
I think what Pete and Judd are saying is that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that Louis could have gotten away with it before.
That's what I'm saying.
Because you guys are like, he's a good guy.
Whether he
we
likes
can
it or
trust
not.
him. We know Norton's a good guy. He can get away with this
That's
stuff.
right. If you did those jokes, I would be on this show going like, Jim, you can do whatever you want when you're working it out.
You need Louis to make you, as an audience member, feel okay with what you heard about him through his comedy before we can get back to...
I'm saying, I think we can all agree, maybe, wouldn't it have been great if the guy who maybe unfairly became the symbol of this whole thing used his incredible talent as a writer and a performer to deliver some sort of message like he always does?
Why is it only comedians? Sorry to interrupt. Why is it only comedians?
Yeah, I like that.
Who have to deal with this shit? Like, why do actors never have to go back and explain what they've said in films? And I don't want to hear that they didn't write it, because then the writers are never held accountable. But why can DiCaprio say and use the type of language he used in Django, and everyone is fine with it? But if a comic comes from a shit angle or a mean angle with the goal of being funny, all of a sudden it's, oh my God. Like, Louis was not writing a blog making a declarative statement of fact. He was not standing on a balcony going, all kidding aside, this is how I feel. He took what was arguably a very mean angle on a very sensitive and sad subject and made people laugh. And then you look at it like, well, the audience over there were kiss asses, instead of going, that was a hard, those people in that audience don't care any less about shot people than people who are sitting in this room do.
No, laughing at darkness is super
But they all care about what happened in Parkland. And yet for some reason they laughed at his angle at it. That doesn't make them kiss asses. Maybe the material was just working and people are furious at Louis. But like Sam said, I think it's two different issues. Maybe he should address that.
I think it is two separate issues. And I think it's more of a heartbreak than anything. I'm just like, me personally, I'm with you. He's a comedian. We all have no one tells me what to do flowing through our veins. Fuck off. I'm going off-roading. You can't touch me. I'm saying it's a missed opportunity, and it broke my heart. I'm like, please, Louis, do stand up about Louis. No one can do this. And if he did, and it's not his job, if he did show growth, if he did show that he was listening, if he showed the process of wrestling, and maybe he still will, I'm not saying he has to do that.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm saying I would like it.
As a fan, you would like it, yeah.
And he has the right to work on some fucked up shit, and I think that's an important part of stand-up. I don't want censorship. I don't want anything like that. I'm just saying it hurts me. I wish, and I'm an optimist. I'm holding out that maybe he will turn it around because I don't think this is the right move right now.
But then they jumped right into, look what he said about Asian people. Look what he said about black people. Look what he said about trans people.
Oh, and finding the old HBO clip and stuff.
Or the old HBO clip with Gervais and Seinfeld. It's like now people are just going to go over his old work and pick it apart like they're appalled and shocked instead of realizing people are hailing him as a genius for all these years. And then because this happens, and again, people have the right to not be fans and go, fuck him, we don't like him.
Can I ask you something? It's like when someone like Dice, right, is going out. We were talking about this off mic. Jesselnick, Dice. This is an important corner of comedy. It doesn't all have to be me. We don't all have to be talking about bubbles and fucking unicorns.
I would much rather be you than me.
I'm like, I love your comedy. You know what I'm saying? I understand. I'm not like an idiot going like, everything should be woke.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. I believe there's different parts of the human psyche. They all need representation. And laughing at your fucked up material, like some of your darker stuff, is catharsis. When we find out the person doing it is struggling with something, I kind of just want to go, can we pause on moving forward in the way you've been moving and just maybe adapt? Again, he doesn't have to. It's what I'm expressing is a disappointment that he's not going, let me show you before I go back to that stuff. Let me show you that I can grow a little bit and listen like he promised he would in his apology.
Maybe it's hard. And again, I don't know. I have not asked Louis this. Maybe it's hard because you know that anything you say could be leaked out there. So if you start talking about this material and it seems like you're being flippant about it, or if it seems like you don't care about, like, I don't know. Maybe he's just stuck and doesn't know how to do it. I honestly don't know.
I also think that he may not understand the gravity of what he did, and there's a defiance in talking about trans people and saying Asian people have small penises and making fun of shooting victims. There's a projection of his own pain and his own frustration with his situation, and you feel it in his selection of material. I mean, if any of us got in trouble for something and we were writing the new set and you said, well, what should I talk about in light of how everyone perceives me? The choice of his targets and subjects is super weird.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with the world going, I think you got to adjust a little bit.
I think it reminds them of being abused by somebody and then that person acting like it didn't happen.
Well, I think that there's levels to the whole thing. Like I think that as a fan, like I listened to part of the set. I didn't listen to the whole thing because I didn't want to listen to a whole hour of bootleg.
You didn't want him to step on your material?
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want him to disrupt my process. But like I had no problem with any of his jokes because I was like, that's Louis. And I thought that the sort of casting him as now an alt-right comic that's going to play Red States is like, what are we doing
There's
here?
no politics behind
But
that.
as a fan, I do find myself, there is this part of me that's just waiting for what we all want to be addressed. Like Louis the one guy who's going to be able to.
I think he went out of
address
order.
this.
I know, but also I think, and this is all, hey, I love a good debate about if jokes are good or bad. I think he should perform. I have no doubt in the next year and a half, he will be at Madison Square Garden doing 3 shows in a row. So this whole like Louis struggling thing, he will make $80 million on the next tour. Okay, this all lands with him triumphant in some way. Maybe not with everybody, but that's where it lands. But in the meantime, when you're somebody that's hurt people, it's weird to think your subjects should be people who are hurting. Trans people, they commit suicide. They get murdered at a crazy rate. So it's not really the moment to go, I'm put out by the fact that you want to be called by a certain name. Yeah, a lot of people have done that bit, by the way, so it's not even that interesting a bit.
The medium changes.
His bit went on that was the thing he did about calling me I'm a location, and the punchline on I'm a location, it made me laugh out loud. It was a hilarious joke.
I don't even. I
like trans people. Okay, so
Jim Norton is the number one advocate.
Jim, on some level, and I get it, and we all have that in our lives. We're like, okay, we're adjusting to something, and so I guess Louis doing it's hard to adjust to a woke country type of thing, but also there are people who are like, I'm getting murdered. My friends are all committing suicide. Maybe it's not the moment to call me a jackass because I want respect.
No, I don't believe that. I mean, of course, if life was that literal, sure. But then if you made a movie about trans people being murdered, nobody would have a problem with it. If Stephen King killed trans people in his books, nobody would have a problem with it. So as artists, as comedians, the only way we can address something without being virtue signaling idiots is to try to be funny with it however we see fit. So I like barbarism in comedy. I like horrible.
Say barbarism?
I love that word. But I like it. It makes me laugh. And it has never once made me look at a subject differently than I looked at it as a human being. And no comedian's ever made me look at something differently as a human being. So Louis being horrible about Parkland won't make me feel 1 ounce less empathy for those people that happened to.
But those are real people who have real feelings about it.
No, I'm not even disagreeing with that, but I talk about 9/11. I talk about a lot, all of us do. So where is the line where there's real feelings and real? Should we not talk about cancer?
I think we're dealing with new lines, though. I think I've made my point. Maybe I should shut up because I'm saying it's different because it's Louis in light of what's happening. Not that he can't do it, because you're absolutely right. One of the problems is we're all on the record. And one of the problems is everything's being recorded.
Yeah.
And even as being a fan of something, we're losing a way to enjoy our shadow selves, which, the part of our psyche that's dark. And there was a time, and I've said this many times, it used to be in Amsterdam and you duck into a bar and you have a glass of absinthe and you watch a comedian that say the most fucked up, terrible things you've ever heard. And you'd laugh your ass off and you'd leave feeling catharsis because that's one of the human needs. It's being in your basement with your friends at a sleepover and saying the things you're not supposed to say. That's a human need, and I understand it. I'm saying it changes when everyone's looking at you and going, that's the guy who assaulted people. And again, it's not his job, but wouldn't it be nice if he would? Would you, Jim? If something came out about you, would you talk about it before you went back to the 9/11?
It'd probably be something I've already talked about.
Yeah.
So would I reiterate? Yeah.
That's so funny. But if something did happen to you, I have a feeling that you would address it. You'd self-disparage yourself. You'd put yourself down. You'd make some jokes about it. You'd even make fun of how it's bullshit that people are overreacting. You'd find a way to make us laugh at the other side. Brilliant. And then the 9/11 stuff.
Maybe.
Order matters. Order matters.
It does in the final
Louis
product.
Can do those Parkland jokes. And people cannot like them. And I cannot like them. That's fine. But let's not forget the elephant in the room.
But the process, the elephant in the room too, is that it's a work in progress. And with stand up, you don't see a singer.
I just wish
going through verses.
The work in progress was different work.
But no.
For
but
now,
how do you know he's not going to get there? And maybe the bottom line
order
is
matt's.
Wait,
meaning the development of it.
You're saying he should develop it a certain way.
He should develop the stuff that is timely. Pete's saying he should develop.
Maybe he can't develop that. Maybe he doesn't want to develop that yet until he's been on stage a little while.
I think
after
the number one question is why the hell isn't Louis using those goddamn cell phone bags that Dave Chappelle has?
Hilarious.
Why is anybody recording
everything
Louis
he
C.K.'s?
says right now can be recorded? So again, and I truly am speculating. Yeah. Maybe he's not going to talk about it, or maybe he's putting together a certain amount of material.
He wants to get his legs back,
and then wants to go out and do it, or maybe he wants to be filming when he finally talks about that stuff, or maybe he wants to find a way to be. I don't know.
Yeah.
But as far as judging, that's like watching somebody in the gym.
I know, but Jim, is there? And maybe it's just because you haven't been exposed to it. When you meet people whose friends have died, when you meet people who've been shot and they're fucked up for life, and you have a real empathy, and when you have kids and your kids are doing active shooter drills and they're terrified and it's ruined their entire childhoods, the fact that they really believe any day they can get murdered, that if somebody does a joke and say it's even in process, it's fine to say, hey, that was kind of fucked up. Yeah, I hope he punches up the bit. I hope he expands the bit, and Bill Burr style comes in from every angle where it's meaningful. But in the moment when he hurts those kids, I care more about those kids knowing like people care about you than I care about I got to protect Louis's bubble of comedy. Right?
It's not about Louis's bubble. It's not about Louis or his bubble. That's not what my issue was. Yeah. It was not about Louis. Louis is still worth more money than I'll ever make in my career. It was about the idea of a comic working out a bit and other comedians acting like we're not sure. What is this process that you're doing? And to answer your question, no, I haven't met a lot of shooting victims, but I know a lot of people who committed suicide. I know a lot of people who've died of AIDS, and I know a lot of people who've died of cancer. And all of those are subjects that I will address.
Agree.
So the whole personalization of it, with all due respect, is slightly manipulative because we all have a hand in tragedy that we talk about. I mean, we all have an attachment to tragedy that we talk about. I know women who've been raped, and it's still a subject there's no subject that wouldn't be on the table to me as a comedian that is acceptable to talk about. Every
I'm
subject.
never offended by like Gilbert Gottfried doing, tidal wave jokes or I'm
why?
fully with you. But if Gilbert Gottfried was revealed as someone who actually hurt people, I believe the
I think that's
context
what
of him
happened.
making those jokes changes.
And I think you understand that. Isn't it possible that I agree with you that like barbarism, if I wasn't sick, would be high-fiving right now.
Yes.
Barbarism is important to express in art. And they get the fuck out of that, like in Germany. They're like, this painting is all black. It represents, what I mean? They understand. We're kind of struggling with that. It changed. The medium matters. Who's saying it matters? And again, he doesn't have to address it, but wouldn't it be great if he did?
So I would love to see him do it just as a comic and as a friend.
And I like your empathy that maybe he is going to do it later.
Maybe he will. And this is not even about Louis C.K. It's the idea that, because it's not just Louis who is having people come act
I thought we were
outraged.
talking about Louis Anderson this whole time.
He moved the microphone. I could see him. It's the idea of just the way people are viewing comics and what we say on stage. And then because he fucked up and he had what happened, he jerked off. All of a sudden now everybody's coming out of every angle. All of a sudden that outrage was not there when he was talking about Sarah Palin or diarrhea shitting in somebody's mother's mouth.
Sarah Palin it was. That's why
from
he
her
deleted
people
the
it was,
tweets,
yes.
yeah.
Well, no, he deleted those tweets because of one person he spoke to.
Jim, I think it's Trump. I think we had Trump with the pussy grabbing. And we had all of this like aggression, rightful aggression that we didn't have anywhere to put, right? So where can we put it? If we can't affect over that gate into the White House, we'll affect ourselves.
But it's
We're
been
gonna
happening
try and
before.
clean up our house.
I think it's been happening before that.
I think it's a direct reaction to Trump and our inability to get
Do you think maybe the reaction sped things up? After
Maybe,
Trump?
but again, I think it's more social media. And
Do you think if Hillary was the president, would still be having all that?
Americans are exactly the same. It had nothing to do with Trump. We are the same people. We like getting each other.
No,
we
I'm just
like
saying-
attacking publicly.
But who else is having a hard time because of this political correctness? Like, there's so many comedians talking about so many things in so many different ways. Just because I want to know, like, who's really taking a hit right now? Like, what comedians
Norm
are
Macdonald
having a hard
almost
time?
lost his Netflix show, not apologizing the right way.
Oh,
So,
his press tour became an apology to it.
Yeah,
because of the
Chris
first
Rock
interview.
said one thing or something. People are going back and grabbing old audio from 2011. He said the N word. So every comic.
Well, Kevin Hart lost the
Oscars.
What?
So yeah.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Well,
you gotta,
goodbye DVR.
But do you understand? So you're saying who's taking the hit?
Yeah, I'm interested.
Everybody is getting hit on
So you
some
think
level.
everyone is censoring themselves in a new way on stage?
I think they're at least
no, every
conscious of
comedian
it.
is. I don't think movies are. I don't think
you
authors
feel all
are.
the comedians, like for instance, I went on stage one night and I did a lot of Trump jokes in Boston at the Wilbur, and I got this great review in Boston. And then Breitbart picked out all the Trump jokes, wrote a very anti-Judd article with all the quotes, making it sound like this epic dark rant. And then the next day I just have death threats at my office and they're posting dark stuff on all my social media and stuff like that. So I got a taste of, okay, this is what it's like when you speak your mind. But my reaction to it wasn't, I got to cut all the jokes. It really was, okay, there was maybe one joke there that I thought, yeah, maybe that pushed it a hair too far. But that is the reality right now. We're on stage. Every performance is public. Every performance can be debated and reviewed. We can't stop that part of it. But like when Quinn put out his book, the coloring book, he just said, you just have to be able to stand behind what you say. You kind of have to mean what you say, even if you're working it out, that they're ideas that you've thought through in some way.
But we're not even part of a conversation because everyone says they want the conversation. No, we don't. Megyn Kelly, again, she was not doing well, but they can her for asking what is pretty much a dumb question in a racial discussion. Yeah. So we don't want the conversation.
That was ulterior.
But you understand, but that's still what they use. We don't want an open and honest discussion. We want people parroting what we think. That's what people want because people, and also to address the Trump issue, you're right. There is a lot of Trump fans that are going to be fucking dicks about it. But in our business, we all know that attacking Trump and coming at it from that angle, even if you get flack, is not going to hurt you in our business.
Especially as much as
attacking Sarah
being on the
Palin
other
is
side.
not going to hurt you in our business.
Well, let me ask you a question. So if Louis is, he's punching down
When
on
do we start
trans...
I don't like saying punching down, even though it's an expression.
Okay.
I don't like using that because I don't think comedians, our goal is not to punch in any direction. It's to be funny, is to punch however we feel like punching in that moment.
Okay, so Louis is picking subjects where he's making jokes about a lot of people who are struggling or victims.
Sure.
And he does those jokes, right? So, and I think about this in the moment. So he does these jokes. I know that everyone's going to write about it. I know all these kids are going to read it. They are real people. This didn't happen a very long time ago.
Right.
What is the alternative? Is the alternative for the whole world to go, let's not say anything because Louis might make it better, and to be completely silent on those ideas?
No, the alternative is to go, this is a stand-up comedy performance, and the goal is to make people laugh, and the comedians come from whatever angle they want to come from in the moment, and it's not an important thing, whatever angle he comes from. Whether he's being nice or mean, who gives a shit? It doesn't change anything. He's just trying to make people laugh. That's how I look at it with jokes. It's, again, the higher motive doesn't mean anything to me, because I don't look at that joke or look at one that has a very positive spin, which there's plenty of that. And find either one has any more merits in the overall scheme of things. A good joke is a good joke. Patrice said it. We're talking about good jokes and bad jokes. They come from the same place. They're born from the same place. A vicious joke that bombs and a brilliant, smart joke that kills with an empathetic angle, clean, both come from the same place.
Why do comedians not? Why can't comedians be debated and reviewed and,
they can
and
be
judged, like, because that's really ultimately all it is. Louis not going anywhere. He's performing.
Sure, you're right.
You know, like, aren't we allowed to say, yeah, that was a brilliant joke. We've all done that with Louis. Aren't we allowed to go like, wow, these are pretty bad jokes?
But it's always someone else's. Pardon me, Sam. There's always someone else's stuff. Like, no comedian has ever come out or any performer and said, here's what I've been saying that I shouldn't say. Not one person has ever done that. It's always, here's what you're saying that I don't like. Here's what you're saying that isn't woke. Here's what you're saying that's wrong. When's the last time comedians who are also fucking we're also introspective and mindful artists, when's the last time a comedian came out and outed himself and said, this is what I've been doing?
But that's not a good thing. Like, if Eddie Murphy came out today and said, there are some jokes on my specials that looking back on, I'm not proud of. That's just who I was at the moment. But yeah, those I can't stand behind them anymore. I think people would be thrilled.
I mean material in the moment. Like, how come no comics coming out going, wow, I'm saying this now and it's wrong? Or I'm not saying, we always seem like we have the perfect balance of taking horrible stuff and making it funny, but we'll find somebody else to criticize, but it's never what we're saying that we come out and you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to say this about Louis, or Louis will say it about you, but you're not going to come out and go, hey, this material I'm doing is shitty and I shouldn't be doing it. It's cruel.
Don't you think the way the criticism is being taken is also part of it? The fact that, like, you'll tweet out, you know, a whole bunch of tweets about Louis, and the issue is that it's not taken like, I'm just Judd and I'm talking to some peers and we're debating this thing right now. It reads as Judd Apatow, big name in comedy, and people treat it like a press release, where it's like, and I don't think that that's even how you would have intended it. It's just. But
I am, honestly, no one's a bigger fan of comedy than me, and I like all the darkest stuff. But on some level, on a human level, that has nothing to do with all the comedy rules. I just feel like it's more important to say to those kids and to trans people, hey, you're suffering. I care more about you than this. Right. I think that's more important to me. And I get it. You know, you could say the same thing about, about all sorts of different
cancer,
topics.
suicide, yeah.
But also, it's a very fresh thing. So I understand everything you're saying. And for the most part, I agree. But I do think when you've hurt people, the rules slightly change. People are paying attention to, do you have empathy? Do you understand how people suffer? Do you understand how your choices in life make people suffer? And that's the context of watching him perform now, whether he likes it or not. That's, what we're looking at. If Charlie Rose had a new show right now and all of his guests were like 19-year-old interns, we'd be like, that's kind of weird. Like, why would he go with that?
He doesn't have to, but he could use it as an opportunity.
And maybe he will. I don't know if he will or not, to be real honest. I would like to see him, just because I love Louis and I do love him as a comic. So I would love to see him talk about it or write it. I don't know if he will or not.
I love when you went cancer, suicide. I was like, Jim just gave us his Netflix password.
Absolutely. And the title of my next book.
It would be, believe me, if he came out there and said, this is what I did. Here's how I think I became the person who would do that. Here's what I was thinking at the time, why I thought it was okay. Here's how it felt to find out that I was wrong and that I was looking at it wrong. It would be one of the great, insightful comedy pieces. And I have to say, I would be surprised if in the next 2 years he doesn't attempt to do that. But at the same time, I wouldn't hammer the trans community.
Last question: Did you? Was there a trailer? Was there a trailer of yours where they were? We're probably crashing. Was there a trailer of yours where there was a gay joke and people got pissed off?
A trailer?
Yeah, wasn't there some trailer?
It's probably the you know how I know you're gay bit from 4-year-old version. I think
it's a fully debatable thing,
right?
To go like, okay, looking back, are we saying that gay people are funny just being themselves? Or, like, what is the point of a bit like that? And, there's all sorts of ways to debate it. You could go like, well, I'm showing how immature and idiotic these guys are. I'm showing that they're afraid of their own masculinity or they're unsure of who they are. And I'm happy to have that debate in the same way we can debate the trans jokes or the Parkland jokes. I got reviewed for that. And I got some people who were mad about it and other people were like, no, it's just kind of a silly
you have
character
Are we cut
thing.
off or no?
No. We got about a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, and you did have to deal with that when Knocked Up came out.
Which is fine. I'm totally open to the debate.
We're here to promote the 20th anniversary of Knocked Up.
This has been the best of Jim Norton and Sam Roberts. Listen every morning, live, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern. Or listen anytime on your phone with the SiriusXM app. Here's what you missed on the Covino and Rich Show.
You realize your mom is like a bad food pusher? Like, it's almost like a drug pusher. Have some bread!
Exactly.
And I'm like, Mom, I don't want all that bread.
Dip your food in the butter.
Yeah.
I put an Entenmann's cake on the table, and if you want, we got some ding-dongs and ho-hos and treats in the cabinet.
No!
Want some Mountain all of those sodas.
Mom,
Want some Mountain Dew?
My mom's, she's like the worst influence.
Covino and Rich, weekdays at 11 a.m. East, 8 a.m. Pacific. Only on Faction Talk 103.
Madonna. Let's Madam X together. Shares her iconic songs. And the stories behind them.
I made a video and it made some people mad.
On a new SiriusXM channel.
There's always a man involved. I'm probably telling you too much.
Madonna's Madam X Radio.
Every time I do a project, I have to take it on like 1,000%.
On now for a limited time on Spotlight Channel 4.
What if there was a prescription you could get that regenerates your body? It repairs damaged cells, clears the toxins out of your brain, and is the secret to your peak energy. Well, that prescription exists. It's called sleep. The best way to get optimal sleep fitness? The Pod by 8 Sleep, the first high-tech bed which lets you achieve deeper sleep. The Pod's integrated sensors track your sleep cycles and adjust the temperature, cooling, and heating throughout the night. No need for an alarm clock. The Pod can wake you up through temperature change. In fact, the Pod can go as low as 55 degrees. Let's see your current bed do that. You can only get this prescription for deep, quality sleep at 8sleep.com. To celebrate Independence Day, get a free gravity cooling blanket plus free shipping with your Pod purchase. A $300 value free. Offer ends Monday, July 8th. Visit 8sleep.com/news. That's 8sleep.com/news. EIGHT sleep.com/news.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1390. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1390. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1390. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1390. 800-200-1390.
Do you ever feel like foot, hip, knee, or back pain might be ruining your golf swing or affecting your game? Maybe your feet get tired or achy by the 14th hole? Then get to know Pine Valley Orthotics, the game-changing orthotics created by a golfer for golfers. Pine Valley Orthotics are uniquely designed with an energy return system not found in any other product. When you step down, they gently spring back, relieving foot pain and stress, energizing your whole body. And They work. In fact, Stu Sakowitz, owner, inventor, and orthotic specialist, is so sure they'll help ease your pain, he's offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. No questions asked. If you want better balance, stability, and a better swing too, treat yourself to a pair of Pine Valley Orthotics today. Go to PineValleyOrthotics.com, and for a limited time, you can get these for $99 and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Ease your pain, improve your game, and change your life. Only at PineValleyOrthotics.com. Who says being cheap is a good thing? We do. CheapoAir.com. There's nothing wrong with saving money, with being smart, with being cheap. Download, click, or call to save on flights, hotels, car rentals, and more. Go ahead. Be smart. Be cheap. CheapoAir.com. Go online or call 888-657-7773. 888-657-7773.
CheapoAir.com.
Go ahead. Be cheap. Sirius XM, Channel 103. Fashion Talk.
The entire NBA landscape is changing as the free agency period is officially underway.
This year's free agent class could be one of the best that we've had in years.
Some of the biggest names in the game are on the open market.
Kawhi, pull up, three, good!
And NBA Radio is your home for all the breaking news.
Kevin Durant is going to the Brooklyn Nets along with Kyrie Irving. They are bringing DeAndre Jordan with them.
Listen to nonstop coverage of the free agency free-for-all on NBA Radio. Series 207 XM86.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. If you're a small business owner, you know that getting workers' comp insurance can be a hassle and a costly investment. In fact, data suggests that up to 80% of small businesses overpay for workers' comp insurance by as much as 30%. At Pi Insurance, we've created a new way and a better way, built from the ground up for small business owners. With Pi, you can get a quote online in as little as 2 minutes from your computer or smartphone. Our workers' comp insurance is A-rated by AM Best and helps protect your business and your employees. Whether you're in retail, automotive, healthcare, construction, or another industry, we invite you to take a look at Pi Insurance. We're here to help you get the right coverage for your small business at the right price for your bottom line. Now getting workers' comp insurance for your small business is as easy as Pi. Get a quote online today at piinsurance.com. That's PIE insurance.com.
What's going on with the Wi-Fi?
Honey, there's no signal in the backyard.
All my friends have better Wi-Fi than me.
Nothing's loading.
You pay for great internet, but then your Wi-Fi lets you down. Introducing Eero, a sleek little box that makes the internet work like it should. Just plug it in, download the app, and let Eero's mesh Wi-Fi system cover every single inch of your home so you can own the internet. Try Eero for yourself, and if your home internet hasn't gone from dud to stud within 60 days, just send it back. No questions asked. So say goodbye to all your Wi-Fi worries such as lagging, dead spots, or buffering, and own the internet with Eero. Go to Eero.com/SXM for free overnight shipping on your order. That's EERO.com/SXM for free overnight shipping. Offer only valid for a limited time. Again, that's EERO.com/SXM.
And not to mention the shedding, I would vacuum the carpet 3 times a week. Frodo was scratching all night long, bouncing on the side of the bed, keeping me awake the whole entire night from all the scratching and chewing. It kind of makes you neurotic.
Does your dog itch, scratch, stink, or shed like crazy?
Mounds and mounds of fur all over the place.
Come to Dinovite for help.
DINOVITE.com.
If you want the dog to be healthy, you got to feed it something healthy.
Dinovite is nutrition.
The omega-3 fatty acids.
Flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa.
Our vitamins and enzymes replace the nutrients cooked out of most commercial dog foods.
He gobbles it up. He's not up all night scratching. His shedding is minimal, and it is such a pleasure to have my calm, relaxed, non-shedding puppy back. And I have to thank Dinovite for that.
Don't let your dog itch, scratch, stink, or shed like crazy.
Come to Dinovite for help.
859-428-1000.
859-428-1000. DINOVITE.com.
We all want to improve our golf game to reach the next level. But what about when it comes to your business? Well, Morgan Franklin Consulting does just that. Morgan Franklin Consulting is a national management advisory firm that works with finance, technology, and business leaders to tackle challenges and execute game-changing results. Visit morganfranklin.com and check out their expert insights, latest trends, and more. Why wait to transform your business? Go to morganfranklin.com today. That's Morgan Franklin.
Previously on the Covino and Rich Show.
Is the equivalent eye-rolling thing when a guy posts what he's grilling?
You can see it now. If you go now, you can see my true infrared charbroil. Steve Covino on
Steve
Instagram
Covino,
story.
I gotta see this. What the fuck are you grilling? Look at that piece of chicken.
Two weak-ass pieces of chicken and 2 hot dogs. And
It
what are
was
those?
fantastic.
And 4 pieces of broccoli? What the fuck is that?
I loved it.
Was this just for you?
No, so it was me and Melody.
I find your hot dog layout to be
So
fascinating.
weird. Why is one hot dog laying one way, one the other?
Got one hot dog looking this way, one hot dog looking that way, and a piece of broccoli in the middle.
Like, what do you want from me?
What do you want from me?
That one
It
piece
looks-
of chicken
it looks-
is shaped so weird. It's not even a
It's-
regular
What do you
piece.
mean? It's the fucking. I cut it in the shape of Italy.
It does.
The woman that got lost in Maui ate better meals.
All right. Yeah. Guess what? I'm on a diet.
She was eating this on
What
day
do
15.
you want me to eat?
Where did you get that piece of chicken? That's a skimpy-ass shitty piece of chicken.
Those are fucking chicken breasts.
From where?
From the store.
Where do you
It's a
find those? In the barely
thin-sliced
legal
pe-
section of the supermarket?
Thinly sliced fucking chicken, you jerk off.
Covino and Rich starts now. Only on Faction Talk 103.
This is Covino and Rich.
Wow.
Is it time or not?
Hi there.
Shut up, dude. We're trying to do a show.
Do it! I got a meeting with very important people. I don't get it.